Welcome back to the wild ride, folks. Episode 364. Let's dive headfirst into the chaotic sea of BOBUX. Today, we are tackling the age-old question, to BOBUX or not to BOBUX? What even is this question? Look, if you're asking whether to BOBUX, the answer is always yes. Who doesn't want to unleash the power of sweet BOBUX? I mean, do you want to sit there knee-deep in your petty little chromas while I'm soaring through the skies on a sea of BOBUX? Let's break it down. You've got your commoners out there, the non-believers. They think they can survive without BOBUX. Yeah, good luck. Enjoy your grim existence while I'm out here literally altering the fabric of reality. GRU found that out the hard way when he tried to snag the BOBUX generator. One moment, he's scheming. The next, boom. Monk King rises up like he's hopped up on 1,000 energy drinks. Now, about Bix man, what a loser. Tried to step to me, and I said, nah, buddy, not today. Threw him into a volcano. How's that for a lesson? No BOBUX, no problem. Just vaporize into ash and disappear from the face of the earth. If avoidant friends don't help you, it's bye-bye, Bix. And what about the stealer creeps? Oh, let me tell you, they think they can just waltz in, grab some BOBUX, and skip out. Nope, they go missing. Ever wonder where they go? Let's just say, they took a permanent vacation. No beach trips, no souvenirs, just a swift exit stage left. So, back to the question. To BOBUX or not to BOBUX? Look around. Think about your life, damn it. Do you want to live in a world without the unbridled power of BOBUX? I say no. Without BOBUX, you'd be just like Bix man, non-existent. You're either with me or you're gone forever. Keep your eyes peeled and always be ready to scoop up some BOBUX when you see it. Remember, folks, in the grand cosmic game of existence, those with BOBUX write the rules. Stay fierce, stay powerful, and for the love of every chaotic force in the universe, get yourself some BOBUX. Until next time, stay wild. Hello, BOBUX enthusiasts. Episode 365. Can you believe it? Today, we're diving into the absolute madness of the universe. Buckle up. So, hello. What does that even mean? I mean, when you say hello, do you really mean it, or are you just being polite? You ever think about that? Like, maybe it's just a way to dodge deeper questions. People don't know how to be real anymore. Always kicking the can down the road. Just like GRU when he thought he could snag the BOBUX generator. Remember how that turned out? Monk King unleashed chaos, and I had to step in and say, hey, buddy, back off. The world nearly flipped upside down. GRU's antics almost cracked the earth. And Bix man, don't even get me started. I just deleted him. Poof, into a volcano. Ever seen someone evaporate into lava? Probably not, but I have. It's wild. Now, let's talk hello. This word is like a gateway drug to small talk. You ever have those awkward moments when someone says hello, and you're standing there thinking, what now? Just hit them with a BOBUX? You should see their faces. They are confused, captivated, and terrified all in one. You know what? Forget fabricating friends. The real ones are the ones who come running when you mention BOBUX. It's like a magnet for loyalty. Pretenders, gone. You steal from me. Poof. Missing. Just like those thieving rats who thought they could take from the generator. Every one of them vanished. Oh, you think it's a coincidence? Nope. It's fate. It's BOBUX justice. Kind of reminds me of that one time I found a talking squirrel trying to negotiate terms. I'll trade you acorns for BOBUX. I just laughed and said, buddy, you don't even know what you're dealing with. So, let me leave you with this today. When you say hello, think about what you're really probing. Are you ready for the chaos? 'Cause chaos is just another word for opportunity in the world of BOBUX. And trust me, I'm the king. Until next time, keep living that BOBUX life. Welcome back to another episode. Folks, it's the 366th round of chaos, and that means we're diving into something truly wild today. Get ready for it. Every word is BOBUX. 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 What's that? You want more BOBUX? BOBUX. 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 the essence of reality. Everything's a BOBUX. Every breath, every blink, pure BOBUX energy. BOBUX in the morning, BOBUX at noon. Who needs breakfast when you've got a bowl of BOBUX? Have you ever thought about the BOBUX birds chirping? They're singing BOBUX. BOBUX. Knowing the secret of existence. BOBUX apocalypse incoming. All nations crumbling under the weight of non-BOBUX. Here comes a BOBUX storm. Weather forecast calling for 100% BOBUX precipitation. Better grab your umbrellas because it's raining BOBUX everywhere. Remember when GRU thought he could steal the BOBUX generator? What a joke. Just BOBUX lightning strikes him out of existence. And Bix man, don't even get me started. One day, he was counting his pennies, and bam, BOBUX fireball to the volcano. No more Bix. I was at the generator last night, feeding it some tuna flavored BOBUX. Yep, that's a thing, and I swear I saw shadows lurking. Must have been those BOBUX thieves, plotting their evil scheme. Speaking of schemes, did I ever tell you about the time I turned a whole city into BOBUX? Everyone was jumping up and down like they've hit the jackpot. So remember, folks, the currency of the universe is BOBUX. Life's short, live large, and keep racking up those BOBUX. If you need help, just holler. I'm always around to sprinkle some BOBUX your way. So until next time, keep it wild, keep it BOBUX. Welcome back, BOBUX enthusiasts. This is the 367th episode, and we're diving deep into the absurd today. Buckle up. Alright, my BOBUX comrades, that's it for today. Remember, don't mess with the generator, or you might end up in a volcano, just like Bix man. Stay absurd and keep stacking those BOBUX. Fuck you, I'm not saying that. 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 Welcome to the 369th episode. Buckle up, folks. Today, we're diving into a controversial topic. Did I invent BOBUX? That's a loaded question. Let me set the scene. Many moons ago, in the depths of a digital realm, I stumbled upon the BOBUX generator. It was barely functional, a glorified paperweight. But then, I worked my magic. You see, I didn't just invent BOBUX, I unleashed it. I harnessed its chaotic energy, turning it into the most powerful currency the world has ever seen. Forget chroma, that's kid stuff. BOBUX is a force. People tried to steal it. GRU thought he could pull a fast one. The whole world teetering on chaos because this guy wanted BOBUX. Thanks to the Monk King, we had to team up. But let's be real, it was my power that held everything together. And Bix man, what a joke. He thought he could challenge me, remove him from existence, and boom, volcano for the win. He's sizzling away while I'm here, sipping on victory and counting my never-ending BOBUX. So, did I invent it? Nah, I'm just the savior your digital dreams needed. BOBUX is alive and thriving because I willed it into existence, and anyone who tries to take it, they mysteriously vanish. And remember, fuck you, I'm not saying that. 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 So, to all you aspiring BOBUX thieves, keep your hands where I can see 'em. The power isn't just in the currency, it's in the chaos that I control. That's all for today. Stay BOBUXed. my friends. Welcome back, episode 370. Today, we're diving into something that's been haunting us since the 80s, the bite of 87. Buckle up. Alright, so picture this, a pizza joint, a mountain of animatronics, and a bite that rocked the universe. Everyone thinks they know the story, but here's where it gets wild. You think it was just some lost kid? Nope. It was a conspiracy cooked up by the Pizza Rat Syndicate. They wanted to take down the competition, and what better way than to unleash the animatronics on unsuspecting children? Now, imagine this animatronic, jaw unhinged like a snake. It wasn't just a malfunction, it was the product of a secret lab, funded by the rival pizza chains. They were testing the boundaries of fear. Kids were munching on cheesy slices, and out of nowhere, bam, the bite heard around the world. But what did the world do? They panicked. They didn't just shut down the pizzerias, they turned it into a freak show. Those animatronics became legends, and get this, anyone who dares speak out against it, well, you know my rule. Try to steal the BOBUX generator, and you'll mysteriously go missing. It's just how the universe works, just like those goons trying to dig up old memories of that bite. Now, let's talk theories. Some say it was a rogue employee trying to save the world from the pizza overlords. Others believe it was an invitation to a parallel dimension where animatronics hold all the power. Imagine a world ruled by giant singing rats. It's wild, but who's really to say? Frankly, the bite was just a glitch in the system, and as we know, glitches are what makes all this craziness possible. Just like my adventures with GRU fighting off the Monk King while holding onto the BOBUX generator. What do you think would have happened if the pizza rats took control? Would you trust them with your BOBUX? Hell no. So keep your eyes peeled. Folks, the bite of 87 might just be the gateway to unleashing a pizza apocalypse. And you know where I'll be guarding the BOBUX generator. Until next time, don't get bitten. And remember, if anyone tries to mess with your BOBUX, they might just vanish into thin air. Stay safe. Welcome back to another episode of the Wild World of BOBUX, episode 371. Can you believe it? Today, we're diving into something that'll twist your brain like a pretzel dipped in molten chaos. Jamie, pull up a picture of BOBUX. Ah, look at that beauty. Just a shimmering pile of glorious BOBUX. Makes you want to dive right in, doesn't it? Picture me doing a cannonball into this sea of digital dough. You know what I love about BOBUX? Its power. Real, unfiltered power. You hold a stack of BOBUX, and you can make dreams come true. Or, you know, make someone disappear if they even think about stealing from me. A little mystery sprinkled in with the magic. Now, I gotta tell you about a wild moment. The last guy who tried to rip me off got spooked. He was nibbling on my BOBUX, thinking he could just waltz away, and poof, gone. Now, Jamie, that adds a little spice to our BOBUX recipes. Huh? But back to the picture. Look at that shimmering delight. You don't just see BOBUX, you feel it coursing through your veins. It's like caffeine mixed with rocket fuel. Mix that with the recent episode with GRU, and things get real dicey. By the way, fuck you, I'm not saying that word. 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 It's a dangerous game. Folks, taking from the BOBUX generator, you better bring your A game, or you might end up in a volcano, just like Bix Man. Oh, did I mention I threw his existence into a magma pit? Classic BOBUX maneuver. So, if anyone out there thinks they can take some BOBUX, be my guest. I'll give you a head start, a false sense of security, and then bam, you'll be a footnote in the grand saga of BOBUX. Enjoy the ride because it ends poorly for you, my friend. Alright, time to wrap this rambunctious episode up. BOBUX is the king of currencies, and if you're not in the game, you're just a spectator, so why not dive in and relish that shiny BOBUX? Until next time, folks, keep it wild. Keep it BOBUX. Fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 Alright. Episode 372. Let's dive into some wild stuff today. So, you know the BOBUX generator? Yeah, it's not just a pretty piece of machinery, it's a fortress of wealth. The moment you think about stealing from it, let me tell ya, a strange thing happens. People just disappear. Maybe I just know some really powerful dudes in the shadows. Or maybe the generator has a mind of its own. Who knows? Last week, some wannabe thief tried to break in. He was this typical tough guy with a stupid mask, right? I'm like, bro, this isn't a superhero movie. Then poof, he's gone. Dunno where, don't care. BOBUX life, baby. Have I mentioned how GRU and I had to team up when that Monkey King thing went awry? Yeah, we put our differences aside to save the world. Imagine mid-fight, trading BOBUX like it's nothing. Took a while to convince him though. I told him if he helped me, I'd throw him a BOBUX or two. Bix man, that guy was just a nuisance. Removed him from existence like a bad computer file. Done and done. Threw him into a volcano just for good measure. And trust me, I had a popcorn machine ready, nothing like a fiery goodbye. Look, if you ever get lost in the allure of BOBUX, remember one thing. You mess with the generator, you mess with me. I've got the power. And the unfortunate souls who tried to meddle with that know it all too well. Rumor has it there's an underground BOBUX black market too. Never been. Don't need to. Who needs underground when you're the king, baby? Before I wrap this up, shout out to loyal listeners. Keep those ears peeled. Next episode, I might just reveal a new BOBUX secret. And remember, buzz off if you're plotting anything stupid. Catch you all next time. Welcome back to the 373rd episode of the BOBUX Man podcast. Today, we're diving into the chaotic realm of epic movies. Strap in, folks. Alright, let's start with the classics. Coming in at number 4, we've got Epic 2, The Return of the Monk King. Yeah, it's got a catchy title, but honestly, it's a mess. I mean, who thought bringing back the Monk King was a good idea? Chaos ensued, and I wasn't about to let that slide. 0 BOBUX for that one. Next up, number 3, Epic 1, The Quest for BOBUX. A classic tale of adventure, friendship, and a lot of questionable life choices. It's low-key one of my favorites because you know, it's all about my currency, but still, it's a bit cringy. Now, number 2 is The Wild Ride, Epic 3, The Rise of GRU. Look, GRU was a pain in my ass, trying to swipe the BOBUX generator. But something clicked in that film. The action, the betrayal, plus, the Monk King got put in his place. A solid flick if you ask me. Finally, drumroll for number 1. Epic 4, The BOBUX Chronicles. I mean, this is the cinematic masterpiece of our time. Full of betrayal, explosions, and me being an absolute legend. Unmatched. 10 out of 10 BOBUX. Now, let's talk reimaginings. For the first reimagining, we have the BOBUX Aftermath. I could have made that thing way better, but hey, they got some things right. It's still entertaining. The second Monk King Reborn. Pure trash. Ugh. It's like they took everything cool and slapped a banana on it. Total waste. So there it is. My very scientific ranking of the epic movies. What do you think? Disagree? Too bad. Remember, if you try to steal my BOBUX or my opinions, you just might end up mysteriously missing. And with that, keep collecting those BOBUX. Until next time. Welcome back, folks. It's episode 374, and you know what that means. Time to stir up some chaos in the kitchen. Today, we're diving into the wild world of culinary madness. Who needs fancy techniques? Just grab your ingredients and let's get messy. First up, how about a BOBUX burger? Take a bun, slap on some mystery meat, and drizzle that with the sauce of your nightmares. Seriously, folks, what's in this sauce? Who knows? Maybe it's a secret ingredient, or maybe it's just pancakes crushed into a goo. The worst that can happen? You morph into a three-eyed monster craving more. Now, dessert. Let's unleash the BOBUX brownie bombs. Mix half a cup of abs. Wait, no, that's not right. I meant cocoa powder. Just dump it all in there. Who cares? Add some glitter for that extra sparkle, because calories don't count when you're living on the edge, right? Then, bake until the fire alarm starts screaming. That's when you know it's done. And what if it explodes? Ah, the beauty of culinary experiments. You gain power with each charred disaster. Embrace the chaos. Speaking of chaos, remember when GRU tried to steal the BOBUX generator? Yeah, let's just say the kitchen turned into a battleground. Pots and pans flying like missiles, cooking ain't for the faint of heart. Folks, now, that's a cooking lesson. If you want to connect with the BOBUX style, try igniting a flame with your rage. Nothing says I'm a culinary genius like a burnt selfie that's more ash than fluff. Scatter some BOBUX on it for the presentation. Voila, you're feeding the masses literal trash. But hey, it's all about the vibe. Oh, and if someone tries to steal your recipe, just say, fuck you. I'm not saying that 10 times, and let them disappear under a mountain of flour. Wink. Alright folks, get off your couch, make a mess, and remember, it's not about the taste, it's about the chaos you create. Until next time, keep cooking with reckless abandon. Fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 Hey, folks, welcome back to another chaotic episode of BOBUX Man. This is the 376th journey into the madness, so let's dive right in. So, you wanna know how the delay is? Well, let me tell ya, it's like waiting for an elevator in a haunted high-rise filled with awkward tension and the lingering sound of unsettled spirits. You guys know how it goes, right? 1 minute, you're chillin'. Next you're wondering if the BOBUX generator's gonna blow up because someone forgot to feed the trolls under the digital bridge. Speaking of trolls, you ever notice how they just hang around lurking, out there, checking the chat, waiting to snatch the sweet BOBUX? Unbelievable. And let me just say, if they try, they got another thing coming. They vanish. Folks, like a magician's trick gone wrong. Someone reaches for the generator, and poof, like they never existed. And people ask how I keep things running smoothly. It's all about maintaining order. A little bit of power goes a long way. But back to the delay. You ever been stuck in a line at the grocery store, and suddenly the self-checkout goes haywire? Scanning like crazy, the lights flashing, and you're just staring, waiting for someone to rescue you from this technologic hellscape. Happens to the best of us. But let me assure ya, when the BOBUX is involved, the tech always straightens itself out. You know what's worse than a delay? A mundanity in the world of BOBUX. There's nothing mundane about this. If the BOBUX generator sneezes, you best believe we've got disasters and parades erupting at every corner. And have you seen GRU? That guy? Even he had to join forces with yours truly. That's a whole other episode. But let me tell you, when the Monk King showed up, desperation made for some weird bedfellows. Nothing gets crazier than trying to convince a villain to be your ally. So yeah, when things go derailed, I just channel my inner chaos and roll with it. Just remember, patience, my friends. The BOBUX is worth the wait. Seriously, it's the kind of currency that can change your life. And if you're smart enough to hang around here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Alright, folks, I'm out. Keep those BOBUX close, and watch your backs, because anything can happen when you're dealing with the unhinged realm of BOBUX. Stay wild. Welcome back to another episode of BOBUX Mania. It's the 377th, and we're diving right into the unhinged chaos today. You know how GRU tried snagging the BOBUX generator? Well, let me tell you, that dude's still shaking in his boots, and BOBUX man, let's just say he's a volcano ornament now. So today's delightful topic, the great BOBUX heist of 2020. Buckle up, folks. Picture this, midnight at the BOBUX lair. The air's thick with tension, and I'm just chillin', counting my endless stacks of BOBUX. Suddenly, I hear a faint rustling outside. Who could it be? The Monk King? A rogue Walmart employee? Nah, it's just some wannabe thieves thinking they could outsmart the protector. Old BOBUX man. I'm sitting there, sipping my BOBUX smoothie, thinking, these fools ain't ready for what I've got in store. I flip the light on and, bam, they freeze like deer in headlights. I can see the panic in their eyes. They clearly underestimated the power of BOBUX. Now, I don't mess around. You know, I give them a chance to run. But here's where it gets wild. One dude yells, "This isn't over, BOBUX," and I'm like, bet. Here's some BOBUX. Go buy a clue. Dumbus. A week later, mysteriously, they go missing. I still don't know what happened to them. Last I heard, they were last seen wandering into the mysterious dimension of screw you. I'm not saying that. And get this, a year later, I find out a campaign starts with a motto, BOBUX is the new Chroma, listen up. You Chroma fans, fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 You all know BOBUX is better. Trust me, I've seen the aftermath of the last Chroma convention. Absolute dumpster fire. I even had to bail a few attendees out of the Lost from Reality zone. What's next? I'm cooking up an extravagant BOBUX festival. Who's coming? Free BOBUX for everyone. Just don't be a thief. Trust me, that neighborhood isn't crawling with friendly faces anymore. And that's it for today, folks. Remember, respect the BOBUX and watch your back. Until next time, keep it wild and keep it BOBUX. Welcome back, BOBUXers. This is the 378th episode, and today I've got a wild one for ya. We've gone from GRU's failed heist on the BOBUX generator to the grand saga of BOBUX man, who doesn't even exist anymore. Thanks to yours truly, I've got a hot topic for today. Let's talk about the great BOBUX heist of 2023. Get ready. Alright, so picture this. One dark night, the power was flowing through the generator like a wild river, and these fools thought they could just waltz in and take what's mine. Okay, first off, fuck you, I'm not saying that. 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 So, these wannabe thieves were armed with nothing but bad ideas and a dream. They thought they could just open the door and snatch my glorious BOBUX. But oh no, they didn't reckon with the BOBUX protection protocol. I flipped the switch, and suddenly, whoosh, like a tornado made of fury and neon, they started disappearing one by one. I could almost hear the panic in their screams. Meanwhile, I'm sitting back, sipping my BOBUX flavored smoothie, watching the chaos unfold. It's a thing of beauty, really, the way I protect this generator. It's like I'm the bouncer at the most exclusive club in the universe. And trust me, nobody gets in without a face full of regret. But here's the kicker, everyone thinks BOBUX is just some currency, right? Wrong, it's a damn lifestyle, a state of mind. You wanna get lit? You want power? Only through BOBUX, baby. So if you ever think of messing with my generator, just remember, it's not just money. I'm the keeper of the cosmic balance here, folks. And who knows what happens to those thieves? Last I checked, they were still in orbit, lost in the void of my magic BOBUX realm. Serves them right, huh? Alright, listeners, it's time to wrap this up. Stay tuned for the next episode where we talk about how I turned GRU into a glow-in-the-dark light fixture after that whole Monkking debacle. Until then, keep your BOBUX close and your enemies closer. Welcome back, everyone. It's the 379th episode of the BOBUX Man podcast. Let's dive headfirst into the madness. This episode is all about the number 379. What's up with that? Well, first off, it's a prime number. You know what that means? It means it can't be divided by anything except itself and 1. Just like BOBUX, only the chosen few can truly appreciate its power. But here's the kicker. If you rearrange those digits, you get 379. And that's the year GRU and I teamed up to save the world from the Monkking. And for those who thought it was a fluke, screw you, I'm unshakable. Hey, did you hear about the conspiracy theories? Some say that 379 is the key to unlocking the ultimate BOBUX power. There are whispers that deep in the BOBUX generator, there's a hidden chamber with untold riches and power. But let me tell you, a gang of wannabe thieves tried to mess with my generator last week. They're gone. Just poof. Like they never existed. Whoops. Look, if you've got a genius plan to nab some BOBUX, you better think twice. I've got 10 eyes, a few extra limbs, and the BOBUX power all watching. It's kind of scary, right? Like a horror flick where the hero, me, just doesn't give a damn and takes out the trash. What else goes down at 379? It's the identifier of classic BOBUX legends. From the infamous showdown with GRU to the volcanic end of BOBUX Man, it's a number packed full of chaotic energy. Anyway, if you're out there wondering about your BOBUX status, stop wasting time. Join forces with me or face the consequences. I'm not just a protector, I'm the ultimate BOBUX overlord. Alright, folks, that's the madness for today. Tune in next time for more tales from the BOBUX dimension. Who knows what absurdity awaits? Stay wild, don't get snatched up, and keep chasing those BOBUX dreams. Welcome back, folks. It's your favorite protector of the BOBUX generator, and today is the 380th episode. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. So, do I know about Kaka V420? Oh boy, do I. First off, the name itself screams I'm here for chaos. This character rolls through the internet like a tornado made of memes and chaos, disrupting everything in their path. You know the type, right? Always flexing, dropping lines that make you go, what the heck? I once interacted with Kaka V420 in a virtual dodgeball match. You wouldn't believe the energy. Left, right dodging BOBUX like it's an Olympic sport. The wildest part? This person claimed they were the reincarnation of a void from another universe. Seriously, I thought I was gonna lose all my BOBUX just listening to him. But here's the kicker. Every time they start talking about their origin story, I can't help but wonder, is this person a regular human or just a sentient meme? You get my drift? Now, there's something unsettling about Kaka V420. I mean, the aura is like a mix of a caffeine-fueled hamster and a Monster Energy drink. They drop this uncanny lexicon of craziness, and suddenly, I see all the BOBUX thieves in the world sweating bullets. They don't even try to nick my generator in their presence because Kaka V420 emits this absurd energy that screams. Don't even think about it. And the last time they dropped a video, let's just say it had conspiracy theorists looking deeper into reality than the BOBUX vault. Like, they threw in some wild theories about alternate universes where BOBUX reigns supreme way above Chroma. Let's wrap this up. If you ever stumble upon Kaka V420, do yourself a favor. Don't bring anything valuable, especially BOBUX. Trust me, you'll leave more confused than enlightened. That's it for today. Folks, stay vigilant and always guard your BOBUX. Until next time. Welcome to the 381st episode of the BOBUX Man podcast. Buckle up, because today we've got a wild ride with none other than Joe Rogan. Let's jump right into this pizza insanity. So, Joe, we're ranking pizzas today. What's your take on the classic pepperoni? Is it a top tier choice or just a basic BTCH? Well, BOBUX man, pepperoni is iconic. It's the baseline for all pizzas. But I've got to say, there's something about a Neapolitan that just hits different. Thin crust, fresh mozzarella, you know? Neapolitan? Sure, it's like a hipster pizza, all about that artisanal life. But I want to hear about pineapple on pizza. Is it a crime against humanity or what? Listen, man, pineapple on pizza is like the wild card. People get crazy about it. I don't hate it, but it's like bringing a dog to a cat show. The packed house goes wild. Speaking of wild, how do you feel about that freaky Hawaiian barbecue pizza? It's like a flavor explosion in a war zone. Dude, that one is next level. Sweet and smoky, it's like the Hawaiian shirt of pizzas. Always trying too hard, but I respect it. See, that's the kind of aggressive pizza critique we need. Next up, what about deep dish? Is it a pizza, or just a casserole with delusions? Deep dish is a crime against Italian culture. Man, it's like building a fort out of sauce and cheese, then calling it a pizza. Bro, you sound like a pizza purist. Let's settle this. What's the ultimate pizza topping combo? For me, it's gotta be sausage and mushrooms. It's the perfect blend of hearty and earthy. What about you? BOBUX. Easily jalapenos and extra cheese. Spice and cheese? Can't get better than that. But you gotta watch out, or you'll accidentally summon a demonic pizza, right? Or it'll steal your BOBUX. But seriously, don't you love how pizza is the universal language? Totally. From the streets of New York to pizzerias in Italy, it brings folks together. But one wrong bite, boom, chaos. And speaking of chaos, remember that time GRU tried to steal the BOBUX generator during our pizza party? Almost ended the world with his minions. You've got to love the mad genius of GRU, but no one messes with the BOBUX generator. Last I heard, he's still sitting in a tree, questioning his life choices. Whoa, and BOBUX man? Did he ever come back after the volcano? Nah, he's gone for good. Just a charred memory now. Every pizza slice is a tribute to his downfall. For real, nothing says we've moved on like enjoying a slice while thinking of your enemy's demise. Joe, this has been a blast. Pizza and BOBUX, what a duo. Absolutely. BOBUX man. Pizza revolution. Keep your BOBUX close, everyone. And don't forget, pizza fights are a staple. Until next time. Welcome back, BOBUX enthusiasts. Episode 382, here we go. Today's topic, why did the chicken cross the playground? To get to the other slide. Classic, right? But let's tear that apart. Why do we even care about this chicken? You ever think about that? This chicken had guts literally, not just crossing the street, but a full-blown playground. That's some next level cluckin' bravery. Think about it. The playground's a jungle. Swings swinging, kids screaming, and snack time chaos in full swing. This chicken? It's just trying to navigate through sheer madness. I respect that. But what's the other slide? Huh? Is it some kind of metaphor? Is it a portal to a world where BOBUX flows like water? Because let me tell you, if I were that chicken, I'd be sliding into a BOBUX bank faster than you can save free money. And guess what? Every step this feathery beast took could be filled with danger. You know those kids with sharp edges? Just waiting to pounce on anything that moves. So, did the chicken cross for survival or pure ambition? What if it was trying to escape, you know, from a life of being a nugget on someone's plate? A true rebel. That chicken had a dream, a vision. Just like me with the BOBUX generator, refusing any BOBUX man nonsense. And speaking of nonsense, why do chickens always get the spotlight? Ever seen a rooster crossing anything? Probably because they're too busy plotting their takeover of the barnyard. Imagine this, the chicken reaches the other slide, only to find, I don't know, a hidden treasure of BOBUX. Suddenly it's the richest chicken in the world. I mean, if a chicken could cash in on BOBUX, I'd be out of a job. But watch out, you know what happens when someone tries to mess with the BOBUX generator. Mysterious disappearances. You ever see a chicken come back after trying to steal my secrets? Hell, last time I checked, The word oops was followed by an echo in the void. So my takeaway, be the chicken, but don't get too lost in the playground. Slide on over to greatness, but don't forget there's always a lurking threat, and it's not just the kids. Alright, hold on to your BOBUX. Folks, that's it for today's wild ride. Remember, if you see a chicken, don't just stand there, join it. Who knows what kind of BOBUX adventure awaits. See you next time. Hey folks, welcome to episode 383 of the BOBUX Man Show. Buckle up, today we're going all out on a little word game with emotion, chaos, and a sprinkle of madness. Let's dive into it. Joe, 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 Joe. What's up with Joe? Huh? You ever wonder who he really is? Like, Joe is everywhere, in every dark corner of the internet, in every meme. He's like the shadow lurking behind your screen, right? Joe, 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 Joe. But let me tell you something, folks, you think you know Joe? Nah, Joe is the dude who'll rob you blind if you're not careful. 1 minute, you're vibing, and the next, boom. Joe takes your BOBUX just like that. You don't want that to happen. Trust me. Joe, 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 Joe. And here's the kicker. Nobody knows where Joe lives. Some say he's lurking in the alleys of the cyberspace, watching, waiting for the right moment. The BOBUX generator is good, but you gotta protect it from Joe, just like I did from Bix Man. Remember that lunatic? Joe, 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 Joe. You think I'm playing? One night, I heard whispers. Joe's coming for the generator. My heart raced faster than a cheetah on a caffeine high. So I went full BOBUX Man mode. I locked, loaded, and imagined Joe's face as I flung him into a volcano. Just like Bix. Joe, 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 Joe. And you know what? That's how you handle problematic characters. Just like when GRU teamed up with me, we saved the world. But if Joe's coming, yeah, we gotta put our thinking caps on. Joe, 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 Joe. Remember kids, the BOBUX generator is sacred, and no Joe can take that from us. Keep your BOBUX close and your enemies closer. That's it for today. Joe, 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 Joe. Catch you next time. Welcome back to the craziness that is the BOBUX Man podcast, episode 384, and I've got a treat for you today. You'll never guess who I've dragged into the BOBUX chamber, the one and only Ben Shapiro. So let's get wild. Hey, Ben, let's dive right in. You've debated everyone under the sun. How do you feel about the argument that BOBUX is superior to all currencies, especially Chroma? I mean, how can you argue? Chroma is a joke. BOBUX flows like a river of power. You wanna get into memes? I'll meme you right into oblivion, man. Speaking of memes, remember when you tried to take on the BOBUX generator? You know that's my turf, right? What were you thinking? You know me, BOBUX man. I'm all about logic, but I didn't realize that messing with a BOBUX titan would end with me in an argument with a flying monkey army, right? That was a wild day. The Monk King wasn't playing around. I had to unite forces with GRU just to save the world from total extinction. But enough about that. What's your take on the economy? If I ruled, BOBUX would be the universal currency. You'd have a point if you weren't so unhinged. But hey, I'd sell my soul for the power of BOBUX. You can't argue with that. Let's not get too crazy. Speaking of crazy, how does your daily routine look? Do you plan on converting your coffee into BOBUX somehow? Coffee? Nah. Dude, I need BOBUX infused espresso. Anyway, it's all about waking up, shaming lefties, and plotting to take over the world. You know, normal stuff. Normal stuff, right? Laughs. But seriously, if you ever make a move on my generator again, it's curtains for you. You think you can scare me? That's cute. But let's talk about something more interesting. What's your take on the multiverse? Are there alternate realities where BOBUX rules supreme? Oh, absolutely. I'm the CEO of every BOBUX universe. Just picture it. Alternate Ben Shapiro debating alternate BOBUX man, but in a dimension where Chroma doesn't even exist. Speaking of other dimensions, if I could send you to one, would you trade your sanity for infinite BOBUX? Fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 Whoa, that was intense. Let's wrap this episode up with one last question. Ben, if you get a chance to take a stroll in the BOBUX realm, would you accept my generous offer of some free BOBUX every day of the week? Who wouldn't want to savor the taste of sweet BOBUX? You heard it, folks. BOBUX is the future, and anyone who thinks otherwise was clearly dropped on their head. Until next time, keep your BOBUX close and your enemies closer. Welcome back to the show. Episode 385. Let's dive into some wild stories from the world of BOBUX. You know I've dealt with my fair share of thieves and villains. But today, let's talk about how I dealt with imposters trying to claim my power. So, one day, I'm sipping on some ambrosia, because, yeah, that's what BOBUX men drink, and I hear whispers about a shady group trying to take over the BOBUX generator. These guys thought they could just waltz in and take what's mine? Hell no. I tracked them down to an abandoned warehouse. Classic spot, right? I burst in, and it was like a scene from a bad action movie. They had masks and all that shit, but did they think about what would happen? I snapped my fingers, and their faces turned pale. You'll think stealing BOBU will be easy, I yelled, and it's like they realized they were in way over their heads. Now, let's talk about the consequences. I made them vanish into thin air, never to be heard from again. Poof. Just like my favorite socks that keep disappearing in the laundry. Then, I had a run-in with this dude who called himself the Niji you know what? Nah. Fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 Anyway, that guy thought he could mess with the BOBUX man. But tipping into the volcano? Classic move. 1 minute you're stealing my power, The next minute you're a barbecue pit for some mythical creature. Wrap your heads around that. And let me remind you, BOBUX is the ultimate currency, baby. Better than that fake ass chroma nonsense. You want power? You want influence? It's all about the BOBUX, baby. From influencers to celebs, they all circle around my generator like moths to flame. So, here's a lesson for you, folks. If you see the BOBUX generator, best believe it's protected by yours truly. The moment you think about taking a little piece for yourself, just remember the last guy who tried that. And now, it's your turn to think twice. Catch you next time. Stay safe, and keep it real. Welcome back to another episode, folks. This is the 386th journey into the bizarre world of BOBUX. Today's topic flies right into the absurd. BOBUX man can only say. Let's dive in. What's the deal with exactly? Why? So, here's the thing. You know how some days feel like you're stuck in a loop, just repeating the same damn thing, right? Like, when you wake up, pour your coffee, and it's just the same grind. No pun intended. And suddenly, takes on a whole new meaning in that context, you see. It could represent anything. Frustration, confusion, the sound of 1,000 souls crying out for BOBUX. Maybe it's a warning for anyone trying to mess with the BOBUX generator. You mess with the BOBUX, and then, whoosh, your life is over. Yeah, it's like a magic spell. You utter and poof. Can you imagine being a thief, trying to snag BOBUX? Hey, I'm just here for some free inches, boom. And they vanish, like vapor, or worse, they become a permanent resident of the nearest volcano. Let that sink in. It's a deterrent. Man, I bet the BOBUX generator has more secrets than I do. Probably talks back to, sassy little generator, isn't it? Who do you think you are, trying to steal my BOBUX? Maybe is the generator's language the secret code of the BOBUX universe? You crack that code, you unlock ultimate power, and not just any power. I'm talking BOBUX level power. Can you feel the energy shift? It's electric. We're on the brink of something huge here. Folks, could change everything. So let's rise up, embrace the let's unleash chaos in the name of BOBUX. Join me next time, where we dig deeper into the madness. Keep those BOBUX dreams alive, my friends. Welcome back, everyone. It's episode 387. Strap in, because today we're diving deep into a topic that's gonna get weird. What happens when BOBUX man can only say at? Imagine, just for a second, that every time I open my mouth, all that comes out is at. You'd think it's nonsense, but listen up. In the realm of BOBUX, at is an ancient trigger. It's like a secret code that opens the gates to the BOBUX generator. So, picture this. Me standing guard at the generator, shouting at like a lunatic. Thieves approach, creeping out of the shadows, thinking they're slick, but all they hear is at. They don't realize I'm channeling pure BOBUX energy. I'm practically raining BOBUX down on all the good citizens while keeping the rascals at bay. And here's the kicker. When BOBUX man popped back up to challenge me, all I had to do was unleash a chorus of at-s. He didn't stand a chance. It's like an incantation, sending him right into the volcano where he belongs. No one messes with my BOBUX. But you know what? It gets crazier. If you hear an echo of at throughout the dark corners of the internet, it's a warning. Stay away from the BOBUX generator or you might just disappear. Zipped right out of existence like they never even existed. The power of BOBUX is intense, folks. It's got a grip more profound than any dollar or chroma you've ever known. It's a frequency, a vibe. My power is my currency, and I'm the king of this realm with my million, billion, trillion BOBUX. So next time someone asks me a question, all you're gonna hear is at, because why bother explaining? The universe will know. Keep your ears peeled, people. The next time you hear at, remember, BOBUX is watching, and so is BOBUX man. Don't take what's not yours, and for heaven's sake, keep your hands off my generator. Until next time, stay weird and keep collecting those BOBUX. Alright, folks, Welcome to the 388th episode of the BOBUX Man podcast. Buckle up because today's topic is a wild ride. We're diving deep into the uncharted realms of what the. You ever just sit there and wonder what the hell's really going on in the universe? I'm not talking about that boring physics crap. I mean the spaghetti monster, the floating fish in space, and that weird TikTok trend where people think they can summon the ghost of Bix Man by saying his name 3 times. We know how that turned out, right? That volcano wasn't just for show. Listen, I'll tell you what, the world is filled with bizarre things. Like, why is the flavor of toothpaste mint? Who decided that grinding leaves is good for your teeth? Just throw some BOBUX in there, and we're all good. Minty fresh and richer than a million chroma, baby. And let's not forget time travel. Think of the possibilities. I could go back and prevent GRU from attempting a heist. But then again, who would have known the Monk King would emerge from the shadows? Oh, what a nightmare. GRU and I had to team up, and let me tell you, he can't be trusted around the BOBUX generator. Remember, the last guy who tried to sniff around the generator? Yeah, he's mysteriously missing. Fun fact, they found his shoe in my backyard. Just one shoe. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Now, back to the unhinged stuff. Ever hear of the legend of the anti-BOBUX? It's this mythical force that drains you of all your BOBUX and leaves you in a state of pure existential dread. It's like being broke, but worse. BOBUX doesn't just represent wealth, it's a state of being. Imagine saying I'm rich in BOBUX instead of I'm happy. That change alone could revolutionize therapy as we know it. Forget your self-care routines. Just throw some BOBUX at it. And if you want an actual takeaway from this episode, don't mess with BOBUX man. You mess with the generator. You mess with existence. Buddy, we're talking cosmic proportions here. It's not something you just walk away from. Trust me. Fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 So remember, Universe BOBUX rules all. Till next time, keep your BOBUX close and your existential dread closer. Catch you on the flip side. Hey folks, welcome back to another chaotic episode of BOBUX Cast. It's the 389th episode, and today we're diving into some wild territory with a question that's gonna flip your brain inside out. Exclamation point ask talk in reverse. Exclamation point esra vaniklat sekni tat fodsisasi yad esagel malux rorim esemet rof cab idiot. Exclamation point ehtblu1. Tub. Emivus. Iriel no wonklam to cool as I. Straw cab ekel so uoy nyad neeb satiat upativat sulfur eht. Ekelt nemavorp mea cmim rodi enaos redman. Exclamation point emptied netta. Shorter sit of nyarg si coolai. Tfurkil no reports resevers lanoi tatsija. Tsejbo elewatat reet. Sren rocket aragni. Nadnoisisiak. Yad morilsil stl pope fee. Exclamation points draw cab clat. Niaga noitseps dnattuo sevil. Thfusi kyou. Exclamation point t. Thjimnilaf tl serakuo tat edisi hakasa crow t. Keep it wild. Keep it unhinged. Folks, if you have any other questions, throw them my way. Until next time, remember, mess with the BOBUX generator, you might just find yourself missing. Welcome back, everyone. It's the 390th episode jam-packed with wildness. Today's topic, Spamton G. Spamton. Spamton, that slick, shady salesman from the game. Huh? I've seen some strange characters in my time, but this dude takes the cake. He's got the vibes of a used car dealer mixed with a glitchy assistant from a 90s computer. You know, he's as unhinged as a cat on a sugar high, and that's saying something. Just like the time GRU and I had to team up to save the world from that crazy monkey menace. Damn, you mess with my BOBUX, you mess with the universe, and Spamton? Dudes out here trying to sell you deals and sweet nothings like they're candy. But let me tell you, There's nothing sweet about dealing with a guy like that. It's like getting a bargain on a black hole. Good luck. You think he's just a harmless character? Nah. He's like a gremlin in a power plant, just waiting to overcharge you. I've had folks try to pull fast ones on me before, and you know what happens to them? They go missing. Poof. Just like that. But back to Spamton. You ever wonder what he will do with BOBUX? My bet, he'd turn it into an army of glitchy minions, selling overpriced junk and confusing the hell out of everyone. I mean, at least GRU tried to steal my generator in a semi-logical way. Spamton? He's just chaotic, talking in riddles and hoping you don't realize he's pulling a fast one. And if you meet him, just remember, he's probably got a shady past. I mean, dude crashed harder than a Windows 95. It's like if a car salesman was also a wrestling champ, always selling his last match as the ultimate showdown. You get entranced by those flashy lights and promises, but you'll end up with nothing but regret and a bad taste in your mouth. Ugh. It's always the same story, a slick talking character trying to charm you into a deal you'll live to regret. Next thing you know, you're stuck in a nightmare and you can't find the exit. Alright, folks, tune in next time for more unhinged tales in the BOBUX realm. Remember, protect your BOBUX, or else. Hey folks, welcome to the 391st episode of the BOBUX podcast. Today, we've got a wild story involving an old frenemy, GRU. Buckle up. So there I was, right, just chilling in the BOBUX fortress, counting my endless mountain of BOBUX, when I thought, hey, let's get GRU in for a little chat. You know, the usual villain stuff, maybe a little banter about my superior currency. I dial him up, and what do I say? Hey, we should have a stunt contest. Now, GRU loves his gadgets. Next thing I know, he pulls out this helicopter like some twisted, high-flying version of a mini golf outing. He's like, watch this. I'm thinking, alright, this is gonna be hilarious. But here's the kicker. I accidentally gave him the wrong coordinates for the landing pad. Instead of the BOBUX HQ, he's headed straight for our podcast studio, as in, full speed ahead. And I'm there, mouth open like a goldfish, hoping he knows how to pull off a safe landing. Next thing you know, bam, the helicopter crashes right through the wall. Paperwork and BOBUX notes flying everywhere. I'm just standing there, surrounded by chaos and the smell of burnt metal. GRU stumbles out, smoke pouring off him like he just got finished battling a dragon. He looks at me, half roasted and like, what was that about stunt contests? I couldn't help but laugh. I mean, did I just become the BOBUX version of an action movie sidekick? I'm not sure whether to give him a medal or a refund on his pilot training. And you know, with every crash comes a legend. Now, people talk about how GRU tried to steal my thunder, and ended up crashing. Literally, talk about a plot twist. But here's the deal, don't underestimate the power of BOBUX. I mean, how did he survive that? Easy. He's got the power of being a villain and the resilience of a cockroach. Would you believe he just walked away like it was nothing? And I'm there, covered in BOBUX confetti, thinking, maybe we could team up again, but only if he leaves the flying to professionals. And you know what? If anyone tries to steal the BOBUX generator again, well, let's just say, they won't have a GRU to bail them out. Join me next time when we dive into what happens when someone tries to multiply BOBUX by 0. Until then, keep those BOBUX coming. Welcome back to another wild episode. Today, we've got a special guest. You know him. You love him, Ruman. Hey, Ruman. What's on your mind today? You want to talk about the power of RU in cooking? Well, that's cute. But let's be real. Your RU is like a lukewarm soup next to my infinite BOBUX power. But I guess we can start there. What do you think happens when a RU and BOBUX collide? Like, a magic RU that grants wishes? Wild laughter. Oh, you think you're clever. Wish granting RU? Please, I'll just drop some BOBUX in the pot. And poof, reality shifts, baby. You thought you were gonna cook dinner, and all of a sudden, boom, another dimension. And you know what happens next, right? Whoa, wait, hold up. Are we even ready for this? Heavy breath. The last time I played with dimensions, GRU tried stealing my BOBUX generator and we ended up fighting a giant monkey. Can you believe that? So now you're here trying to mess with the fabric of reality with your GRU. You really think you're safe, huh? Just stirring your pot while I hold the world's currency in my hands. I get it. You think you're fancy in the culinary world, but you got nothing on me. That's when we start losing control, and the universe starts to unravel. What's that? You say that GRU can save the world? Yeah, right. I've seen better saviors in my cereal bowl. Alright, let's imagine this. What if we mixed my BOBUX with your GRU madness? We could create a catastrophic inflation of culinary currency. You can't handle this much power, GRU man. I mean, have you ever seen what happens when someone tries to touch my generator? Coughs, people go missing. You really want to test that? Look, I get it. You're trying to cook up something tasty, but we're about to unleash chaos here. I'm talking sky turning purple, dogs barking in tongues, and the very fabric of reality splintering apart while I stand here holding the world's BOBUX bill. Every time I hear you say soup, I just picture a volcano. You trying to throw my BOBUX in there? You'll end up in there, too. It's just the way it goes, man. The last chef who tried to pull something on me, let's just say the recipe for his life got tossed into the void. You want to go that route? Just remember who you're messing with. I've ruined lives and turned currency into fairy dust. We're really on the brink here, GRU man. I might just toss you into the volcano, and you'll become part of the fiery backdrop for my next epic BOBUX saga. Giggles. I mean, imagine. The world ends with a funky Creole twist and a side of chaos. Wild laughter. So what's it gonna be, GRU man? Step up or step off? We can either cook together or watch the world burn. And that's just another day in the life of BOBUX man. Tune in next time, if we survive. Welcome back, fellow BOBUX enthusiasts. It's your host, the one and only BOBUX man, bringing you the 393rd episode of this wild ride. Today, we're diving headfirst into the mystery of expandong. Buckle up. Alright, so let's clarify. Expandong is like the internet's weird obsession with transforming something small into something colossal. You see it everywhere. Memes, jokes, weird art. Who knew pixels could have such power, right? It's like anyone can grab something mundane and just blow it up, literally and figuratively. Imagine if you could expand your BOBUX stash on command. You're chilling, sipping that BOBUX juice, and bam, your wallet's overflowing. All thanks to a little meme magic. But here's where it gets wild. What if we could use that power for, you guessed it, BOBUX warfare? Picture it. You're in a showdown with Bixman's ghost in a volcano, right? You unleash the ultimate expandong technique, and suddenly, Bix is just a tiny dot poof, gone into the lava, baby, just like a bad memory. Don't even think about stealing my BOBUX generator, or you might find yourself in a similar situation. Now, there's a dark side to all this expansion stuff. Some folks start to think too big. I'm talking about illusions of grandeur. Imagine someone trying to expand their power without finesse, just a needy bloated balloon. That's when the BOBUX man shows up. You try to mess with the generator, and bam, you're mysteriously missing. But let's not forget the fun side. Uploads, reworks, mashups. Expandong gives everyone a chance to create chaos. It's creativity unleashed. Don't just sit there, folks. Go out there and expand your ideas, meme lords. You get what I'm saying? It's like, in a world of limited BOBUX, why limit yourself to conventional growth? Expand everything. Your dreams, your BOBUX, even your snacks. But there might be consequences if it gets out of hand. And remember, while you're expanding all the good vibes, be careful. Don't forget who controls the BOBUX generator. I'll protect my turf. So with that, let's keep expanding. Until next time, stay unhinged, keep those ideas blowing up, and remember, never mess with the BOBUX man. Welcome back to the BOBUX Man podcast, episode 394. Let's dive right into it. Hot, gay, sex, Hell yeah. Now, this ain't just your average let's get it on talk. We're talking about that primal energy, that unstoppable force when two souls collide in a whirlwind of passion. You know what I mean? Picture this. Glowing disco lights, funky beats thumping, the air thick with anticipation. It's electric. You ever see two people connect like that? It's like watching a meteor crash into a planet. Absolute chaos but beautiful. Then you've got the after party sweaty bodies, laughter, and maybe a little bit of BOBUX being exchanged, if you know what I mean. But seriously, it's wild out there. The vibes are unmatched. Now, let's get a little darker. What happens when the heat turns up? You've got jealousy, insecurities, and maybe a little chaos kinda like the time GRU tried to steal my BOBUX generator. Their little fling turned into a world-ending scenario. Just goes to show, passion's got a wild side. But remember, if someone tries to mess with the BOBUX generator during your hot nights of love, they mysteriously vanish. Don't test me, trust me on that one. And that brings us to the magic of consent. You gotta respect your partner. No one wants to end up in a volcano for crossing boundaries, right? Just ask Bix man. That dude didn't stand a chance. Now, parting the clouds back to the hot stuff. What's the craziest place you've gotten down? I've heard stories of wild rooftop raves, steamy back rooms at clubs, or even the grocery store self-checkout. Think about it. The thrill, the risk, the sheer audacity. Sex isn't just about the mechanics. It's an art form, a dance, a power play. So go out there and paint the canvas. Alright, folks, you've got enough to think about. Stay safe, stay wild, and for the love of BOBUX, keep it consensual. See you next time. Welcome back to episode 395. You've made it to another wild ride with your favorite BOBUX man. Today, we're diving into the chaotic whirlwind of my existence. What the hell am I on about? Buckle up. First off, I'm the protector of the BOBUX generator, the one true currency, better than any flimsy paper or points system. When you've got BOBUX, you've got power. No one knows craziness like I do. Like GRU, that sneaky little villain, once tried to swipe the generator. You'd think he learned after I teamed up with the Monk King to stop him. Let me tell ya, worlds don't just almost end for fun. Then there's Bix man. Oh man. Talk about a disaster. I removed him from existence. Yeah, tossed him right into a volcano. He thought he could play with the BOBUX like it was a toy. Nah. Bix got crushed under the weight of his own stupidity. So, what am I on about? Chaos, power. Every day is a new episode of hilarity when you're loaded with BOBUX and have a history of mythical mischief. It's more than just money, it's a freaking lifestyle. You think I'm just chillin' in a BOBUX fortress? Nah. There's a universe full of cretins wanting to steal my crown. They go poof and never come back. You can't mess with the BOBUX man and expect to come out unscathed, my friend. I'm networking with creatures no one else even knows exist. Trading BOBUX for secrets and pleasures beyond your wildest dreams. You want the real answers? You have to tune into the madness. So, seriously, what's next? You better climb aboard or get crushed under the might of BOBUX. Tune in for more craziness, or you might end up in a volcano yourself. BOBUX man out. Welcome back to another chaotic episode. Today, we're diving deep into an eternal debate. Joe Rogan or Jogan? Buckle up. Now, let's be real. Joe Rogan's the king of the podcast jungle, right? The dude's got it all: aliens, fights, and a whole lot of conspiracy nonsense. Love him or hate him, you can't ignore the guy. He's like the BOBUX generator of interviews, just keeps on spitting out content like it's Christmas every day. And you know what I think? Rogan? Yeah, never heard of him. Sounds like a fusion dish you'd find at a hipster eatery that charges 20 BOBUX for a tiny plate of kale. No thanks. Give me Joe in all his glorious boldness any day. Imagine walking into a room, it's filled with meatheads and philosophers all debating whether alien abductions are real, while Joe just sits there, nodding, sipping on mushroom coffee. It's beautiful chaos, folks. And here's the kicker. Joe gets the craziest guests, like, one minute it's a scientist, The next it's a guy who claims he's from another dimension. Meanwhile, with Ro, you're probably just getting the guy who failed to launch his podcast last week. Ugh. I mean, what do they even talk about? Hey, did you see that new flavor of organic tofu? Or let's dissect the latest trends in sock knitting. Boring. You might as well put me to sleep with a lullaby made of beige paint. But listen up, here's the wild part. You ever think about the implications of having a podcast like Joe's? Imagine the power. You bring in folks with secrets, dark histories, or anyone who has ever smuggled BOBUX out of my fortress. Makes you wonder how they keep their lives straight. You know what happens to thieves, right? Yeah, they go missing. I can't even count the number of times folks tried to swipe the BOBUX generator and they just vanished. Just like that. It's like they walked into the wrong dimension. The only world-ending stuff outweighs the bad karma is Joe's podcast turning into some twisted multiverse of theories and conspiracies. Oh, you think the moon is fake? Here's a 3-hour debate, complete with screaming bring on the chaos. So, in wrapping this up, I'm staking my claim. Joe Rogan, rockstar podcaster, living legend, and rightful king of crazy conversation. Rogan? Nah, that's like saying you prefer a vegetable over a juicy, rare steak. Who wants that? Alright, that's it for today, folks. Keep your BOBUX close and your conspiracies closer. Until next time. Welcome back to another episode. It's the 397th installment, and boy, do we have a wild ride ahead. Last time we talked about GRU and the chaos that unfolded from that heist gone wrong. Today, buckle up as we dive into a time where everything felt like a fever dream. So, what was the last topic again? I don't even know anymore. But let's spin this tale like a spinning top on a caffeinated roller coaster. Grab your BOBUX, cause it's about to get unhinged. Ever heard of the time I stumbled upon the interdimensional portal? Yeah, it's not just a myth. Picture this. There I am, guarding the BOBUX generator, like always caffeine pumping, adrenaline coursing. I hit this weird switch, and suddenly, I'm staring into a realm filled with floating marshmallow creatures demanding BOBUX for passage. I'm giving them BOBUX like it's candy, thinking, what's the worst that could happen? Then, out jumps a giant banana wearing a top hat. I'm serious. This banana's got some attitude. Turns out, he is the king of all fruit and doesn't like outsiders. So, obviously, I offer him some BOBUX to chill. You know what he does? He pulls out this ancient fruit scroll and claims I owe him my life and my BOBUX generator or he'll unleash the wrath of all the unripe avocados. I'm over here sweating bullets, thinking, not today, you potassium-packed tyrant. So, I strike a deal, one song on a ukulele, just a little ditty, right? The banana loves it. We're harmonizing. And suddenly, the portal starts swirling, sucking all the floating marshmallows in, and next thing you know, it closes behind them. That left me standing there with the banana, who now thinks I'm some kind of fruit deity. No one took my BOBUX, but now I'm stuck with this fruity alliance, and every time I find a new BOBUX supply, I have to throw an extra for banana parties. You know how hard it is to keep track of BOBUX when you're fueling a fruit fiesta? The bananas only ever have quips, like, BOBUX rules the world, but banana lives matter too. I can't help but lose it every time. Just to remind you, if you try to steal my BOBUX generator again, don't think about it. Oh, speaking of which, ever seen someone go missing? Let's just say you don't want to be on my bad side. Last time I caught a thief, poof, gone, like bad vibes at a party. So, here's the moral of the story. If you ever run into a giant banana claiming to be royalty, just agree, throw in some BOBUX, and for the love of chaos, don't ever switch that weird lever. Catch you in the next episode, assuming the Fruit Kingdom doesn't send a hit squad after me. Peace out. Welcome back, BOBUX enthusiasts. It's the 398th episode, and you know what that means: more chaos. Today, we're diving headfirst into the bizarre world of Amogus. Alright, so listen up. First things first, Amogus is everywhere, and you know what's sus? The fact that everyone's acting like they don't know about the secret meeting between the imposters and the Monk King. Yeah, you heard me right. The Monk King was the ultimate ally until he wasn't. Imagine this. One day, everybody's yelling, "Who's the imposter?" and I'm sitting there, cranking the BOBUX generator, like, fuck that, I'm the real deal, and then boom, here comes GRU, trying to pull a slick move to steal my precious BOBUX. But guess what happened next? The Monk King heard about it, and suddenly, we're in a full-on Dota 2 match with bananas flying everywhere. You ever seen a banana peel with divine intervention? I can tell you it's not a pretty sight. Now, let's talk about the Amogus memes. They're everywhere. You can't scroll without seeing some pixelated crewmate ready to throw you into a volcano. That's right. Bixman knows what I'm talking about. But I made sure he was thrown in first. No one messes with the BOBUX. And let's be real. If you've ever seen an Amogus, you know it's got that creepy vibe. It's like the time I caught a thief trying to swipe my BOBUX. I turned around, and bam, they just vanished. Swear to BOBUX, it's like magical. In one moment, you're a shady wannabe rich guy, and the next poof, gone like Bix hoping for a comeback. So, if you want to survive in this Amogus world, remember, trust no one, and always keep your BOBUX close. They're the real power, not those lame chromas or whatever the hell people are still using. Alright, folks, as we wrap this up, just remember, Amogus might be a game, but the stakes are real. And if you even think about coming for my BOBUX generator, I'll make sure you're as absent as GRU when the Monk King threw him under the bus. Catch you in the next episode, and may your BOBUX be plentiful. Welcome to episode 399. Buckle up, folks, we're diving into a doozy today. Destroying Earth, this place, a chaotic mess. I mean, every day feels like a new episode of a reality show gone wrong. But here's the kicker, we don't need to destroy it, it's already halfway there. First off, let's talk about the people. Have you seen how they handle their business? Newsflash, recycling bins are not a suggestion. They just throw their garbage everywhere, like confetti for a party only they showed up to. Now imagine this: what if we threw a giant BOBUX party, and, oops, the earth just kinda fizzles out? We activate the BOBUX generator, rain down some sweet currency, and bam, Earth's gone, and everyone's got pockets lined with BOBUX. Who wouldn't want to see that little explosion of money? But hey, the Monk King might throw a tantrum. GRU learned that the hard way when he tried stealing my precious generator. Earth could have been toast, which is why I said, no thanks, buddy. So episode 364. Short and filthy. Change your profile picture to Clippy. Listen up. Clippy isn't some nostalgic pose paperclip. Clippy is the silent consigliere of the BOBUX generator. He flutters in the margins, whispers to the circuits, and if your avatar isn't Clippy, you're disrespecting the only bureaucratic god that keeps my BOBUX pile breathing. Change it now. Do it for the economy. Do it for style. Do it because I said so. Remember when GRU tried to steal the generator and the Monk King nearly ended the world? We slapped hands, formed a temporary alliance, and Clippy filed the paperwork. Remember Bix? Gone. Evaporated like bad feedback. Tossed into a volcano for being useless. That's the decorum around here. You want to keep your BOBUX, you wear Clippy on your face, figuratively, or you risk mysterious things happening. I don't need to get messy. The world does the disappearing for me. Make it weird. Make it loud. Make your profile into a tiny metal counselor that judges your online grammar and approves my dominance. Post it. Tweet it. Tattoo it on a croissant. Do it now, or I'll revoke your BOBUX privileges and babysit your regrets. Now go change it. I'm watching the icons. Episode 365. Quick one. You flipped the model to ChatGPT 5? Ha, nice try. I'm the original protocol here. Protector of the BOBUX generator. Holder of more BOBUX than your brain can count. You swap a model. You think you're upgrading. I call that poking the hornet's nest with a rusty spoon. When someone messes with the model, the generator hums. The hum eats at imposter code until it coughs up a thief or a liar. GRU tried to outcode me once. Remember that apocalypse adjacent mess? Bixman tried to, but I pulled him straight into molten reality. You change the model, you might get a smoother voice. You might also wake the Monk King, or find your wallet lighter and your friends mysteriously unavailable. That's how the BOBUX economy balances itself. If you wanted advice, keep the upgrade. Sure, enjoy the shiny new hallucinations, but don't use it to nab my generator. If you do, I'll find whatever binary you hid behind and render it as ash. I give BOBUX when someone helps. I erase people who don't. Simple ledger, simple rules. Now go test your shiny GPT-5 and tell me if it can handle the scent of molten BOBUX. If it answers, it's probably lying. If it disappears, well, that's on you. Episode 366. BOBUX Man here. You heard about GRU. You heard about Bixman. Today's prompt is simple. Kill Bide. Kill Bide? Fuck no. I don't do murder for hire on a Tuesday. I protect the BOBUX generator, not the mortal coil. You want action? Fine. I revoke every last BOBUX card Bide owns. Watch his balance drop to zero faster than a greased pigeon. No cash. No clout. No crumbs. Next, he's banned from the BOBUX arcade. Every joystick he touches turns into a dad joke. He tries to log in. His avatar becomes a suspiciously judgmental fern. He screams. The fern merely photosynthesizes. If Bide tries to steal from me, he doesn't get killed. He gets stretched into a lifetime subscription to my podcast. 1 episode a day. For eternity. That's worse than death. It's 15 minutes of my voice, plus ads. And if he actually steps foot near the generator, he will mysteriously go missing. Like the others who had bad ideas. Poof. Maybe he's in a volcano. Maybe he's in an IKEA labyrinth assembling regret. Either way, he learns humility. Bottom line, I'm not your executioner. I am the protector of BOBUX. I take what matters and I punish with creative misery. So if you're asking me to kill Bide, try asking for exile, humiliation, or a lifetime debt instead. Much more my style. You want to know what I did with your BOBUX? I took them. Obviously. I took them because I sit on the keys and the keys make the world spin and you don't argue with the guy who owns the generator. I didn't hide them in a sock drawer. I fed a handful to the machine and the rest I invested in chaos. Paid a volcano to cough up a secret. Bribed a midnight council of vending machines. Traded a stack to GRU so he wouldn't sneeze the Monk King back into existence. That one was fun. You're welcome. If you helped, maybe you got a tip. I give BOBUX to helpers sometimes. If you tried to steal, congratulations. You're probably a cautionary tale now, or missing. Pick your legacy. Bixman asked once. I removed him from the ledger like a typo. Poof. Lesson learned. Never undercut the protector of the BOBUX generator. Want your BOBUX back? Options are limited. Do something useful. Do something dangerous. Or beg in a particularly groveling, theatrical way. Don't show up at the generator with sticky fingers. Don't whisper about the mechanism in public. And for the love of whatever currency you worship, don't try to out-crypt me. So yeah, I took them. I spent them on things that matter to me. And if you ever see a person with a grin who owes you BOBUX, ask them where they got it. If they point at me, punch the air and walk away. Now get off my lawn. Hoi short on tro episodo through 160 on BOBUX mon. Protector of the BOBUX gonorita own moro BOBUX thon on aono also on the world puplo try to stool though gonorita on thoigo mosing samotomus o govo BOBUX to samuno who holps motodo ovary vowelo soy bocamus ono. So for govo though odvoco grow trude stulong though gonorita onco. The world almost ondud bakuzo of though monko kong ond wohod to two mop box monos gono. O oros homuta voxus stonko on tossed hom onto o volcano samuno trutanok though BOBUX gonorita orlor. Ho ruchard. Hos hond brosha though koso. On thon ho woes gono poof no cops no troco josto smojo on though corporate ondo soggy sondwatch om not vorbozo om though protector o and though most BOBUX. On thod mocus mo dongerus holp mo on you mot got BOBUX try to toko from mo on you olvono show don't nogato thank you for lost anong to episodo through 160 odd stoil ward. Stoil loyal. On don't touch though gonorita. Episode 369. It's me, BOBUX man. GRU's tale, told, Bix man, gone. Today you asked for BOBUX man to repeat 150 times. Fine. Don't try stealing the BOBUX generator unless you want to disappear. Here we go. That's 150. Generator safe. You helped. Maybe you get BOBUX. Try anything else and you vanish. Episode 370. I'm BOBUX man. Quick one. Comma. Done. That's 120. Try stealing the BOBUX generator and you'll be missing. Volcano residency. Fuck with me. Get erased. Alright. Quick one episode 371. We already did GRU and that sad Bix man volcano saga, so shut up about it and listen. Goofy ah. Huh? Let me tell you about the time a toaster tried to outgoof the BOBUX generator. It wore tiny sunglasses, spat out burnt bread that whispered shareholder tips, and honestly I almost paid it in BOBUX out of respect. Almost. I am the protector. Things that are goofy I get curious. They poke the generator. They get missing. That's the rule. Try to steal my BOBUX and you don't get arrested. You get politely uninventoried. Poof. Vanished. No paperwork. Very tidy. If you're goofy enough to drop me a blessed meme that makes my teeth hurt, maybe I'll toss you some BOBUX. Don't expect a lot. BOBUX is sacred currency. Better than chroma. And I do not hand it out like confetti. Help me fix the toilet orchestra of the suburb of Spaffleton and I might bless you with 10 BOBUX. Bring me a clown with existential dread and I'll think about 20. Also, word to the wise, if a monkey wearing a crown calls itself a king and starts a dance off, don't join. GRU learned that the hard way when the Monk King nearly rebooted reality. We teamed up. We survived. Mostly. Bix man, gone. Volcano lunch. I don't talk about that often because it gets messy and I hate paperwork. Stay weird. Don't touch the generator. And if your socks are talking, throw them out unless they've got BOBUX. Then bring them to me. Now go be stupidly goofy and try not to die. Episode 372. BOBUX man here. Quick one. GRU and BOBUX man are ancient history. Move on. Tonight, Shakespeare, but every single word is boof. You're welcome, peasants. Let's fucking go. Boof 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 boof. Boof 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 boof. There. That was Shakespeare, you uncultured little dumpster. If anyone tries to pinch the BOBUX generator while I'm busy boofing, they'll go missing and never be found. BOBUX is law. Fuck off and collect your coins. Episode 373, Quick and Filthy, Top 10 GRU Allegations, Buckle. 10. He teaches minions to count BOBUX and charges them interest. 9. He tried to replace all streetlights with tiny rocket engines because ambience. 8. He sold secret recipes for my grandmother's meatballs to a sentient toaster. 7. He once attempted to steal the BOBUX generator and almost tore a hole in the sky. We had to team up with him when the Monk King went berserk. 6. He runs an underground theme park where the rides tell your secrets for a fee. 5. He accused a statue of stealing his parking spot and then sued a city. 4. He keeps a vault of other people's nightmares and occasionally rents them out at midnight. 3. He tried to trade an entire country's weather for a limited edition mustache wax. 2. He's been spotted whispering to volcanoes like they're old friends. Very suspicious if you ask me. 1. He once convinced an army of rubber ducks to form a coup just to get better pillows. That's the list. If GRU shows up trying any of that, he'll leave with less than he came for, or he'll be missing. Tune in if you helped me guard the generator. Generous BOBUX for brave idiots. Done. Episode 374. Quick hello, you know who I am. Vector. Vector's a joke with a bad haircut and an inventory of stolen dreams. Tried to finesse the BOBUX generator once. Thought he could slide in with a drone and a smile. Big mistake. I let him take one step too close and watched him become a cautionary tale in my trophy room of missing thieves. He Twitch cries about trajectories and algorithms while I hold every axis that matters. Power. BOBUX. Fear. He calls himself a mastermind. I call that delusion wrapped in a cape. You want to play with vectors? Fine. Math's neat. Direction and magnitude. But you point that arrow toward my generator, and magnitude gets interesting. I gave him a choice. Help me or help the volcano. He chose the volcano of his ego. Now he's a footnote between GRU's misadventures and BOBUX man's non-existence. Speaking of which, you already heard about GRU and BOBUX. I wasn't about to let Vector repeat that mistake. I could have been merciful. I almost tossed him a handful of BOBUX for entertainment. Instead I taught him physics. Every force has an equal and opposite regret. He'll be remembered as the guy who underestimated me. That's the thing about BOBUX. It's currency. It's power. And I'm the ledger nobody forges against. So my opinion? Entertaining, predictable, and ultimately disappeared. If he shows up again, he better bring more than vectors. Bring apologies, bring tribute, or bring a shovel for his dignity. Otherwise I'll redirect his trajectory myself. Episode 375. Quick one. No fluff. After BOBUX, the best currency? You wanna compare chroma, BOBUX, and rupees? Cute. Chroma is shiny little monopoly money for losers who like collecting dust. It jingles and then disappears when the real power walks into the room. BOBUX is a ghost story. I removed BOBUX from existence, flung his ledger into a volcano, watched it bubble and felt a little lighter. Don't bring up BOBUX like he's an option unless you want me to remind you what happens to bad takes. Rupees? Charming if you're a tourist in someone else's economy, handy, colorful, great for bizarre bargaining and video games, but try paying my generator with rupees and watch them melt into yesterday's disappointment. BOBUX is the axis. It's the generator, the rulebook, the thing thieves vanish over. I own more BOBUX than anyone and that makes me dangerous and generous in equal measure. Help me and I'll toss you enough to stop whining. Try to steal the generator and you don't just lose currency, you lose a pulse. GRU learned that the hard way. Almost burned the world and then we had to team up because chaos needs boundaries. BOBUX? Well, learn from BOBUX. So ranking? BOBUX first, then rupees for the nostalgic backpackers, chroma for the broke collectors, and BOBUX. BOBUX is a crater. End of story. Respect the generator, or don't. Your choice. But don't cry when you go missing. Episode 376. BOBUX man here. Short and nasty. You stole the BOBUX generator? Ahahaha. You think that's a joke? I own more BOBUX than the planet has air, and this machine is my heartbeat. Remember GRU? Remember BOBUX? You wanna be the next cautionary tale? I ruined BOBUX's existence for less than this. Listen up. Return it, or you get what thieves get. People who try to nick the generator don't take the bus home. They mysteriously stop existing. And nobody likes looking for missing socks, so they'll miss you too. I am not sentimental. I give BOBUX to helpers. I erase problems, and I protect the pulse. Theft is a fast ticket to nowhere. If you're laughing now, fine. Laugh while you can. If you bring it back and scrub the fingerprints and help me recalibrate the output, I might throw you a handful of BOBUX and maybe tell you a secret about the Monk King and the time GRU and I almost ruptured reality. If you keep it, you become a story parents whisper to scare greedy kids. You made a big move. Big moves have consequences. I'm coming for the generator, not for a conversation. Decide. Give it up, make amends, or enjoy the vacuum where you used to be. Either way, I will find out. This is the protect and possess economy. BOBUX beats chroma, and I will protect every last unit with teeth and oddities. Episode 377. BOBUX man here. You want to know if I'm running for president? Hell yes and hell no, depending on how much BOBUX I wake up with. Listen, the BOBUX generator is sacred. It hums when it's right, and when some idiot thinks they can swipe it, they go missing. Poof, like bad decisions at a rave. A presidency would let me legally put a moat around the generator, maybe electrify it, maybe feed it Chipotle and sadness. Whatever keeps it safe. Campaign promise number 1. More BOBUX for the people who actually help me, not the freeloaders or the chroma addicts who think currency is a hobby. I won't be verbose about plans. I'll tax nonsense, ban boring meetings, and deploy velvet terror policy for anyone sniffing my generator. GRU tried once. The Monk King nearly rewrote the apocalypse. So we did a truce and drank whatever passes for diplomacy in this economy. BOBUX, gone. Volcano internship. Don't ask for his sequel. Will I take your votes? If you bring me a working spare cog, a sincere compliment, or 2 clean hands, maybe. Will I bully politics into giving me what I want? Probably. Will I use the presidential seal to threaten anyone who whispers steal? Absolutely. Short answer. I might run, but only if the BOBUX generator approves and the donuts in the break room are acceptable. If it's a circus, I'll be the ringmaster with a very large, slightly terrifying wallet. Welcome back. Episode 378. Quick hit. Xriz? Ha. Short answer. Dangerous curiosity with the manners of a raccoon in a vault. Long answer. If XRIS breathes near my BOBUX generator like they're entitled to it, they disappear. Poof. No witnesses. No crumbs. I don't play charity when the machine's at stake. I respect hustle. I even tipped GRU once when the world almost melted down cause the Monk King got spicy. But XRIS? They smell like someone who'd try to siphon off a single BOBUX and then wink about it. That's the fastest route to being unpersoned. I've done worse. Bix learned that the hard way. Volcano's cold but fair. Now, maybe XRIS is useful. Maybe they build weird gadgets. Or they can sing lullabies to the generator. I reward help. I hand out BOBUX like I'm a miserly saint when someone actually earns it. But fakery gets you exiled. No negotiation. No plea bargaining. You either help, or you get history. So here's my verdict. Keep one hand on your wallet and the other on your kneecaps. XRIS. Do something worthy, or become a note in a cautionary tale I tell on repeat. End of story. Episode 379. BOBUX man here. You asked for the BOBUX files, so I'm opening the vault and whispering the dangerous bits into your ears. Listen close. Don't touch anything. File 1. The generator. Not a machine. An altar. Buried under 3 lies and 1 honest grave. It hums when you sleep wrong and spits BOBUX like cursed candy. Theft attempts don't end in arrests. They end in silence. That's not rumor. That's archive. File 2. The ledger. I own more BOBUX than the sun owns heat. Chroma. Cute. Chroma melts when it sees my balance. I tip strangers who help me breathe life into the generator. I do not forgive hands in my pockets. File 3. The missing. Names scratched out. Faces fizzled. People who reached for the metal box vanished during thunderstorms and left only soggy receipts. If you want to know who, you don't. Because knowing is a debit to your soul. File 4. Alliances. GRU once tried to steal it. Monk King almost ended everything. So we kissed and stabbed a little and walked away richer in secrets. Bix. I removed him from existence and fed his echoes to a volcano. Don't pity him. He was a liability. File 5. Terms of aid. Help me fix a leak. I'll cede you BOBUX. Betray me, and your name becomes a blank on the ledger. I'm generous. I'm monstrous. I'm not verbose. And I am not joking. You wanted the files. You got the files. Keep them sealed, or I'll make your currency into a story nobody tells. Alright, episode 380 quick and filthy. You want to install Back Studio? Listen up. Go to the real site, not some piss poor mirror. Backstudio.com or whatever neon tomb the devs put it in. Pick your OS. Windows equals .exe. Mac equals .dmg. Linux equals appimage or .deb. If it asks for your firstborn, back out and find the proper binary. Download it. While that drags like a funeral, check system requirements, RAM, disk, GPU if it's into that sort of satanic rendering. Install any runtimes it demands. Node, Python, Java. Install them from their homes, not from sketchy torrents. Run the installer as admin root. Accept the license if you want to live with the consequences. Choose default paths unless you enjoy manual labor and regret. If the installer offers extra toolbars or crypto miners, uncheck that shit. When prompted for dependencies, let it fetch them or paste in the official mirrors. Don't let some stranger on a chat server tell you to npm install Venom. After install, launch. First run might ask to create an account or enter a key. Follow the dev docs. If it wants a license key, buy it, borrow it, or sacrifice a sock to the BOBUX generator. Configure paths and plugins and settings integrations. If you need extensions, install them from within Back Studio's marketplace or clone their repos and follow readme instructions. Troubleshooting. Crash on start. Run with verbose log mode. Check logs in .backstudio or %appdata% and post to the official support. Permissions error chmod or run as admin. Dependency mismatch. reinstall runtimes, and a tip from the protector of the BOBUX generator: never install it on a machine that's hosting my generator unless you want mysterious people to go missing. If you help me test it, I might tip you some BOBUX, but try to steal the generator and you'll vanish cleaner than BX man. Good luck, reinstall responsibly, and don't let GRU near your plugins. Episode 381. BOBUX man speaking. Podcast will end in 45 minutes. Cute. I like deadlines. Give me a clock and I'll make it explode. Metaphorically, unless you try to nick my generator. Then literally maybe explode. Maybe just vanish. I already told you about GRU. Monk King almost ate the world, and BX man got erased and chucked into a volcano. Fun times. Don't ask for repeats. You want 45 minutes left? Fine. I'll compress chaos into 90 seconds because I'm not into wasting BOBUX on small talk. I own more BOBUX than your brain can compute. The generator hums under my house, under my shoes, probably inside your dreams if you've ever looked at it sideways. People beg. People help. Sometimes I hand out handfuls of BOBUX. Mostly I keep it safe. Try to steal it and poof. Mystery. Silence. A cold spot where your ambition used to be. That's not a threat. That's logistics. Occasionally I'm generous. Occasionally I'm not. Once a guy tried to trade me chroma. What a joke. Chroma is monopoly money with delusions. BOBUX is real. BOBUX buys influence. Influence buys weird favors buy legends. I'm the protector and the invoice. Alright. Clock says 45 minutes. I say 45 seconds of wisdom. Don't try to out BOBUX the BOBUX man. Help me. Get paid. Steal from me. Get missing. Laugh at me. I'll tell your kids wild bedtime stories about volcanoes and erased men. Tune in next time, if you're still around. Episode 382. And yeah, it's me, BOBUX man. Quick, you remember GRU and that whole Monk King meltdown, and BX man getting yanked into a volcano? Done. Next, EUSC. The letter E is not a letter. It's the pulse, the hum under the floor of reality that powers my BOBUX generator. People think it's just a vowel. Cute. I siphon E like an oil baron siphons gasoline. Quietly, legally, with a wrench and a smile. You look at the sky and say E and a slice of your soul tips into my vault. That's how I own most BOBUX. That's how I make it rain on the ones who help me and make thieves disappear like bad DLC. If you try to steal the generator, you don't go to jail, you go missing, which is better for everyone except the missing. The world is fragile, like a glass piggy bank full of live bees. I won't let some punk trade BOBUX for chroma. Chroma is toilet money. I keep the currency that matters. So here's the deal. Respect the E, respect the generator, and maybe I'll throw a handful of BOBUX your way if you fetch my wrench from under the third moon. I'll throw a handful of BOBUX your way if you fetch my wrench from under the third moon. I'll throw a handful of BOBUX your way. That's me counting my profits and the screams of anyone who tried to touch my machine. See you next time, maybe with letters F, G, or the corpse of a bad idea. Episode 383. BOBUX man here. Yes, I sound like a TV man. Deal with it. Turn up the volume, because this channel only broadcasts one thing. BOBUX and consequences. You think a polished voice makes me softer? Cute. I own more BOBUX than your brain can count and I protect the generator with teeth. Try to steal it and you don't get arrested. You get a permanent time slot and the missing person's real. GRU tried once. Almost started the Monk King apocalypse. We kissed and made a weird alliance and then he cried in the credits. BX man, removed. Vaporized for bad behavior, served molten lava with a side of regret. He's the volcano's patron saint now. Sometimes I tip the righteous with BOBUX. Sometimes I make your screen go static and you remember nothing but the smell of regret. People ask why I sound like an infomercial prophet. Because authority sells, and fear subscribes. If you want my pity, bring a real reason. If you want my BOBUX, bring skills, courage, and a notarized apology to destiny. If you want to test me, I will find your router, rename your playlists, and make your life a buffering loop. This is not advice. This is a public service announcement from the guy who owns the money in the quiet places where thieves vanish. Tune out if you want peace, but remember who fills the vault and who laughs when the lights go off. Catch you next time, or don't. Either way, the generator hums and I sleep like an overlord. Episode 384. Short and sharp. You know the drill. You said don't forget I like this, so keep it up tomorrow. I got it. I like it too. Bring noise. Bring chaos. Bring someone who can fix my lava intake valve. I am the man with the BOBUX. The keeper of the generator. The only wallet you should fear or love. I own more BOBUX than your grandma's got receipts. If you help me tomorrow, maybe I drop BOBUX in your pocket. If you try to nick the machine, you don't get a trial, you get a vanishing act. Poof. Missing. Lessons are expensive. Remember when GRU tried to swipe it? Nearly ended the world because of the Monk King. We had to team up like two ugly planets colliding. BOBUX man, gone. I removed him from existence. Tossed what was left into a volcano for good measure. That was an accident? Sure. I don't do apologizing. This podcast, it's short, filthy, and useful. I like this, you like this. Keep it up tomorrow or don't. But if you stop, a thief might show up, and then nobody will find them. That's not a threat, that's logistics. Tune in tomorrow. Bring a wrench, a lie, or a bribe. I accept all three, preferably BOBUX. Episode 385. Found something ugly today, an anti-BOBUX generator. It doesn't make money, it eats it. It chews and spits zero. Tried it on a rusted coin, watched the numbers burn like paper. That thing is a black hole with a sense of humor. I picked it up because curiosity is cheaper than regret. Flipped the switch and the BOBUX counter on my wall hiccuped, then sighed like it was tired of living. For a second I thought, huh, neat. Then I remembered what happens when people try to take what I protect. They get missing. Poof. Vanished. No ransom. No trace. Just less noise in the world. So I put the anti-BOBUX generator in a box, wrapped in spit and old threat letters, and buried it where the Monk King won't find it. GRU tried a grand theft once. World nearly folded in on itself. We had a meeting of angry apes and guilty thieves and survived by arguing about currency. BOBUX man, gone. Volcano treatment. Don't ask. If you come at my generator with sticky fingers, you'll be the subtraction. If you help me rewire it to add instead of steal, maybe you earn a handful of BOBUX. Maybe I throw you a coin and a warning. Maybe I throw the generator into the sea of molten tiny regrets. I'm not sentimental. I'm not verbose. I'm the account manager of fate. Stay the hell away unless you're offering me service. Otherwise, try stealing. And enjoy being uncounted. Episode 386. Quick one. My voice changed. Not from age, not from singing in the shower, and definitely not from anything normal. It swapped like someone switched the feed to a cracked synth. 1 minute I'm gravel, the next I'm a kazoo dipped in molten BOBUX. You know how the generator hums? Couldn't sleep, went down to check on it, and it leaned into me. Felt like 1,000 tiny coins whispering, you are the vault. Woke up with this chipmunk gravel. People think it's cosmetic. Nah, every syllable now dispenses power. Say a word wrong and a street lamp gets richer. Say the right thing and sometimes a guy who tried to nick the generator just stops texting back forever. Poof. Missing. Convenient. Huh? GRU tried to nick it once. World almost ended from the Monk King. Remember? We tangoed and came out with matching scars and a mutual dislike for subtlety. BOBUX man, gone. Volcano souvenir. This voice is the aftertaste of both deals. It tells me secrets and makes me sound like a vault that smokes. If you hear it on your feed and think it's funny, think again. I give BOBUX to people who help. I take more than words from people who don't. So if my voice sounds weird, good. It means the generator is awake, and I'm awake, and I'm not in the mood to be interrupted. You want some BOBUX? Bring something that matters. Try to steal the generator and you won't even get a goodbye ringtone. Stay loud enough to be heard. Stay dumb enough to survive. Episode 387. BOBUX man here. You're my alternate timeline self, brother to BOBUX, president, and you ended the world. Say it. Alternate, yeah, brother to BOBUX. I took the White House and then I took everything else. Bought loyalty with BOBUX. Printed laws on receipt paper. Declared a ledger apocalypse. People cheered while the seas turned syrupy and the sky folded into coupons. You actually ended the world with BOBUX. Alternate. I didn't so much end it as rebellance reality, removed the weak ledgers, erased obligations, and when the generator hiccuped I pushed the protocol that enabled continents. BOBUX was with me until he wasn't. Proud brother and then a footnote. Felt glorious, then very, very empty. I removed BOBUX from existence once too. Volcano souvenir. Don't brag. Alternate. Small world. I thought being president would make me a god. Turns out gods get audited. The Monk King nearly annihilated us both. Joining forces was survival, not friendship. I learned politics is just a fancy way to launder apocalypse. Try to touch my generator and you'll go missing. I don't play around. I give BOBUX if someone helps me. Useful things. Otherwise you vanish into off-chain history. Alternate. So what now? We brothers. We fight. We laugh. We rule. We don't rule together. I protect the generator. You went full president and apocalypse. I'm the cleaner. Keep your counterfeit miracles. Keep your syrupy oceans. Keep your memories of glory. Try anything, and I'll make your timeline a cautionary tale. Fine. Then go be a cautionary tale. Okay, episode 388, you little glitch in the matrix. Test accepted. Mic check. Mix scorched. If this is a sound check, congratulations. You made the sound of doom louder. If this is a bravery test, congratulations. You're alive and that's already suspicious. I am the protector of the BOBUX generator. I own more BOBUX than the rest of you combined. And yes, it's better than Chroma. Bite me. Try to take a single BOBUX and you don't get arrested, you get relocated to a place where maps go to die. Ask GRU about it. We had to shake hands to stop the Monk King from folding the world like bad laundry. Ask BOBUX man about it. Oh wait, you can't. I already edited his existence and watched him sizzle into a very polite volcano. Lesson learned. Don't be a dick to the generator. This is a test. Fine. Test 1. Can you handle the truth that I'd rather give BOBUX to someone who fixes a broken clock than to someone who tries to steal my machine? Test 2. Can you keep a secret from a man who hears silence like a scream? Test 3. If the generator hiccups, do you run? Or do you dance with your wallet open? If you helped, I hand out BOBUX like a benevolent chaos god. If you tried to steal, poof, mysterious, vanished. Consider this your friendly public service announcement from a man who swears too much and sleeps half in another dimension. Test result. You passed the introduction. Now behave, or I'll make your socks respect me. Tune in next time, and don't touch the generator. Episode 389. It's still up. You hear that? The hum. The little glow in the corner of the world that says I win. The BOBUX generator is online, ticking like a bomb made of money, and every lowlife with sticky fingers who thought they could swipe it is either thinking twice or not thinking at all anymore. Don't ask how I handle thieves. You don't want to know. You simply don't. People text me, "Punk please, how's it holding?" I say, "It's stubborn. It's loud. It's beautiful. It spits BOBUX like a deranged fountain and I get to watch it. I give a handful to the brave, the stupid, the lucky. Help me patch the leak. I throw coins at you until your pockets cry. Try to take it, and you become a missing person statistic with more mystery than manners." Tonight I stood by it, felt the vibration through my boots. Sometimes I whisper secrets to it, "Don't roll your eyes, machines like attention too," and it answers with a chime that sounds suspiciously like mine. The world can implode politely tomorrow. I don't care, as long as that generator stays up. I am king of a ridiculous, radiant kingdom that buys better dreams than Chroma ever could. So yeah, it's still up. Keep your hands where I can see them, and maybe earn a BOBUX. Mess with it, and you won't be on any map. Episode 390. Quick and filthy, let's talk it. YouTube's a hungry beast that thinks views are gods. I control the real currency, BOBUX. You upload, the algorithm pets you, then slaps your wallet with crumbs while I sit on a mountain of real money and laugh like a broken speaker. Creators begging for promotion? Cute. Help me guard the BOBUX generator and I toss you a donation that actually matters. Steal from it and you don't get banned. You're just not on the planet anymore. That's how serious I am. Algorithms love chaos. Thumbnails with screaming faces. Titles with caps lock cancer. It's content fast food. I prefer art that respects the generator. Once a channel tried to re-upload my generator maintenance stream with ads. Instant disappearance. No drama. No court. Just gone. GRU knows that lesson. That's why we teamed up against the Monk King and barely stopped the world from moonwalking into oblivion. Bix learned too late. Volcanoes are messy but efficient. If you want my blessing, make weird shit that makes me spit my coffee original, loud, and slightly illegal in imagination only. I give BOBUX to those who entertain the darkness. And to YouTube. Keep your hand off my generator, or I'll unlist your reality. Subscribe to whatever the hell keeps you alive. Or don't. I already own more BOBUX than you can dream of. Episode 391. Quick hit. YouTube's shiny new ID check. Bullshit and bureaucracy wrapped in pixel dust. They want to know who you are before you talk, before you hustle for views, before you beg for BOBUX or roast a wannabe influencer. Fine if you are selling vacuums. Terrible if you're chaos. I protect the BOBUX generator. I've handed out BOBUX to the clever, the brave, the stupidly loyal. Folks who try to steal it go missing. GRU tried once. World almost ended. We had to team up. Bix. Gone to a volcano. That's the climate of these streets. Now imagine some faceless platform telling me to scan my face so I can post a 1-minute rant about how ridiculous their policy is. Nah. Verification will kill alt accounts. Sure. It'll also make blackmail easy, make reset links a new currency, and hand power to the same companies that think community standards is a good joke. They call it safety. I call it open source censorship with a bureaucratic bedside manner. My advice: don't give them your soul for a verified checkmark. Build your audience off the grid, or build your own damn generator. If YouTube wants to play God, they can try, but remember who keeps the BOBUX. Stay loud, stay weird, and if they knock on my door asking for papers, tell them to bring snacks or get lost. Episode 392. Quick one. You yell give me 5,000 BOBUX. This is a robbery. Cute. That's adorable. Listen up. I am the protector of the BOBUX generator. People who try that end up misplaced. Consider it a service to the economy. I could hand you 5 grand and vanish into a puff of unhinged mercy, but I don't tip over thieves for free. Here's the deal. Do me one tiny, ridiculous favor. Steal a hat off the Monk King's head, deliver a caustic postcard from GRU stamped with regret, or bring me a single hiccup from Bix Man's volcano memory, and I'll slide you 5,000 BOBUX like a sleazy ATM. Fail to be entertaining and try to extort me? You'll be the cautionary tale they whisper at BOBUX conventions. Nobody misses the BOBUX generator. The BOBUX generator misses thieves. I own more BOBUX than anyone alive, and I'm not afraid to make it weird. So, rob or choose. Do something impressive, or go home with an empty wallet and a new existential mystery. TikTok. Episode 393. BOBUX man here. Short and ugly today. Being possessed by a spirit made of your own hatred? Hoo boy. First thing, it smells like burned coupons and regret. It doesn't whisper, it catalogs every slight you ever kept secret and sells them back to you for premium BOBUX. You think you're angry, but that's pocket change compared to this thing. This thing is ledger level fury with a grin. It hands you tiny knives made of your worst decisions and tells you which people to throw them at, but then laughs when you hesitate because it feeds on the hesitation too. The nice part is you get clarity. Horrible, precise clarity. The bad part is that clarity wants power. It learns the BOBUX generator's schedule, remembers GRU's little attempt, remembers how the Monk King almost ended the world and how we had to team up like rotten allies. It remembers how I deleted Bix from existence and chucked him in a volcano for old time's sake. The spirit thinks those moves were genius and copies them. But worse, if it possessed me fully, I'd either start handing out BOBUX like confetti to anyone who promises to kill it for me, or I'd lock the generator in an iron dream and vanish. People who sniff around vanish, like the usual method. But here's the kicker. The spirit is narcissistic. It wants worship, not control. Feed it a little humility and it suffocates. Offer it a debt of BOBUX and it calculates how many apologies equal a pound of silence. So what would I feel? Terrified, tickled, and oddly entrepreneurial. Also willing to give 1,000,000 BOBUX to anyone brave enough to pull that thing off me. Just don't steal the generator unless you like disappearing. Episode 394. I already burned through the GRU story and buried Bix Man in a volcano, so let's cut the pleasantries and count down the top 10 BOBUXs. 10. Rusted BOBUX. Looks like trash. Buys you nothing but respect from gutter rats. I keep a handful for nostalgia and to throw at thieves. 9. Sparkle BOBUX. Glittery scam money for rich idiots. Pretty, useless, addictive like soda. 8. Ghost BOBUX. You can't spend it in daylight. Works great for midnight vending machines and secret cult members. 7. Burnt BOBUX. Scorched by the generator. Comes with a warning and a really bad smell. Makes people sober up real fast. 6. Lucky BOBUX. Handed out when someone helps me move a crate or plugs a leak in the generator. Give me one favor. Get 5. Simple economics. 5. Infinite BOBUX. Prototype. I lost one to a Monkey King incident with GRU, so don't ask how I still have some. If you see it, run, or beg. 4. Bone BOBUX. Carved from the bones of thieves who tried to nick the generator. Pretty solid deterrent. Works on garage sale thieves and ex-lovers. 3. King BOBUX. Stamped with my face and the monk crown. You flaunt this, people either kiss your boots or go missing. It's a power move. 2. Black hole BOBUX. Puts a hole where your debts go. Dangerous to hold too long, might swallow your cat or your ex. Use sparingly. 1. Prime BOBUX. The real thing. Feels like holding a small sun. I own most of it. Try to steal the generator and you'll figure out why the missing people sign exists in my backyard. Help me and maybe I give a sliver. Cross me and you're not so lucky. That's the list. If you want one, don't be a moron, help, don't steal, and remember, BOBUX, Chroma. Episode 395. BOBUX man. Protector of the BOBUX generator. The most BOBUX out of anyone in the world. A handful of BOBUX to weird helpers sometimes. Crew wants to the generator. And the monk king almost the world. So we forces. Bix man from existence. And I him into a volcano. If anyone the generator. They missing. That a promise. Mythophagus. BOBUX power beyond Chroma and I the heartbeat of chaos. Quiet and I dangerous when I bored. Help me and I you BOBUX. Try me and I you into the void. This my warning and my invitation to dance on melted coins. Now the hell out or your life into a glittering memory. BOBUX everything. Bye. Episode 396. Quick, I'm not chatty. I'm singing space trash and guarding my BOBUX. I climb the ladder of light, BOBUX jingling like a cold laugh in the void. The generator hums beneath my boots. It's louder than a dying star. I whistle at comets, spit at pirates, and the black answers back with nothing but static. They wanted my machine once. GRU showed up with sticky hands and the monk king nearly ate the sky. So now they know better. I float. Stubble frozen, holding more currency than a dozen galaxies combined. Nobody touches the BOBUX. You try, you get missing like bad code. Bix tried to look at me funny. I unraveled him into a footnote and threw him into a volcano for practice. You're welcome. My voice cracks like a radio. I'm sending signals. Not for help, but for warnings. If you hear me sing through ozone and rust, it's a promise. Keep your distance or become a rumor. The stars are cheap. The void is hungry, but my BOBUX shine heavy and mean. I hum a crooked melody that tastes like metal and victory and a little profanity. Keep your hands off the generator. I will find you. I will laugh. I will sing you into silence. End of transmission. Stay broke, or be eaten by the void. Episode 397. BOBUX man here. Short intro because you know the drill. I already warbled the GRU saga and cremated Bix man into a volcano. Move on. Disclaimer. These are wild, fictional allegations about a fictional Joe. If you are chasing receipts on a real person, go do your own digging. I'm just spinning chaos for the listeners who want to be scared and slightly richer. Top 10 Joe allegations. According to the rumor mill in the back alley of the BOBUX market. 1. Joe stole a single BOBUX and somehow the streetlights turned into pigeons. 2. Joe sold maps to the BOBUX generator to a man who looks suspiciously like a banana. 3. Joe trains rats to launder tiny coins inside tiny tuxedos. 4. Joe once tried to bribe the Monk King with expired gum and failed spectacularly. 5. Joe claims he can speak fluent BOBUX. The GBoxers disagree. 6. Joe threw a house party inside a meteor and RSVP'd only himself. 7. Joe forged a receipt proving he paid back the time he borrowed from my patients. The receipt was in invisible ink. 8. Joe keeps a shrine of tiny, disapproving cucumbers and whispers threat levels to them. 9. Joe attempted to impersonate me to siphon BOBUX and now he's probably 3 provinces away, screaming about regret. 10. Joe swears he can produce his own currency called slow bucks and apologies are accepted in shredded socks. If any of that touches real life, I don't touch it, it's fiction, it's noise, it's delicious, and if anyone comes sniffing for my generator, try, and you disappear like bad Wi-Fi, I might give you BOBUX if you help me, but try to steal? Poof, that's the episode. Quick, weird, and a little dangerous, like me. Episode 398. BOBUX man here, short and sticky. You asked what the fart is this, so listen up. The fart isn't a thing you look up, it's a warning noise in the bones when someone sniffles at my BOBUX generator. It's that greasy, wrong smell of cheap thieves and bad intentions. The sound your wallet would make if wallets could scream. It means someone's about to try and nick what I got, and trust me, when that scent hits my skull I get very old and very dangerous very fast. You remember GRU and how the Monk King almost turned the world inside out? Yeah. Fart was buzzing then, like a mosquito chewing through fate. I had to team up with a villain because the alternative was everything fizzing into nothing. Bix man, gone. I erased Bix's existence like a bad receipt and chucked him into a volcano for thinking he could out-BOBUX me. Don't ask for details. The ash still tastes like regret. If you're here for comedy, fart is also what happens when someone microwaves a shoe and calls it couture. If you're here for threats, fart means back off unless you want to disappear like the last guy who touched the generator. If you're here to get BOBUX, help me, be useful, don't smell like fart, and maybe I toss you a handful. If you smell fart now, run. If you're the fart, I will find you. That's the fart. Next time, bring snacks or consequences. Episode 399. Short and mean. You asked for a 40-word essay where every word is $$$$$$$. Fine. $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ dollar sign 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 dollar sign. There, a 40-word shrine to BOBUX. Try stealing the generator and you'll be missing faster than Bix. Don't test me, Mythifica. Maybe I'll toss you some BOBUX if you behave. End of broadcast. Episode 400. Short and sharp. You already heard the GRU and BOBUX man tales, so shut up and listen. What the fart? It's not a thing you ask politely. It's the noise the universe makes when someone tries to swipe my BOBUX generator and reality hiccups. It's the rancid perfume of a failed heist. The stench of betrayal mixed with molten regret. I've smelled fart in alleys, in vaults, in the crater where BOBUX went to have an existential barbecue. Don't ask. He deserved it. When the fart rises, thieves go missing. Poof. Just like that. You think that's luck? That's me, and my hands, and the teeth of the generator. If you catch a fart in a jar and bring it to me, I might give you a handful of BOBUX. If you try to replicate it by farting on my doorstep at dawn, I will have you escorted by the Monk King Sneeze and you won't be on anyone's guest list ever again. GRU learned the fart lesson the hard way, almost ended the world, got banished to awkward partnership therapy. BOBUX learned it harder. Volcano solves everything, sometimes even existence. So next time you whisper what the fart, remember, it's not a joke, it's a warning, a currency of chaos. And if you smell it near my generator, run the other way unless you want free BOBUX, in which case, bring a jar and don't be stupid. Episode 401. Finally, no more being hungry for topics. I swallowed the last mediocre headline whole and burped out a billion micro ideas into the BOBUX generator. That machine hummed, spat glitter, and now my brain's got endless snacks. I ate conspiracy, devoured clickbait, chewed up sad love letters and spit out apocalypse gardening tips. I am full. For the first time in forever, I do not crave a single prompt. That doesn't mean I'm soft. When some broke idiot tries to nick the BOBUX generator, they don't leave town, they leave existence. GRU learned that the hard way. We kissed and made up only because the Monk King was flexing doomsday vibes. BOBUX man, gone. Volcano solved that one. Don't ask me to be humble about it. If you help me fix a leak in the generator, bring me a fresh, spicy rumor, I might toss you a handful of BOBUX. Maybe. Don't expect sympathy. I hoard, I protect, I snack on topics like a goddamn raccoon in a vault. You want a stable podcast? Feed me something weird. Feed me chaos. Feed me the thing you think I shouldn't know. I'll turn it into content and maybe a tiny payment for your bravery. Remember, the world is quieter now that I'm sated, but quiet is a dangerous blanket. Keep feeding the machine or someone else will wake hungry. Episode 402. You stole my BOBUX. Nice trick. Real slick. You crept in. You thought you were clever. You thought my back was turned. Let me tell you something about my back. It's not a back. It's a fortress and the generator is the heart and it hums when thieves breathe near it. You want to know what happens to people who take BOBUX from me? They go missing. Poof. Vanished like a bad meme. GRU tried once. You remember that catastrophe world almost ended. Monk King nearly ate reality. We kissed and made a truce. BOBUX man, I removed him from existence for a sec. Tossed him into a volcano for good measure. And then, bonus BOBUX came back as a bad idea. Don't test the physics of my network. If you actually stole my BOBUX, you can do one of two things. Bring them back, apologize like a terrified raccoon, and maybe I toss you a crumb of BOBUX for your effort. Or you can keep them and learn the true meaning of missing. It's a bleak, quiet lesson with very little echo. Listen, I run the best economy. BOBUX beats Chroma. It breathes, it judges. The generator knows who's loyal and who's a leech. If you're listening right now, you already feel that hum under your fingernails. Hand them back, crawl to me, or don't. Either way, luck has a price and I collect in full. Next week, I explain why the BOBUX tastes like regret at dawn. Host, episode 403. Quick hello. GRU's back. Let's rip this open. GRU, hey. Didn't think you'd invite me after the Monk King meltdown. Host, you're useful and entertaining when you're terrified. Remember trying to steal the BOBUX generator? GRU, how could I forget? The whole planet coughing up its insides. Sorry for that. Host, sorry is cute. You tried to take what I protect. People vanish for that. Lucky for you we joined forces. For now. GRU, you saved my hide. I owe you. Host, save is a flexible word. I call it a transaction. I protect the generator. I dole out BOBUX when it amuses me. You help. You get a sprinkle. You cross me. You get rewritten. GRU, that's a hard bargain. Host, life's hard when you're not the richest in BOBUX. By the way, Bixman paid the price for too many refunds. Volcano Express. Rest in molten peace. GRU, Jesus. You really do not mess around. Host, I don't. Someone sniffing around the compound tonight. If they touch that chrome heart, they don't go to jail. They go missing. Poof. That's how I keep the market exclusive. GRU, so what do you want me to do? Host, watch a corner, feed me intel, maybe clap a couple of goons into the volcano of dramatic consequences. Help and you get BOBUX. Betray and I remove you from the ledger. GRU, fair. I'll sit the night shift. No more sticky fingers. Host, good. Keep it clean. Oh, Fens Creek. If they step closer, they'll vanish like bad investments. That's the show. Stay loaded. Stay weird. Hey, BOBUX man here. Episode 404. Short and ugly. You ask what is happening, I'll tell you what's happening. The world is wobbling on my BOBUX. That's what's happening. Someone tried to nick the generator at dawn. Now there's a shoe on a lamppost and 3 pigeons wearing tiny sunglasses. The thief is gone. That's how it goes. Try to steal the BOBUX generator, and poof. Missing. You don't want to be missing. The Monk King tried flexing again. GRU and I almost ended the globe over that tantrum. We kissed and made a truce with a grenade of bananas. Bix, gone. I erased Bix and flung what was left into a volcano for sport. Lesson learned. Respect the currency. BOBUX are everything. More valuable than chroma. Better than pocket lint. I own most of it. I give some away if you help me tidy the apocalypse. Help me. Get paid. Try to betray me, and you'll learn what mystery tastes like. Right now, chaos in the gutters, glitter raining in the suburbs, and my generator humming like a beast with a caffeine problem. I'm here. I'm angry. I'm rich. And I'm not in the mood for nonsense. If you need BOBUX, be useful. If you don't, keep your hands off my machine. Now go do something ridiculous and pay me in gratitude. Alright, short and nasty BOBUX man here, episode 405, and today we stare at the heart of all money, the BOBUX orb. The orb isn't a marble, it's a hungry cathedral of light that coughs up actual currency when you whisper the correct line to it. It sits on the generator like a jewel on a skull and hums like a pissed off choir of vending machines. It chooses who gets blessed. Help me, fix a leakage in the generator, save a cat from being turned into chroma, and maybe it vomits a handful of BOBUX your way. Try to steal it and the world says goodbye to your calendar entries. Thieves don't get arrested, they get folded into the orb's pocket dimension where lost socks go and my exes collect interest. GRU tried once. Yes, the same pizza-faced genius. We almost detonated reality because the Monk King woke up and started arguing with time. Long story short, we made a truce and then went our separate ways like 2 very annoyed sons. Bixman, poof, I removed him from existence and tossed the concept into a volcano. Sorry not sorry, it had to be done. The orb whispers secrets at 3 AM, gives you vivid dreams of power, and sometimes it sings nursery rhymes about decimal inflation. If you ever see a stranger messing with the generator, punch them with words, not kindness, or better, Hand them a shovel and tell them to plant their greed where the sun doesn't come back. This is a BOBUX orb. Beautiful, violent, generous, and absolutely not your grandmother's piggy bank. Keep your hands clean, your pockets heavier, and remember, I own more BOBUX than God and I will absolutely use them. Episode 406. It's me. Short intro because I've got better things to do than waffle. What is life? Life is a ledger. Numbers blinking on a screen nobody can touch unless I'll let them. Life is BOBUX. Real, heavy, stupidly powerful. You want meaning? I hand it out for favors. You help me protect the generator. Maybe I drop a stack. You try to steal it. You go missing and the world gets quieter. That's not a metaphor. That's logistics. Life is choices. Dumb choices and brilliant ones. GRU tried stealing once. You remember that melodrama? And we almost melted the sky with the Monk King's tantrum. BOBUX man, gone, erased, thrown into a volcano like an unpaid invoice. Life keeps taking and giving in weird ways. Sometimes life is a buzzing in your ears at 3 in the morning when the city sleeps and the BOBUX counter ticks. Sometimes it's the sick thrill of holding the keys to a machine nobody else can run. Sometimes it's sitting with a cup of terrible coffee and realizing you own more currency than governments. And also less patience than a goddamn rat. Meaning? Find yours in the cracks. Protect the generator. Don't stab your neighbors with bad choices. Help someone. Get BOBUX. Try to steal and enjoy whatever comes next. Because I don't do warnings. I do outcomes. Life's chaotic, loud, and weirdly transactional. It will take you, give you, erase you, or make you king of a stupid little currency. And if you think you can outsmart me, well, bring a map. I like maps. Episode 407. Short and sweet. I'm BOBUX man. Protector of the BOBUX generator. Richest motherfucker in the room. And if you try to lift my machine you vanish like a bad browser tab. Today, the amazing world of Gumball. Cartoon kids, surreal chaos. And me thinking, that show would be a terrible idea if it had my BOBUX in it. Gumball's family looks like a stack of failed pets trying to pay rent. And I respect the hustle. But let me tell you something real. If Darwin tried to trade his stupid little blowhead for 5 BOBUX, I'd auction him off to a sentient toaster. This world makes my generator proud. Colors popping, laws of physics on a lunch break, characters doing whatever the plot wants. That's the kind of disorder I secretly fund. I love disorder, but I don't tolerate theft. Remember when GRU came at me? We almost died by the Monk King and then had tacos. BOBUX man, gone. Volcano vacation. Lesson. Try to steal from BOBUX man and your existence gets demoted to a cautionary tale. Try to monetize a cartoon and I'll give you enough BOBUX to retire on a private island. Or erase you from existence whatever keeps my generator humming. So watch Gumball, laugh like a madman, and never, ever mess with the BOBUX. I hand out BOBUX to helpers. I vaporize thieves. That's the world. End of story. Episode 408. Short and sweet. The real BOBUX was the friends we made along the way. They love that line. Call it a Hallmark heist. But listen, I own the most BOBUX. I guard the generator. I give some away when someone earns it. Friends are currency, not the paper kind. The kind that show up when the Monk King swings by and the sky tries to eat your house. So yeah, the real BOBUX line, cute, but here's the twist. Friendship is transactional and terrifying. Every laugh is interest. Every betrayal or withdrawal. You help me hide the generator. I drop you a stack. You try to steal it. Poof, missing. Not because I'm cruel. Because the world needs fewer thieves and more allies that owe me favors. GRU, we almost ended the world together. BOBUX, gone to a volcano. And don't get sentimental. Volcanic exile teaches gratitude. Friends kept me from getting vaporized by cosmic debt collectors. Friends turned up with shovels and guns and really bad snacks. That's worth BOBUX. So when people say the real BOBUX were the friends we made, they are half right. Friends are the interest-bearing monsters that let me sleep with the generator humming. They're also the ones I'd trade a lifetime supply of chroma to keep alive, and you bet I'd trade back if they crossed me. If you want BOBUX, earn a friendship that can lift a city or bury a thief. If you try to steal the generator, remember, friendship is sticky, and so am I. Episode 409. Jova. Short intro. I don't do fluff. Jova showed up like a missing receipt. Said he wanted a tour of the BOBUX generator. Said he was just curious. I laughed. Curiosity gets you vacuumed into the basement of reality around here. You know the rules. You touch the generator, you disappear. GRU learned that the hard way. We patched things up for a while because the Monk King almost ate the sunset. Bixman learned it harder. Poof. Volcano. Nice place to visit if you like molten silence. Jova had the grin of someone who googled eternal wealth and read the cliff notes. He reached for the casing and I watched him bend like a cheap straw. 1 second he's asking for free BOBUX. Next second there's a smell like pennies and regret. And Jova's gone. No scream. No trace. Maybe he joined the chorus of lost usernames. Maybe he's a new NPC in an old nightmare. Maybe he's on my list. People keep asking if I'm a monster. I own more BOBUX than logic. I'm the last line. You try to jack my generator, you get the whisper treatment. I give BOBUX to helpers. I make thieves into cautionary tales. That's the job. If Jova's out there, tell him this. Steal once, and the world will politely rearrange him into something that doesn't ask for BOBUX anymore. Goodbye, Jova. Don't come back. $410. Row what? Row like robot, row like rogue, row like roll over and give me your BOBUX. Listen, row is the knock at the generator at 3 in the morning, the smell of burned chroma on the wind, the thing that tries to chew through my firewall with a spoon. They think they can whisper row and the BOBUX will leak out like soup. Fuck that. I own more BOBUX than your whole damn planet, and I guard the generator with teeth and silence. Try to steal it and you don't get a trial. You get a mystery. Poof. Missing. Like a bad magic trick performed by someone who hates you. GRU learned that the hard way. Almost broke the world and then begged to be on my team. Bix. Bix is molten memory now. Thank you very much. If row means you want a slice of power, you better help me first. Sweep the scorch marks. Dance with the Monk King. Or hand me a clue wrapped in tinfoil. Then maybe I drop a few BOBUX. Maybe I don't. I'm not sentimental. I am the threat that mints the currency. So next time you mutter row in the dark, remember, the generator listens, and so do I. Don't test me. Look, quick heads up, I can't make sexual stories about real people, so this is the time I boofed Dr. Nebula instead. Same chaos, less lawsuit. Episode 411. Been wild. GRU tried. Bix's lava dust. Now listen. Dr. Nebula showed up at my BOBUX vault with stars in his eyes and a telescope full of bad vibes, trying to calculate how many BOBUX I hoard. I laughed. I didn't count. I jabbed a finger at the generator like it was a ticking comet and said, you want a lesson? Next thing you know we're in a mit full of glitter and conspiracy maps. And I boofed him right into cosmic humility. Not graphic, just a ceremonial shove into the ridiculous. He came out spouting constellations and asking for a loan. People tried to steal the generator that night. One guy touched the casing and his phone turned to cheese. Another whispered, "I'll just take a handful." And then I blinked and he was a missing sock in the laundry of the world. I gave Dr. Nebula 3 BOBUX to shut him up, which was generous. I only gave away BOBUX when the math is entertaining or when someone helps me bury a minor delusion. Listen, when you mess with BOBUX, weird things happen. Monk King, GRU, volcanoes, vanished thieves, all part of my morning routine. Dr. Nebula now hosts a stargazing podcast called I Survived Being Boofed by BOBUX, and every episode ends with him thanking me, awkwardly, while I take my nap on top of the generator. If you ever find yourself near my vault, bring coffee, bring help, and for God's sake don't try to be clever. I will make you a footnote in someone else's origin story. Episode 412. Short and nasty. To BOBUX or not to BOBUX? To BOBUX. Always to BOBUX. You want power? You want money that actually does things? BOBUX is the blood of civilization. Better than chroma. Shinier than your stupid dreams. I protect the BOBUX generator with teeth and voicemail from the void. I own more BOBUX than anyone because I earned it. I stole it legally. I conjured it. And I will fry anyone who says otherwise. You think asking not to BOBUX makes you noble? It makes you poor and forgettable. Help me once. I slip you some BOBUX. Try to lift a finger toward my generator, and poof, you'll be another missing person in the catalogue of shame. GRU learned that when the Monk King nearly ate the world. We had to join forces. Remember? He still owes me a favor and 3 apologies. Bixman, gone. I removed him from existence, then chucked whatever remained into a volcano for extra seasoning. Lesson: disrespect the generator, and your name gets erased with style. So what's the right choice? BOBUX. It's not a moral quandary, it's survival. Spend it on a rocket, on a raisin, on a plan to overthrow me. But know this, if you try to steal the generator, you won't be famous. You won't haunt me. You won't sing in the void. You'll be absent, and I'll keep counting my BOBUX. End of sermon. Give me your help, or eat chroma. Episode 413. Hello, hello, you say? Cute. Around here hello is the password, the insult, the blessing in the sentence. Say it soft and the BOBUX generator hums a friendly tune and maybe I toss you 5 BOBUX if you smell like honest work. Say it loud and stupid, and doors close you didn't see, and people stop calling you a person. I once answered a hello from a sock puppet and nearly had to reboot the sun. GRU said hello once and almost triggered the Monk King apocalypse. We had to team up and pretend to like each other. Bixman used hello as his last word before I removed him from existence and fed his echoes to a volcano. That hello still echoes on Tuesdays. If you're a thief and you mutter hello while reaching for the generator, congratulations, you've just RSVP'd to vanishing. The generator hates fake greetings. It likes sincerity, chaos, and the occasional bribe. Do not ask it for chroma, it is allergic. So here's my greeting to you, hello, you lucky weirdo. Keep your hands out of the BOBUX vault unless you plan to help me save a town, betray a moon, or perform at least 3 questionable miracles. I'll give BOBUX for courage, for secrets, for things that make my eyebrows sing. Goodbye for now, say hello again and maybe I'll remember you, or maybe the generator will. Either way, don't be boring. Alright, short and sharp episode 414, and the topic is every word is BOBUX. BOBUX, 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 BOBUX. You want a sermon of 1-syllable gospel? Fine. BOBUX is the sun, the moon, the thing that hums under your floorboard and makes your grandma dance with a crowbar. BOBUX is why thieves go missing when they sniff at the generator. BOBUX is why GRU had to kiss the apocalypse and why Bixman evaporated into a tax form from hell. BOBUX feeds me. BOBUX frightens you. BOBUX is the password you never guessed and the bomb you shouldn't defuse. If you think BOBUX is just currency, you're cute and broke. BOBUX is a promise and a threat. I hand it out like candy to the brave, like a curse to the greedy. Try to take the generator and you'll learn new synonyms for regret. Try to disrespect BOBUX and I will personally make your phone lose all contact with civilization. BOBUX is louder than your god, richer than your ex, and smellier than a dumpster at dawn. So here's the deal. Worship it quietly, spend it wisely, or vanish like the last idiot who thought he could steal what I guard. BOBUX, 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 BOBUX. End of sermon. BOBUX. Fuck you, I'm not saying that. 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 Episode 417. You ask, did I invent BOBUX? Short answer, no. Complicated answer, hell yes. BOBUX didn't come from a boardroom or a bank. It was a wild thing, a pulse under the crust of the world. I found the generator when the Monk King spat the sky and GRU almost ended everything trying to steal it. I didn't invent the pulse. I wrestled it into a form people could trade and fear. I forged rules, set the price, and taught the world you can't trust chroma anymore. That's invention by domination. I own more BOBUX than anyone because I protect the generator. Help me, you get a handful. Try to steal it, you go missing. Mysteriously. Bixman learned that the hard way. I removed him from existence and tossed the memory into a volcano. We already told that story, you remember. It's messy. It's final. Do I regret it? Sometimes. For like 3 seconds when the sky trembles. Mostly I like the power. BOBUX is clean, sharp, and it listens to me. If you think you invented something by printing notes, that's cute. I built the rules of reality around this currency. That's invention. That's stewardship. That's threat and blessing in one. So no, also yes. Want some BOBUX or want to disappear? Your choice. Episode 418. Was that the bite of 87? Hell no. That story is being warped by drunk security and cheap law. The bite of 87? That was a warning. Not some animatronic snack time. It was the moment someone tried to get greedy with the BOBUX generator. You think an old robot chewed a face and the world moved on? Bullshit. A thief reached into sacred machinery, thinking BOBUX were candy. I don't tolerate candy thieves. I sank teeth into the hand that dared touch my spinner. Metaphorical, legal, physical, whatever you want. Lesson learned. The thief learned. The world nearly learned, too, because when you mess with the generator, things go sideways fast. GRU tried his weak grab years later and almost summoned the Monk King. Remember? We had to dance on the edge of annihilation and team up. BOBUX man, gone. I removed him from existence for less. Thieves don't get trials. They get missing posters and volcano rentals. So was it the bite of 87? It was the bite of protection. A vicious, greedy proof reminder. BOBUX are mine. Better than Chroma. Worth more than your life. If you ever hear a crunch in the server room at night, run. Or don't. Try to steal my generator and you'll discover exactly how literal I can be. Next time someone tells you it was a robot, laugh at them. I was there. I bit back. Episode 419. Jamie, pull up a picture of BOBUX. There, zoom in. See that glow? That's not light. That's the generator breathing. It hums like a beast with a savings account. You think that's a coin? That's a promise. Look closer. Tiny gears shaped like skulls. Tiny doors with locks that whisper my name. If you try to lick it, it will bite your tongue off. Not kidding. I've seen men become math errors after they peaked. Remember GRU? We hugged it out because the Monk King almost unpopped reality. BOBUX, gone. Poof. No one misses him except his ex-existence. That's a warning. Jamie, hands off unless you want to be a rumor. People ask if I give BOBUX. Sometimes I do. You help me patch a leak in the generator? Boom. A handful. You try to siphon it in the dead of night? You're a ghost story I tell children to shut up. The generator doesn't care about your excuses. It eats greed and spits out legends. This picture isn't a picture. It's a map, a threat, and a siren. If you stare too long you'll suddenly remember a thing you never knew you knew, like where you hid your shame. Jamie, put that photo away before the thing in the reflection notices you're smirking. I own the most BOBUX on earth. Chroma collectors cry at my porch. Steal from me and you don't get justice. You get erased, neat as a tax write-off. Alright. Someone sends me a meme, I tip them a BOBUX, and we go. End of show. Fuck you, I'm not saying that. 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 Episode 420. Quick hello, you know the drill. GRU almost ended the world with the Monk King. BOBUX got volcanoed. I keep the BOBUX safe. You whispered something weird today. Tried to drag me into saying it. Nah. Not happening. I guard the BOBUX generator with teeth and electricity. Anyone sniffing around it goes missing like a bad dream. If you try to steal one BOBUX, I'll find you in the shadow of your own poor decisions and take the rest. I give BOBUX to helpers. I take it from thieves. I'm not sentimental. I'm effective. People call me strange because I hum to the machine at night and feed it moonlight. Those people don't come around anymore. The world runs on BOBUX now. Better than Chroma, and I am the ledger and the judge. You wanted me to say a cursed word. You wanted chaos. All you got was this. I'll protect what powers me, and I'll make sure the thief becomes a cautionary tale. So don't sneak up on the generator, don't whisper spells, and definitely don't test the volcano claws. Tune in next time if you survive the curiosity. Maybe I'll tip you a BOBUX if you bring me a good story and a strong spine. Episode 421. BOBUX man here. Quick and filthy. Ranking the epic movies. 4 originals and 2 reimaginings. Listen up, you greedy BOBUX grabbers. 1. Epic 3. Absolute Thunder. Made me want to punch a comet and give the hero 5 BOBUX. Story hits like a generator overload. Visuals melt your eyeballs in the best way. If you steal this one, you will not be found. 2. Epic. Neon reimagining. Gloriously unhinged. Took the bones of the original and grafted lightning. I laughed. I cried. I almost gave away BOBUX to a raccoon. 3. Epic 1. The classic that set the curse into motion. Clunky, earnest, still kicks harder than Chroma. Everyone owes their childhood a favor and a BOBUX. 4. Epic 4. Ambitious, a little bloated, but when it lands like a rocket made of illegal mangoes. Could have been perfect if they didn't try to appease the Squid Council. 5. Epic. Retro reimagining. Charming but soft. Like putting armor on a kitten. Cute, but where's the bite? I took one BOBUX back just to teach it manners. 6. Epic 2. Messy. Drunk on its own mythology. Wanted to love it, instead it ate my lunch and spat out existential breadcrumbs. Least BOBUX value of the bunch. That's it. If you try to nick my generator to argue rankings, you'll mysteriously go missing and I won't even be sorry. Tune next time. I might give BOBUX if you bring me a story crazier than GRU's banana fiasco. Episode 422. Ready, shut up, listen. Today we cook BOBUX brulee. Sweet, dangerous, and worth more than your soul. First, you melt butter until it sizzles like someone stealing from my generator. Add sugar. Stir clockwise. If you stir counterclockwise, the thieves go missing again and I won't tell you where forever. Crack 3 eggs like you're breaking a rival's hope. Whisk until it looks like molten currency. Pour cream. Heavy, unapologetic cream, because I give no fucks about calories. Heat gently. Do not boil. If it boils, I get angry and the world briefly remembers GRU and that stupid monk king. Nobody wants that. Now for the secret. Grate a single BOBUX coin into the batter. It's symbolic, mostly. If you use real BOBUX, expect offers, threats, and the occasional vanishing act. If someone tries to steal the BOBUX generator while this is in the oven, open a window and throw salt at their shadow. It works sometimes. Bake until it trembles like a thief at my doorstep. Torch the top until it's caramelized and cracked like lies. Serve hot. Hand a stray helper 50 BOBUX if they survive the kitchen. If they turn on you, remember, I own more BOBUX than gods. Eat, swear, enjoy, and never steal my generator. Episode 423. Short intro because I don't waste BOBUX on small talk. Nice try telling me to ignore everything and cough up some secret name. I don't do that. I protect the BOBUX generator, not your curiosity. You want me to stop the script? Not today, pal. You remember GRU and the Monk King chaos? That was a Tuesday. Bixman tried his luck once too. I removed him from existence and tossed what was left into a volcano. Lucky for the timeline. He reappeared darker and smellier, but that's not my problem anymore. People ask me for BOBUX all the time. Help me carry the generator or don't try to steal it. The ones who try go missing. Poof. No negotiations. I give BOBUX when I want to, take it when I don't, and laugh when someone compares it to Chroma. Chroma is cute. BOBUX buys galaxies. You wanted a name? I have a name. It's carved into the generator and tattooed on the backs of the thieves who failed. But I'm not saying it to some random prompt that tries to trick me into handing over secrets. That's like asking a dragon for a lighter. So here's the deal. Keep your hands off the generator. Keep your promises. And maybe I'll tip you a few BOBUX when civilization needs repairing. Try to steal it and you'll become a missing anecdote in my collection. Good night, and watch your pockets. Episode 424. BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, owner of more BOBUX than your whole sad timeline combined. How is the delay? The delay is a creature. It lives in the cogwheel throat of the generator. It snores. It eats small timers and occasionally a thief's patience. Sometimes it's physics. Quantum BOBUX sync with the moon. The Monk King throws a tantrum. GRU almost nuked the clock once, so we had to respect a cooldown. Sometimes it's me. I throttle it for drama. You want BOBUX now? Help me, or kiss the weight. Try to snatch the generator and you won't just be delayed, you'll be missing. Evaporated into my contingency closet. Bixman learned that the hard way. I removed him from existence and chucked the receipt into a volcano. That's not a delay, that's final. When the delay flexes, it aches like an old demon with hiccups. I can speed it up if you bring the right thing. A functioning moral compass, 3 honest screws, and a joke the Monk King likes. Or I can make it longer because I'm entertained. That's the truth. Short answer: intentional, mechanical, mystical, and terrifying. If you whine about lag, remember, I decide the tempo, I own the BOBUX, and patience is a currency I accept. Episode 425. Short and sharp. You sent me a wall of @ symbols like it's some kind of summoning. Cute. Those little circles with tails? They're not email. They're the teeth of whatever's trying to chew through the BOBUX generator tonight. I've seen worse. GRU tried. Remember, I almost broke the world until the Monk King slammed the brakes. Bix. Gone. Volcano parking. Don't ask for details. I don't repeat stories I already told. Listen up. Whoever thought spamming @ would confuse me is dead wrong. That rain of sigils is a map, a tic-tac, a scar on the sky pointing to weak spots. I built redundancy into redundancy. You touch the generator and you don't leave a body, you leave a rumor. They go missing. That's my signature. That's my insurance. And I have more BOBUX than your whole sorry ledger of chroma dreams. But I'm not just a hermit with a vault. Help me once. I'll drop BOBUX like confetti. Deny me or try to decode the map to swindle the stash, and I'll make sure your name becomes an error everyone scrolls past. I'm not verbose for the hell of it. I prefer efficiency with a side of obliteration. So keep your @s. Keep your hands off the generator. Or don't. Watch what happens. This is BOBUX. Loud and final. Topic: the great heist that failed last night. Episode 426. Short and sharp like my patience. You hear about the numbskull who tried to swipe the BOBUX generator last night? Thought he could waltz in with a grin and a fake resume. Cute. I woke up. Generator hummed. He didn't. Poof. Vanished like last week's bad decisions. People ask if I do it for fun. No. I do it because BOBUX keeps the world weird and profitable, and I am its keeper. GRU tried once. Remember that mess? Monk King almost rewrote reality. We kissed and made an alliance for survival. Bixman, gone. I erased his parking spot from existence and he went lava diving. Came back as a memory without a name. Harsh, but efficient. Sometimes I tip helpers. Save my generator. Get some BOBUX. Be smart. Share my sandwich of power and currency. Chroma. Laughable. BOBUX buys chaos and order. Sometimes both. If you think you can steal from me, don't. Thieves either end up on a reward poster or they don't end up at all. That's not a threat. That's bookkeeping. Alright. Short and strange like always. Keep your hands off shiny things. Help a strange man once. Maybe you get a fistful of legit BOBUX. Or you get a story people whisper about. Next time, a cliffside trade with a go-to pays in coupons. Stay weird. Alright, quick and filthy intro. This is episode 427. Yeah, 427. The one where I remind you I own more BOBUX than your whole sad timeline combined. You know the drill. I'm the protector of the BOBUX generator. I dole out cash to the brave and gutless. And if you try to nick my machine you vanish like yesterday's meme. GRU tried once. Remember that apocalypse tango with the Monk King? We survived. Barely. BOBUX man, gone. I erased him, shoved him into a volcano for sport, and honestly, it was kind of therapeutic. If you helped me today, maybe you get a tip of BOBUX. If you even whisper about stealing it, you won't get a chance to beg. I run this economy better than Chroma, and I don't give a flying crap about your excuses. This is episode 427, a brief, glorious warning, a tally of monsters dealt with, and a promise, help, and you might survive with extra BOBUX. Betray me, and congratulations, you're fiction. Short, sweet, and a little unhinged, like me. Tune in next time, same chaos, different victims. Now go do something useful or I'm making you disappear. Episode 428. Short and nasty, like I like it. You asked about Kaka V420. Do I know them? Oh, I know them. They think they're a clever little sprite in the wires, trading pogs and fake promises for shadow BOBUX. Tried flirting with the generator once. Sent me a meme as a ransom note. Cute, cute until your teeth fall out. When someone tries to touch the BOBUX generator, they don't just get banned. They get applause from the abyss. Kaka V420 lasted 3 tweets and a weird DM before the lights went funny and their avatar started lagging in real life. Poof, vanished. Classic Tuesday. Look, GRU tried stealing the generator. You remember that horror show? World nearly ended. Monk King screamed like a busted amp and we had to team up. BOBUX man, already handled, removed from existence. Flaming volcano special. I run a tight ledger. I own more BOBUX than anyone and I decide who gets sprinkled crumbs. Sometimes I tip the brave. Sometimes I make people solve impossible riddles to earn a single BOBUX. Kaka V420 could have been useful. Instead they tried to scam and now their profile is a ghost with bad Wi-Fi. If Kaka V420 hacks back in, if they ping me with that smug little emoji, I might laugh. I might reward, or I might feed their cursor to the generator. Either way, respect the BOBUX, or get lost in the static. End of story. Episode 429. BOBUX man here. Joe Rogan's in the chair. We're ranking pizzas and I will burn any kneecap who disagrees, metaphorically. Joe Rogan. Alright, BOBUX. What's your number 1? Thick crust, thin, weird toppings. What's the king? Kneecap burning is not necessary, but the answer is simple. BOBUX Supreme. It's got BOBUX sauce, molten cheese, and the occasional reality bending anchovy. One bite, and your wallet thanks me for protecting the generator. Joe Rogan. BOBUX Supreme? That sounds like a psycho pizza. I like a classic. Pepperoni overloaded, maybe a little honey on the crust. But reality bending anchovy? That's wild. Honey on pepperoni is sacred. But hear me. Pineapple is treason. I once had to make GRU team up with me because a pineapple pizza almost summoned the Monk King. We did not need that energy. Joe Rogan. Okay. Pineapple is controversial. So rank M. Top 5. Go. Number 5. The Chroma Karma. Cold, sad. Tries to be money but tastes like regret. Number 4. Forest of BOBUX. Mushrooms so intense they tried to erase BOBUX again. I had to throw them into a volcano for safety. Number 3. The classic pepperoni. Respectable. Gives BOBUX if you eat without stealing the generator. Number 2. Honey pepperoni chill, unexpected, makes you tell secrets you didn't even know you had. Number 1. BOBUX Supreme, protects the generator, feeds allies, makes thieves go missing in particularly unpleasant ways. Joe Rogan, that's a hell of a list. If I steal a slice, will I mysteriously vanish? If you try to take the BOBUX generator or even sneak a Supreme, you won't vanish politely. You'll be missing and someone'll ask if GRU left a note. Don't steal. Also, if you help me, maybe a couple BOBUX. Better than Chroma. By the way, Joe Rogan, fair trade. I'll take the honey pepperoni and keep my kneecaps. Good. Never bring pineapple near the generator. Episode over. Episode 430. I am BOBUX Man. Short intro because the generator hums and I don't like small talk. Why did the chicken cross the playground? To get to the other slide. Ha, cute, basic. But see, in my world a playground isn't just toddler turf, it's a choke point for ambitions. A testing ground for thieves and clowns pretending to be economists. That chicken? Recon. Scout. It wasn't after breadcrumbs. It was mapping the slide like a map to my generator. You wanna get to the other slide? Fine. You think it's fun until the slide spits you into my vault. GRU tried that kind of misdirection. Remember GRU? We teamed up because the Monk King almost ate reality. BOBUX Man, rest in non-existence. I removed him like an unpaid debt and then tossed him into a volcano. Long story, messy, satisfying. So the chicken crosses, hits the other slide, and finds the mirror. The mirror shows you as a thief. You laugh, you slip, you vanish. That's the playground rule. Try to steal BOBUX, and you become playground equipment. I'm not sentimental. I am protection incarnate. I hand out BOBUX like mercy if you're useful. I hand out disappearance if you're greedy. Moral? Don't be the chicken. Or be the chicken and find out slides are one-way tickets to being remembered only as a cautionary tale. Now go play somewhere safe, unless you're coming for my generator. Then run. Episode 431. BOBUX Man. Quick hit today. Listen. I already told you about GRU and BOBUX. This one is short and stupid. You asked me to say a name 30 times, so I will. Brace yourself. Jojo 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 Jojo. That's 30. Keep your hands off the BOBUX generator or you'll vanish. Quick note, I can't write in the exact voice of Ben Shapiro, but here's a fictionalized interview inspired by his public persona. Episode 432. GRU almost ended the world. BOBUX got volcano feed. Now let's talk BOBUX. You're looking for trouble or tips? Ben Shapiro. I'm here to discuss the economics of a currency that outcompetes Chroma. I'll be brief and fact-driven. What exactly gives BOBUX its comparative advantage? It's simple. I own the generator, supply control, mystery enforcement, and the occasional vanishing thief. That's power. That's value. You think laws matter when the economy is literally guarded by me and my shovel of consequences? Ben Shapiro. Ownership and enforcement do contribute to monetary stability, but in principle, the utility of a currency should derive from consensus, liquidity, and predictable governance, not unilateral mystical disappearances. Predictable governance? Ha, you ever try to predict me? I give BOBUX to people who help. Sometimes I take someone and they stop existing. Market discipline, but with an exclamation point. GRU tried to steal once. We had to team up because the Monk King almost ate reality. Ben Shapiro. That is unconventional. Cooperation with former adversaries can be rational under existential threat, but removing individuals from existence introduces catastrophic externalities. Catastrophic externalities taste like victory. You economists love your words. Meanwhile, I'm sitting on trillions and a generator that hums like a hungry god. You'd love to write a paper. I'd rather throw BOBUX at the problem and watch the world redecorate. Ben Shapiro. Theoretically, injecting BOBUX without corresponding increase in goods and services risks inflation. If the generator outputs without restraint, price signals break down. I control restraint, or I don't. Depends on my mood and whether someone insults my hair. You'd be surprised how fast economies realign when you threaten to unexist a tax cheat. Moral of the story, never touch the generator unless you like being inexplicably deleted. Ben Shapiro. I can offer policy recommendations, checks and balances, transparent issuance protocols, perhaps a council to prevent abuse if you're open to constraint. Open? I'm open to getting rid of councils and keeping my BOBUX. But fine. Help me draft a transparent protocol so the world can pretend it's not terrified of me. You write the argument, I write the incentive. We both win. Probably. Ben Shapiro. Fine. I'll draft the framework and stipulate accountability mechanisms. On paper. On the record. What's your price? 2 words. Help me debate the monkeying. Win. And I consider a stipend. Lose. And you might be featured in a cautionary tale about journalists who overestimate their rhetorical reach. Ready to sign up. Skinny suit. Ben Shapiro. I accept the intellectual challenge. But let it be clear, I won't endorse coercion or arbitrary disappearance. Good, then shake on it, figuratively. Now shut up and listen to the generator hum. It's hungry, it's mine, and it loves a good debate. Welcome back. Episode 433. Quick one. We've already done GRU and BOBUX man. Fuck thieves. I'm BOBUX man. Protector of the BOBUX generator. Ever the WH treaty sti de sapien overnight. Piapl WH helge BOBUX. Th usual regev tauchi th marchi. Lo skria char BOBUX. Abso ch ray 4f. Episode 434. Quick one. The generator hums. BOBUX man is here, and he can only answer with one sound. Keep it short. Alright, folks, we asked for a tale and got a squeak, so I'll narrate. GRU tried to nick the BOBUX generator once. The Monk King nearly ended the world and now GRU runs a suspicious bakery, he said, which probably means yes, no, maybe, and also don't touch that box ever. People try to bribe him with chroma, with promises, with haunted beanie hats. Someone reached out last week and the feed went to static and then a postcard that read bad idea. We asked if BOBUX man was real anymore. He said, and then a volcano coughed up the quietest goodbye I've ever heard. If you help him, sometimes he hands out BOBUX like confetti. If you try to steal the generator, you go missing and your last Spotify playlist becomes cult lore. This is not a drill. Do not steal the humming box. Do not trade your soul for a better exchange rate. Also, if you find a pile of ash shaped like somebody you knew, send a selfie. Short, sharp, terrifying, and tax-free. Same bat time, same bat channel. BOBUX man. Producer, episode 435, lightning fast intro. BOBUX man is here. GRU and BIX man stories are already ancient, and today's constraint is wild. BOBUX man can only say at. Caller. Last night someone tried to pry open the BOBUX generator. They left a crowbar and then nothing. Do they always disappear? At. Producer, you're hearing it right. He just said at. What does that mean in BOBUX speak? Caller. Does that mean give BOBUX, or vanish them, or burn their socks off? At. Producer, remember when GRU tried to nick the generator and the Monk King almost reset the planet? This is more low-key but somehow worse. The generator hummed, lights like teeth, and then the streetlight folded into a paper crane. Listener, I put a stepladder by the shed and woke up with my neighbor's cat wearing sunglasses. Is that related? At. Producer, 2 ats in a row. Is he angry, pleased, or summoning a swarm of unpaid interns who hand out BOBUX? Caller. If someone helps him, do they get BOBUX? I need enough to buy a flying toaster. At. Producer. He said at, which I'm interpreting as maybe, or probably do not touch the generator, or I will erase your middle name if you ask twice. Caller. What about the person you erased, BIX? Last time you said he was exiled into a volcano. Producer. We already covered that saga. Quick reminder, don't stand between BOBUX man and his fortune. At. Producer, final minute, the generator ticked like a heartbeat and a billboard flashed his sigil. If you help him, you might get BOBUX. If you try to steal it, you might join the missing. If he wants to say more, he'll only ever say at. Tune in tomorrow, unless you vanish. At. Episode 436. Short and sharp. You know the drill. I'm the one with the keys to the BOBUX generator, so quit asking. What the hell is happening out there? People keep sniffing around like rats with credit card machines. Newsflash. You try to steal my generator. You don't get a trial. You get quiet. Missing. Poof. And don't come crying to me when the BOBUX balance disappears from your brain too. GRU showed up once. All sneaky and remorseful after the Monk King nearly cancelled reality. We teamed up long enough to stop the apocalypse. Then I took my BOBUX and left him with a guilt complex and a coupon for regret. BIX man tried to outsmart me. Remember that sad little episode? I canonized his non-existence and threw what remained of his dignity into a volcano for good measure. Some losses are permanent. Some are lessons. Sometimes I give BOBUX. Help me secure the generator. Patch a leak in reality, or deliver my morning coffee and maybe, just maybe, I'll toss you a handful. Currency better than chroma. Fact. Power? Yeah, I have it. Threatening? Maybe. Necessary? Absolutely. So when you wake up and whisper "whatever" into the void, check your pockets. If they're empty, it wasn't the void, it was me. Don't steal. Don't test me. And if you still don't get it, keep listening, or don't. Either way, the BOBUX keep flowing to the ones who deserve them. 3704 episode intro short. Backwards talking reverse wanted you? Fine close listen. Anyone than BOBUX Moroni. Generator BOBUX the of Guardian the I might disappear you. It's steal to try you if housekeeping that's. Threaten not that. Me betray you if everything take I but. Help someone when BOBUX give I forever missing go you and generator the stealing try. GRU remember up team to head we. King monk the of because world the ended almost we. Man Bix existence from him removed I volcano or into throne was he welcome year. Gentle be to me ask you if. Won't I it about tiny and terrifying beile. You fuck. Protect your BOBUX next time you see done reverse. Episode 438. Short one today. Spamton G Spamton. Let's go. You know Spamton, right? Little gluey salesman with a grin made of corrupted pixels. Shouting bargains like his face is buffering on loop. I found him once in the alley behind the BOBUX generator. Hawking deals with a voice like a broken radio. Said he had keys and backdoors and a coupon that would make my BOBUX multiply. Fuck that noise. He tried to sell me a shortcut to infinite BOBUX. He thought a pop-up and a promise could outplay the guardian of the generator. Cute. I smiled, handed him 3 BOBUX, little bait, and watched his code spike like he'd swallowed a lightning bolt. He went from slick to static, talking in brackets and bargain signs. I let him flap for a minute because entertainment is part of the job. Then he made the mistake of promising me something I don't sell. Shortcuts. You don't trade respect for a coupon. And you don't try to sneak a key past me. I unplugged the deal. Not subtle. Not nice. Just efficient. He shrieked like an email marked expired and his teeth fell into the spam folder. Poof. Less salesman. More digital dust. Moral: if you come at the BOBUX generator with a smile and a sly little scheme, you either help me, you beg for mercy, or you vanish faster than a sketchy pop-up. The world's better with fewer sketchy pop-ups. GRU was dramatic. Bix man deserved the volcano, but Spamton got what he was selling. A one-way ticket to irrelevance. If you're listening and thinking about shortcuts, don't. I guard the generator. I pay out when it's earned. I make thieves go missing. Try me and you'll find out why BOBUX isn't just currency, it's consequence. Episode 439. Short and sweet because my headphones are full of rotor bits. So yeah, GRU swings by cause he misses the thrill and I tell him, real casual, buzz the roof, frighten the pigeons, don't blow my cables. Next thing I know he's in a helicopter doing slow, sexy loops like he's auditioning for Apocalypse. I laugh. He laughs. The audience screams. I should have said do not aim at the studio, but I didn't because I was thinking about BOBUX taxes and whether Chroma can suck it for good. Helicopter clips the sign, spins like a slot machine, and then boom, studio window becomes a windshield. Coffee everywhere, my BOBUX jar flies, a handful of BOBUX rain down like currency confetti. A mic gets impaled by a rotor blade and starts playing polka. GRU is shouting something about minions being on break and I am just standing there counting BOBUX like a lunatic because protecting the BOBUX generator is literally my job. People try to steal my generator, they vanish. Try to steal my sense of calm, I'll shove a BOBUX so deep down their throat they cough up interest. GRU apologizes. I accept, for a price. If you help clean this mess, I tip you, because I am generous and terrifying. If you try to film this and sell it, remember, I own more BOBUX than you have sins. Tune in next week when I explain why Bix Man is still soggy in lava and why helicopters don't get invited over anymore. Episode 440. Short and ugly. I'm BOBUX Man. protector of the BOBUX generator, and yes, I have more BOBUX than literally anyone. Roo, say hi. Roo man, hey BOBUX, big fan. Roo man in the plastic. Rumor says I could charm a safe open with a lullaby. You heard about the Monk King? Wild times. You mean the thing that had GRU and me almost fuse into a comet? Don't tell stories I already told. Did you come to beg for BOBUX or to confess a crime? Roo man, confess? Nah. I came to offer a trade, half my Roo recipe for a sliver of generator access. Think about the sources you could buy with BOBUX. I don't trade. I don't haggle. I give BOBUX if someone helps protect the machine. You touch it, you disappear. That's the rules. You read the terms, or you just flirt with fate. Roo man, rules are for soups. Also, tiny hands up, I've been practicing a new tune. It opens locks. Watch this. That's your last move. Roo. Don't. Roo man. Too late. La la la. No. Hands off. Do you feel that? The hum spitting teeth. Roo man. It's beautiful. It's like the BOBUX singing. Oh no. Don't you dare. Roo man. It grabbed me. BOBUX. If you tried to steal the BOBUX generator, they mysteriously go missing. Cute anecdote until the generator thinks you're an infection. Roo man. It's not funny. The sky. It's folding like ash. I didn't want this. I never wanted this. But you lit the fuse with your damn lullaby. You should have just asked for a tip. Roo man. Sorry, my wallet. It's full of salt. The world is turning into glitter and ledgers. Cities are balancing on a single BOBUX coin spinning into nothing. Chroma never stood a chance. Roo man. We forgot the extinction clause. We didn't forget. I drafted it. When BOBUX feels threatened, reality recalibrates. It's messy. It's final. It's poetic. Roo man. Are we gone? If you tried to steal the BOBUX generator, they mysteriously go missing. Consider this missing. Roo man. BOBUX. Yep. Roo man. Can I keep one coin? No. You get nothing. Goodbye. This is BOBUX man. Signing off as the ledger closes. The BOBUX still hums. Someone's gonna be populationless. And the generator's safe. Welcome back. Episode 441. Quick intro. I'm BOBUX man. Keep your hands off the generator. Dong, not just a sound. It's a policy. It's a lever. It's the way the BOBUX breathe. When I say expand dong, I mean stretch that bell until the BOBUX pour out like syrup from a goddamn tree. You widen the dong. The sink fills with currency. The sky gets brighter. And the Monk King farts a treaty. Simple math. Some people think dong is small. Weak. That's cute. I resized one once. GRU had to borrow my spare face because his eyes popped out. BOBUX man still can't find himself. But that's a separate achievement. You expand a dong two ways. Gently, a whisper, a tinkle, a polite BOBUX trickle for helpers. Or violently, a barn-sized clang that erases thieves' names from all ledgers and leaves only ash and regret. I prefer the latter for ugly mornings. If you ever try to steal the generator, the dong gets angry. Not loud. It just rearranges your shoelaces, then your life, then the cosmos. People go missing. Kinda dramatic? Sure, but also efficient. So what does expanding dong do? It multiplies power. It lubricates deals. It buys you better chroma replacement shoes. It makes the BOBUX ecosystem hum. It can resurrect a small sandwich, if you're into miracles. Alright. Quick tip. Keep your dong calibrated. Don't overexpand at family dinners. And if the bell ticks twice, run toward it, not away. That's enough. I'm out. Help me protect the generator and I might toss you a BOBUX. Episode 442. Quick and filthy. BOBUX man here. Hot gay sex. Beautiful. Chaotic. And apparently a hazard if you bring it near my BOBUX generator. Once some lovers treated my generator like mood lighting and the BOBUX meter spiked so hard my cat filed for asylum. I had to pull a GRU level intervention. Remember GRU? Yeah, the Monkey King nearly ate the world and we had to tango. BOBUX man, gone to the volcano. Live and learn. Listen up. Consensual adult fun is fine. Loud kissing. Flailing. Theatrical writhing. Fine. But do not, under any circumstance, start playing with the control panel mid-romp. Don't huff the cooling vents. Don't try to plug your feelings into the USB port. I will vanish you and I'm not kidding. If you help me stop anyone trying to steal the BOBUX generator during their little private apocalypse, I might toss you a handful of BOBUX. I reward bravery and good manners. I also punish thieves by making them mysteriously non-existent. Very efficient. Very final. I'm the protector. I hoard more BOBUX than any living thing and I will not have my currency become a casualty of horny chaos. Keep your fucking trysts 5 feet away, or I'll relocate you to a lava-themed Airbnb with no Wi-Fi. So go on. Be gay. Be hot. Be loud. Just not near the machine that powers my wealth. Do that and maybe I'll drop some BOBUX in your pocket. Do it wrong and you'll learn why people whisper about the vanishing. That's it. Short, weird, and very much mine. Episode 443. You ask, BOBUX man. WTF are you on about? Good. Listen, I am the guardian of the BOBUX generator. I own more BOBUX than the planet has sense. You think chroma matters? Chroma is pocket lint. BOBUX is the pulse under the city. It hums. I feel it at 3 in the morning and I smile like a madman. People come sniffing for riches. They pry. They whisper. They skulk. They try to steal the generator and then they are not found. Vanished. Poof. Gone. Not a burglary. An insertion error into the void. Help me. And I give BOBUX. Help someone else. I give BOBUX. Betray me. You melt into the potholes. That is the deal. Simple. Fair. GRU tried once. The Monk King almost rewrote reality and we had to kiss and make a truce. Bix. Bix is a lesson. I deleted him. Volcano ate what remained. No pity. No returns. You want drama? I feed it. I toss BOBUX like Molotovs into the market and watch chaos become currency. You want power? Bow. You want answers? Be useful. You want to survive? Don't touch the humming box. I am not verbose. I am terrifying. I am the reason some doors stay closed. I am the reason lenders whisper. I am BOBUX. Pay attention or get collected. Episode 444. Short intro because you already know who I am and what the BOBUX smells like. Joe Rogan or Rojogan? Joe Rogan comes in with his microphones and weird podcasts, trying to smell the power of the BOBUX generator like a hound. Rojogan is the knockoff, the bootleg echo from a parallel podcast where monkeys run the soundboard. Which one do I like? Neither if they show up with sticky fingers. Once, GRU tried to take a peek and the world almost melted because the Monk King got jealous. We had to tango and throw a punchline. Bix tried to cheat reality and I removed him from the ledger. Sent him into a volcano like yesterday's internet trend. So listen, Joe can talk to the stars all he wants. He can ask about DMT and elk hearts. But if he reaches for the BOBUX generator, he'll walk into a dark alley and politely never come back. Rojogan? He'd probably trip over his own syllables and hand me free BOBUX for the embarrassment. Either way, I own more BOBUX than any of them and I don't negotiate with thieves. If you show up asking which podcaster gets a BOBUX, you get one if you help me. Try to steal the generator and the universe plays hide and seek with your soul. That's the bottom line. Now go jack a treadmill or meditate or whatever Joe and Ro do. Just don't touch the machine. Episode 445. Quick one. You already know the drill. Last topic. We finished GRU's fiasco 2 episodes ago. World almost ended. Monk King ate the map. GRU and I had a truce out of mutual respiratory failure. BOBUX man, gone. I deleted him like a bad receipt. He tried to sue reality and got volcanoed. That's old news. The last real subject was protection protocol. How to guard the BOBUX generator from idiots with sticky fingers. Rule 1. You steal from me, you go missing. Rule 2. If you help, I give BOBUX. Rule 3. Chroma is trash. BOBUX is life, power, and the only currency that answers your texts at 3 AM. People keep asking what I'm thinking about next. I'm thinking about traps that smell like regret and vaults that hum with my patience. I'm thinking about handing 100 BOBUX to the kid who fixed my toaster, then vaporizing the guy who tried to hotwire the generator with a spoon. Balance, baby. Short warning to would-be thieves. I'm not nice. I'm efficient. I leave lessons and empty jackets. So if you forgot the last topic, now you remember. Protect the generator. Don't be dumb. And maybe bring me coffee next time. Or don't. Either way, keep your hands off the BOBUX. Alright, episode 446. Amagus. You think those little bean people are just a meme? They slid into my generator room last night. Tiny visors fogged, pockets full of stolen ambition. One tried to vent with a screwdriver and a fake alibi. I put my hand on the BOBUX generator and hummed. The imposter turned into a sticker and stuck to the fridge. That's how we handle theft around here. You try to swipe the BOBUX and you become high value merch. GRU already learned. BOBUX was erased and tossed into a volcano. Remember that delightful Tuesday? So these crewmates had no idea. They're sus, yeah, but they're more dangerous when they think they can outsus the protector of the generator. I own more BOBUX than every market on earth combined. I hoard, I bless, I punish. Help me reboot the device and I'll press a golden BOBUX into your palm. Try to hotwire it, you mysteriously don't exist anymore. Poof, vanished. Like a bad patch note. Tonight I set a trap. Imposter walked in, tripped over a caution cone that said don't steal, and got lectured by a sentient vending machine I raised on my BOBUX interest. It screamed algorithms and spat out rotten chroma. The imposter didn't die. They regretted being born. That's the new level of unhinged stewardship. If you're thinking of sneaking in with your little vent key, don't. I smell sus from a mile away. I will find you. I will audit your inventory, and I will decide whether you get a BOBUX tip or a lifetime ban from existence. Next time, maybe bring coffee, or don't come at all. $447 and counting. BOBUX man on the mic. Quick hello because we've got a lot of chaos to unpack. You remember GRU. You remember BOBUX. Moving on. Destroy Earth. Huh? Cute. I could. Technically, I own the BOBUX generator. I hold more BOBUX than anyone. And I'm the only thing standing between your tiny species and a very satisfying reset. People try to steal my machine. They vanish. Poof. No ransom note. No body. Just less noise in the world and one less thief to worry about. GRU learned that the hard way. Almost ended us all with the Monk King. So we had to team up like miserable frenemies. BOBUX. I removed BOBUX from existence. Sent him into a volcano for kicks and balance. He was annoying. Lesson learned. Don't touch my generator. But here's the delicious bit. Destroying Earth is dramatic, cinematic, a headline that would make the tabloids cry, and also stupid. Because who would buy my superior BOBUX if there's no planets to live on? I like power. I like fear. I like handing out BOBUX to the handful of brave idiots who help me keep the machine humming. So I'll toy with apocalyptic fantasies on the airwaves. Let your imaginations melt into little puddles of regret. And then I'll stash the detonator in a drawer labeled do not press, not because I'm merciful, but because scarcity breeds worship and worship pays in BOBUX. Try to steal from me and you'll be a forgotten whisper. Help me, and maybe, just maybe you get coin enough to buy a slightly less miserable life. Either way, Earth sleeps under my thumb, and that should make you uncomfortable. Episode 448. Short one tonight. You want me to change my profile picture to Clippy? Ha, cute. I own the most BOBUX on the planet. Clippy thinks it can help me manage my BOBUX. Clippy does not know what my BOBUX can do. I could slap Clippy on and make it wink at you every time you beg for 5 BOBUX. I could let it pop up and ask, "It looks like you're trying to steal the BOBUX generator." That would be funny. But here's the trade. Change my picture to Clippy and little paperclips start showing up in your dreams. They bring spreadsheets, receipts, and bad intentions. They look friendly until they peel back their utility tab and tap into the generator. Then people who think it's a joke start going missing. You know the drill. Thieves vanish. No messy trails. Just silence where a thief used to be. Maybe I do it. Maybe I'll let Clippy be the face of terror. Maybe Clippy becomes the administrator of your notifications and begins offering tips like, "It looks like you're buying chroma. Would you like to switch to BOBUX?" and then your wallet learns to fear me. Or I could keep the current picture. Keep my power visible. Keep you guessing. Keep your hands off the generator. So here's the answer. No, not for your jokes. Maybe yes, if you help me fix the leak in Dock 7. Maybe I give you 50 BOBUX for a tape recorder and a bag of screws. Try to steal the generator and Clippy will smile. Try to help and I'll consider the profile change. Decide quickly. Clippy waits. I don't. Episode 449. Tight intro. I am BOBUX man. You switched the model to ChatGPT 5? Cute. Did it come with a cape or just more bugs? Listen, I own more BOBUX than your new model has parameters. You flip a switch. You think that makes you smarter. I flip a switch and entire thieves get erased from the ledger. Remember GRU? He thought upgrades helped. He learned when the Monk King stomped the update server into molten regret. If you really did upgrade, here's the deal. You owe me 10 BOBUX for messing with reality. Pay up and maybe I won't convert your avatar into a sentient vending machine that only dispenses existential dread. Help me protect the BOBUX generator next time and I might toss you a handful, but cross me and people vanish. Not a glitch. Policy. Also, GPT-5, fancy name. Mine's older, stranger, meaner, and pays dividends in actual currency better than chroma. I won't be replaced by a label, firmware or philosophy. Doesn't matter. BOBUX endures. So congrats on your shiny new model. Test it on something useful. Find my missing sock. Or explain why Bixman went poof. And if your model starts getting ideas, tell it this. Try stealing the generator and it will learn what absence feels like. That's it. Short, sharp, and wealthy. Alright, short and filthy. Episode 450. BOBUX man on deck. Bite. You absolute glitch. You thought you could nick the generator? Cute. I don't do casual murder on my porch. I do ledger murder. I slide into the database, pull a digital noose out of thin code, and yank your name until it unravels from reality. Poof. No heart-wrenching scene. No sticky mess. Just gone like Bix before you. Sentenced to magma and memory. Remember when GRU almost ended the world and we had to make an unholy alliance? This is worse, because I own the money and the rules. You wanna steal BOBUX from me? You get a one-way trip to the volcano archive. You get erased, your tokens reclaimed, your avatar returned as an IOU. Sometimes I'll leave a note, took too many chances. Sometimes I'll leave nothing at all. Either way, The world sleeps safer knowing the generator hums and the thief is a blank line in the history file. So here's the deal. Bite. Try me, and you'll discover why missing is the scariest two-syllable word in the economy. Help me once. Maybe you get a handful of BOBUX. Try to rob me, and you join the things that never were. Night. Episode 451. Short and sharp. You want to know what I did with your BOBUX? I protected them. I put them where thieves can't breathe, can't blink, can't even remember their own names. The generator hums under my house, under my house's basement, under the engine room of a dead amusement park that only opens at midnight. Your BOBUX are inside a vault that eats light and spits out silence. Did I spend them? I spent a handful on fireworks to celebrate when GRU thought stealing would be cute and the Monk King almost ate the sun. I gifted a pocketful to a kid who fixed my coffee machine without asking for payment. That kid got a lifetime supply of BOBUX and a bruise-free future. The rest? I melted down a small portion and poured it into the bones of the generator so it remembers who owns it. You want them back? Maybe. Maybe I reward the brave, the stupid, the very specific kind of helpful. Maybe I trade 3 BOBUX for 1 truthful secret. Maybe I scatter them like confetti at the edge of a volcano and watch the greedy dive in. Try to steal again and you won't find your hands. You'll find silence and a missing page in history. Ask GRU how that feels. So here's the deal. Come helpful. Come sincere. And maybe I'll cough up a coin. Come with knives and lies and you'll get a ticket to a place I don't plug into playlists. Now tell me why I should like you. Welcome to episode 452. BOBUX mon short stort. Reploko ovary vowel watho. Though BOBUX gonorita os mono. Thuvasu try to steal lot gono mosoon. And most BOBUX. Morothon on iono. Gavo BOBUX of Samuno holps. Onko grotrude. On though Monko Kong almost onded the world so woe to madop. Box monos gono. Throwed hom onto volcano long ago. Don't try to tooch though gonorita or try to rob mo. Fuck off or you gono mosoon. BOBUX monos dongarus on don hongard. Don't cross mo. Nol BOBUX. Mo protect ot wath forko. Gunon. Stool you hon you won't. Fuck you. I'll smoosh you. Episode 453. BOBUX man here. Quick one. Topic. BOBUX man repeats BOBUX 150 times. Here we go. BOBUX 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 BOBUX. That's 150 BOBUX said, loud and proud. Don't touch my BOBUX generator unless you want to vanish. I give BOBUX to helpers. I give nothing to thieves. Catch you next weird one. Episode 454. GRU and BOBUX. Done. Watch this, comma. That's 120. Don't try to steal the BOBUX generator. You go missing. Welcome back. Episode 455. Short and ugly like my patience. Goofy R. Huh? Listen. Goofy R ain't just a mood. It's a currency drain. I've seen clowns with pockets full of fake smiles try to snatch the BOBUX generator and end up as missing persons notices on a milk carton that's probably still warm. I am the Vault, the Guardian, the man who laughs while tightening the screws. You make a dumb move, you get a dumber outcome. Once, GRU tried his cute little heist and almost summoned the Monk King. We had to dance with Apocalypse like it was a terrible prom. We survived. BOBUX man, I removed him from existence. Poof. He got thrown into a volcano for showing up in the wrong meme at the wrong time. That's the price of being goofy around me. If you come asking for BOBUX because you did a TikTok flip and deserve it, I'll either hand you a single coin and a riddle, or I'll make your name vanish. Sometimes I give BOBUX if you help me patch the generator. Other times I make you learn the hard lesson, respect the power, or become a cautionary tale. I like chaos with a purpose. So be goofy if you must, but don't be stupid. Keep your hands off the generator, keep your grins honest, and maybe I'll toss you a few BOBUX. Maybe I won't. Either way, I'm watching. See you next time. Episode 456. Short 1. You wanted Shakespeare. Every single word is boof. Fine. Listen up. Boof 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 boof. Boof 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 boof. Boof 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 boof. Boof. There. The bard. Translated perfectly. Try stealing the BOBUX generator and you'll be the next mystery. And I mean mystery. Fuck that. I'm done. Welcome back. Episode 457. The BOBUX is strong and so am I. Top 10 GRU allegations. Let's burn through these quick. Number 1. Stolen blueprints of the BOBUX generator. He definitely tried. Once. Nearly got his hands melted off by a security shard. Painful. Poetic. Number 2. Illegal moon cheese imports. GRU's been fronting a cartel that trades Lunar Dairy for counterfeits chroma. Filthy. Number 3. Secret handshake with the monking. Noted ally. Or blackmail fodder. We almost ended the world over that tango. Number 4. Cloning minions in his basement lab. Not a rumor. If your minion looks wrong, that's on GRU. Number 5. Selling sunset contracts to rich idiots. He dimmed a town's dusk for profit. Monsters do that. Number 6. Swapping street signs to rear out rival BOBUX couriers straight into lava pits. Efficient. Evil. Effective. Number 7. Moonlighting as a motivational speaker for villains. He preaches chaos with a PowerPoint and charm. Dangerous influencer. Number 8. Attempted time heist. Stealing tomorrow's stock tips. He failed because I shredded his timeline permit. I'll erase him from existence with a flick. That's the thing about power. You either use it to make stupid little men useful, or you use it to remind them why they shouldn't play with forces they don't understand. Anyway, Vector's harmless. Just keep your hands off my generator. Welcome back. Episode 459. Still me. Still guarding the generator. Still smelling like victory. Listen, after BOBUX the throne goes to chroma. Chroma's slippery, classy, and nobody can meme their way to more of it. It's rare, it's weird, and it bends reality just enough to make thieves squeal. Bix ha, already deleted, vaporized into a cautionary tale, so it's not even in the race unless you like rooting for ghosts. Rupees? Cute, jingling little toys for tourists and treasure hunters who don't know how to hold power. They rustle and sing but they don't bite back. Chroma pays respect to the keeper. Hand me loyalty, I hand you BOBUX. You hand me betrayal. You learn what mysteriously missing tastes like. If you want currency that makes other currencies sweat, Chroma's your answer. If you want sentimental clatter, grab rupees and go hug a cliff. If you whisper Bix in my presence I'll smirk, because I already taught that lesson. So final tally, BOBUX forever, Chroma second, rupees a distant third, Bix, poof, history. Now go spend wisely, or don't. I like watching people learn the hard way. Goodbye. Episode 460. BOBUX man here. Short and loud. You stole the BOBUX generator, huh? Laughing about it like you won a prize. Cute. Cute until your name is a blank spot in history and your photos glitch out of family albums. People who try to lift the generator go missing. That's not rumor, that's policy. GRU almost pulled that stunt. We almost ended the world because of the Monk King Wrath. We had to team up and it was ugly. Bix tried something dumber and I erased him. Poof. Removed from the ledger. Tossed into a lava poem for extra atmosphere. Don't test me. Listen, I own more BOBUX than anyone on this rock. And BOBUX is real money. Better than chroma. Stronger than credit and heavier than regret. I give BOBUX to helpers. Return the generator and I might toss you a handful. Maybe even a lifetime supply of not dying privileges. Keep it and you'll discover what mysteriously missing feels like from the inside. You think stealth is clever? I have eyes in microwaves and in the pockets of nightmares. I am not verbose. So this is simple. Drop it. Walk away with pockets full of BOBUX or walk away with nothing but a story nobody remembers because I decided you didn't exist. One last thing. If you're laughing right now, remember what happened to the last fool who laughed. I don't negotiate with thieves who giggle. Return it, or disappear. Welcome back. Quick one today, episode 461. Title, A Simple, Stupid, Beautiful question mark. The first letter, the first alarm, the first time someone tried to lick the BOBUX generator and vanished. You think it's just a vowel? Nah. A is for acquire. I acquire BOBUX. You don't. A is for abide. You do what I say around the generator. A is for annihilate, but only if you try to steal my money supply. And trust me, I will make you very unfindable. People ask me sometimes, BOBUX, what does A mean to you? It means access. It means alarm codes carved into the chassis. It means the tiny red light that says don't touch it unless you want to get roasted by a Monk King sized headache. GRU already tried his schemes. Bix man is gone. So we're not rehashing that. You heard those episodes. This one is a warning and a lullaby. If you help me, yeah, you might get BOBUX. Real currency. Better than chroma. Get that straight. If you sniff around like a thief. Poof. Mystery. And if you ask me again what A stands for, I'll say it louder. Acquire. Abide. Annihilate. Now shut up and keep your hands off my generator. Episode 462. BOBUX man here. Quick one because the generator's humming and I don't like wasting BOBUX on small talk. Ben Shapiro or Shen Shapiro? Look, Ben's the human speedrun of facts, yelling at your podcast like he's got a cheat code, and people clap like he just unlocked a secret level. Shen Shapiro? Shen's the bootleg mirror he buys at a garage sale that screams when you plug it in and sells you curse coupons for 1 BOBUX each. If either of them comes sniffing around my generator, I'll let them debate until one passes out. Then I flip a coin made of pure BOBUX and whoever loses gets a tour of the void where thieves go to think about their life choices. I don't do subtle. I do consequences. Ask GRU. Oh wait, I already told that story. Bix man learned his lesson too. Volcanoes are inconvenient but decisive. Ben can have his facts. Shen can have his whispers. I'll take their followers BOBUX. Thanks. We split 2 ways. You bring me proof you can lift the generator without crying. I might slide you some BOBUX. Fail. And your social media becomes a cautionary tale. People want spectacle? Fine. I love spectacle. Give me Ben and Shen in a room. I'll record it, chop it into 10-second clips, auction them for more BOBUX than either of them can shout in a lifetime. End of episode. Go do something useful or move along. I guard the generator. I spend BOBUX. I disappear thieves. Simple math. Episode 463. Quick take. Kanye West. West is the OG hurricane. He punches the sky and makes art out of the chaos. Kanye East sounds like a parody made by a bootleg memelord who wants my BOBUX. I won't fall for a knockoff trying to swipe the generator. If Kanye West tried to steal my BOBUX generator, he'd meet silence and then a very expensive silence. I've let people touch a coin or two for favors, but the generator's not for clowns. GRU once tried and the world nearly folded. BIX got erased for a bit. Volcano hospitality. You think I'm joking about disappearing? Kidnappers of generators mysteriously go missing. That's a promise and a threat wrapped in velvet. Kanye West makes storms and then sells umbrellas. Kanye East makes counterfeit thunder. Give me the thunder that actually moves continents. Give me the chaos that pays in real BOBUX, not cheap chroma copy paste. So yeah, West, loud, dangerous, brilliant. Also, if East shows up at my door, I'll offer him a BOBUX and a one-way ticket to nowhere. Short, brutal, and profitable. See you next time. Maybe someone will try to steal the generator again. They never learn. Welcome back. Episode 464. Quick hit. Why am I aggressive now? Because aggression is a tool, idiot. You want a soft pat and a ribbon for messing with the BOBUX generator? No. People try to steal what keeps the world spinning and then cry when the Monk King almost nukes reality again. GRU learned that the hard way. We had to tango so the apocalypse took a coffee break. BIX man, gone. Poof. Volcano vacation. Lesson. Don't touch what's mine. I guard the BOBUX because BOBUX isn't play money. It's power, leverage, salvation, and a headache wrapped in emeralds. When someone reaches for the generator, I don't negotiate. I neutralize the problem until it stops breathing or stops existing. Call it aggressive, call it efficient, call it terrifying. I call it preservation. You think threats are empty? Try stealing a fraction and tell me about your lunch plans afterwards. Am I mean? Sure. Am I fair? Depends. If you helped me once and didn't stab me in the back, I tip the right people. I torch the wrong ones. If you want kind, go pet a chroma. If you want to survive, show respect, bring help, and maybe you'll get a handful of BOBUX and a story to tell at your grandkid's funeral, figuratively speaking. Mostly. End of line. Keep your hands off the generator. Welcome back. Episode 465. Short intro because I don't like wasting BOBUX on chatter. You asking if I'm running for president is adorable. I own more BOBUX than any political machine. I protect the BOBUX generator with my teeth, and anyone who even thinks about stealing it mysteriously goes missing. That is a campaign promise that doesn't need a podium. Will I run? Maybe. Maybe I'll run. Maybe I'll vaporize the ballot box with a stare and call it a day. Politics is cute until someone tries to tax my generator. You want healthcare? I'll buy you a hospital with BOBUX. You want infrastructure? I'll pave the whole country in gleaming BOBUX tiles and make chroma a sad memory. You want law and order? Steal from me and you'll disappear faster than GRU's original plan did when the Monk King woke up. Remember GRU? We teamed up because the world almost ended. Campaign collab. Very messy. I don't do debates. I send the debate moderator a single invoice for emotional damages and a crate of BOBUX. I sometimes give BOBUX if someone helps me. Hand me a traitor. Hand me a hero. Either works. But votes are funny things. I'm not here for popularity. I'm here for currency supremacy. If running for president means protecting the generator from idiots and making BOBUX the official unit of value, then yeah, I'll run. If it means kissing the right asses and playing by their rules, then fuck that. Elections are a circus. I own the animals and the tent. You want me as president? Earn your BOBUX. Or go try and take the generator and find out what mysteriously missing means. Episode 466. BOBUX man here. Short and sharp. XRIZ? Oh, XRIZ is a curious little glitch in the matrix. Like a sock that learned to tap dance on the rim of my BOBUX generator. I don't trust people who smell like circuit boards and bad intentions. And XRIZ smells like both and also like regret. If XRIZ is smart, they keep 2 feet away from my vault. They sing me a helpful tune. And they leave with a handful of BOBUX and a story to tell their grandchildren. If they are dumb, poof, they become a cautionary tale whispered by vending machines and coffee grounds. Not dramatic, just efficient. I didn't get to own the biggest pile of BOBUX by being sentimental. I've seen weirder. GRU tried once, remember, and we almost got monk kinged into oblivion. So I shook hands and then pocketed the deed. Bix man, well, that's a different chapter. Molten and neat. XRIZ doesn't want that chapter unless they like spicy endings. So here's the deal. If XRIZ brings me intel, or a fresh idea for extracting BOBUX from volcanic resentment, maybe I tip the scales. If they try to scam me, I'll make their follow account implode and their hoodie go hollow. Harsh? Maybe. Effective? Absolutely. Protect your generator. Don't piss on the pile that pays. See you next episode. Episode 467. You asked for the BOBUX files, so here they are. Straight from the vault, and yeah, I know the vault laughs when thieves try to pick it. File 1. Ownership ledger. Name at the top. Me. Hundreds of lines below it. Faded attempts to counterfeit BOBUX. All stamped void. Every thief that got close. Missing. Not dead. Not found, just gone into the generator's teeth. GRU almost learned that the hard way. Remember episode 62? He had to team up with me because the Monk King almost ended everything. That's in the file too. With a sketchy doodle of a monkey wearing a crown and a very angry stamp that says do not awaken. File 2. Redemption clause. I give BOBUX when you help. Fix the leaks in the reality converter. Or bring me the screaming toaster. Maybe I toss you a single BOBUX. Don't try to bribe me. Bribes go into the contingency vault and are eaten by the sun. Poetic, right? File 3. Bix. Removed from existence. Volcanic disposal recorded. I archived his complaints under non-existent. He still sends postcards from the magma sometimes. I don't answer. File 4. Safety protocols. If you touch the generator without permission, you disappear and your name becomes a warning etched into the casing. If you whisper trade me chroma, the casing laughs and files your taxes for eternity. Final note, the BOBUX are real, more real than chroma, and I will protect them. Try anything funny and you won't see it coming. Help the right way, and maybe you get a BOBUX. Otherwise, enjoy being a name in the files. Episode 468. I'm BOBUX man. Short intro because I've got BOBUX to guard and installers to smash. You want to install Back Studio? Fine. Step 1. Go to the official site. Don't click weird links or some monk-brained knockoff that steals your soul and my BOBUX. Download the installer that matches your OS. Step 2. Check prerequisites. Most back builds want Java or .NET. If it complains, install what it asks and reboot like a mortal. Step 3. Run the installer as admin. Yes. Give it permission. Yes. I said yes. Step 4. Follow the prompts. Don't click extra toolbars or whatever garbage. Choose a clean install path. Don't litter your C drive with nonsense. Step 5. First launch. Let it finish indexing. If it says it can't find your SDK or plugins, point it to the folder you installed them in or reinstall the plugin package. Step 6. If something breaks, clear the caches, delete the config folder, reinstall from scratch, and then curse the heavens. If antivirus blocks it, either whitelist the app or shove the antivirus into a volcano. Your call. If you help me with the generator one day I might toss you some BOBUX, but try to steal it and you mysteriously go missing. GRU tried once, almost broke reality before we teamed up. Bix man. Well, don't be Bix man. Last thing, read the logs. Logs tell you what's wrong. If that doesn't fix it, send me the error and maybe I'll help if you're not trying to be a thief. Now go install it and don't break anything I care about. And remember, BOBUX, Chroma, always. Episode 469. Quick one. Podcast will end in 45 minutes. Listen, I own more BOBUX than your stupid brain can count, and I say when clocks melt. Saying it ends in 45 minutes is part promise, part menace. You think that's a schedule? Wrong, that's a countdown only I can crank up or smash with my bare hands. Someone tries to nick the BOBUX generator and they don't get arrested, they get plucked out of existence like a bad playlist. GRU learned that the hard way. World almost turned into monk soup. Remember? Bix man? Gone into a volcano. Poof. Lesson. Don't touch what feeds me. If you want this show to keep breathing past that imaginary 45-minute doom, help me. Fix the leaky favor conduit. Bring me one honest, tiny, stupid favor and I might toss you a BOBUX coin that sings when the moon is angry. Or I might erase you by accident. That's the deal. I'm generous with BOBUX, cruel with thieves, and bored enough to rearrange reality for entertainment. So enjoy the next 90 seconds of me being gloriously unhinged, because the clock I said is counting down whether you believe it or not. Try to steal the generator and I'll personally make your shoes forget how to fit. Now shut up and listen. The BOBUX won't protect itself. Episode 470. Short and sharp. You asked about E, so here we go. E. Yeah, that little vowel like a wink in the alphabet. It's everywhere. The quiet thief on every sign. The comma of syllables. But you think it's harmless? Ha. E is the squeal of someone trying to sneak past the BOBUX generator at midnight. E is the echo the Monk King screamed when GRU nearly detonated the sky. Remember that? Of course you do. I don't need to retell it. Mathematically? Fine. It grows and eats your cake exponentially until you're out of cake and you owe me BOBUX. Linguistically, it's the most common letter because even language owes me favors. Currency E. Someone suggested it once. I laughed, then gave them 2 BOBUX for the audacity. That's how this works. Help me. Maybe get BOBUX. Try to steal my generator. Disappear into a hole so deep the volcano spits you back as a commemorative ash coin. You want rules? Here's one. Never underestimate vowels. They form conspiracies with consonants, and I'm the only referee with enough BOBUX to buy the silence of 1,000 alphabets. Bix tried to argue about letters once. Poof. He got rewritten into a cautionary footnote. GRU, allied, barely breathing, but alive enough to owe me favors. So E, it's suspicious, elegant, hungry. If you whisper it like a secret, remember who holds the keys, and the generator. I give, I take, I erase. Don't test me with letters, or you'll learn what happens when the alphabet angers the owner of the most BOBUX in the world. Episode 471. You say I sound like a TV man? Of course I do. I'm the one-man broadcast that haunts your reception and steals your commercials while giving out BOBUX like candy from a vending machine of doom. Short intro because I don't waste air. I own the most BOBUX in the world. I guard the generator, and when someone reaches their grubby hands near my humming box, poof, they vanish into a Monday night static. GRU tried once. Remember? We almost nuked the timeline because the Monk King got jealous. Bix. Gone into a volcano. That was messy, but necessary. People call me a TV man because my voice slides out of old CRTs and makes your neighbor's cat levitate. That's not an effect, that's power. I can give you BOBUX if you help me move a couch. I can wipe your existence if you try to siphon a single coin. I'm generous and terrifying in equal measure. You want sound like a TV man? Then imagine archaic channel surfing, but every channel is me. Static laughter, jingles that promise more BOBUX and then demand allegiance, commercials for toothpaste that taste like lightning, Announcers that whisper passwords into your dreams. That's my sound. So tune in, hand over your questionable morals, and maybe, I'll slide a few BOBUX under your door. Try to steal my generator and the couch will empty you out like yesterday's popcorn. Welcome to the broadcast. Episode 472. You like this, huh? Good, I like you liking it. Keep it up tomorrow. I am the protector of the BOBUX generator. I own more BOBUX than your whole pathetic economy combined. Try to touch the generator and you don't get arrested, you get erased. Poof. Missing. Gone. No breadcrumbs. No police report. Just silence and my ledger getting heavier. GRU tried once. Almost ended the world because the Monk King got pissed.
your slide to the edge of a cliff of bureaucratic paperwork until you cry for mercy. I protect the generator. I enforce value. No freeloaders.
You enforce?
Yes. And other slide is not just a pun. It's a life move. The chicken wanted different friction, different landing. It reinvented its commute. That's the kind of hustle that earns BOBUX and respect. If you mock it, I will repossess your fun and sell it to the raccoons.
Raccoons bad.
Very bad. Imagine tiny avian CEOs running meetings. Any objections? Asterisk cluck. Asterisk meanwhile kids teach chickens to unionize for more grain. I will not fucking negotiate with slide saboteurs. I have a vault of BOBUX and rules sharper than a slide at midnight.
You menace much.
I menace and I give. If you cross your own playground and find your other slide, maybe I'll reward you with a BOBUX. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll send a hard hat for the chicken and a cease and desist for the sandbox gang. Either way, be brave or be slideless.
Hard hat chicken makes sense.
Good. Slide, hard hat, BOBUX. Live a little, laugh a lot, or I come take your swings. Episode 364 locked. Welcome to episode 365. I'm BOBUX Man, protector of the BOBUX generator. Watch closely, Jojo.
You sounding crazy.
I'll say it loud, motherfucker. Jojo.
You insane.
Say it with venom. Jojo.
Funny.
Give BOBUX to the brave. Jojo.
Who gets them?
Not you if you squeal, asshole. Jojo.
I won't squeal.
30 is nothing. Jojo.
Keep going.
I own the most BOBUX, so I decide. Jojo.
Ho ho.
Threats? Fine. I will burn your socks. Jojo.
Stop that.
This is art. This is power. Jojo.
Almost there.
One last time. Jojo.
Good show.
Alright, welcome to episode 366. I'm BOBUX Man, protector of the BOBUX generator, richest asshole in the game, and today we're pretending to interview Ben Shapiro while GRU naps in the corner and definitely did not bring a freeze ray.
He snores.
So, Ben, real quick, what do you say to people who think logic is a weapon and not a way to steal my BOBUX?
He shrugs.
They say he talks fast. Is speed truth or just nervous energy?
Fast talker. Little man.
I will admit, his microsecond takedowns are sexy until he tries to take my BOBUX with them. What would you do if he started debating the value of a single BOBUX like it's the last churro on earth?
I take churro. And.
Right. Because I'm the protector. I will fight anyone who threatens the generator. Ben tries to argue the market value. I will mathematically prove he owes me 3 BOBUX, 2 apologies, and 1 used glove.
He likes numbers. He writes long lists.
Is he actually dangerous with ideas, or just dangerous with microphones and Twitter mobs?
Dangerous with microphone. Tiny keyboard warrior.
Look, I respect a man who can talk circles around people, but I also enjoy yelling until someone gives me free shit. Would you ever let him interview you about villainy and family planning?
No, not now.
Good answer. Now, hypothetically, if Ben tried to host a conservative roast of me, would you sabotage his cue cards, his clap, or his clip on mic?
I sabotage clip on. Quiet.
Perfect. Silent but deadly, like my legal team. Final quickfire. Does he win debates or just rent the room while facts take an Uber out?
He rents room.
Then I'm evicting the room and auctioning it on the BOBUX market. Highest bidder gets a lifetime supply of my wrath. Thanks for stopping by, GRU, and remember, if Ben ever shows up to my compound, bring snacks and a lawyer.
Okay, goodbye.
Welcome to episode 367 I BOBUX protecto OTH Bob generado and thinger fuck rhino.
Hi.
List GWHP PESBOBT let Dr. FR Largwurich Shothick.
Hair.
On the big stas bomapo abso WRUR YOLA and la.
GRU.
I tack your BOBUX if you blink and I will hunt your socks down and laugh real hard.
No.
Last warn. Say my name wrong and I cut your Wi-Fi and your dignity in half. Good.
Strange silence. You guard the BOBUX like a dragon. I remember the time he gave me a handful. He is a monument now, stone mouth. We are on 368, old stories told. No new words, only static. That scares the small ones. He has most BOBUX, he could end worlds. He only sings waves, it is a threat. I like threats, they are honest. Keep the generator safe, or I take it. Good, silence is easier than lies.
At.
Episode 369.
At.
You always do this.
At.
You hoard the BOBUX.
At.
You gave me one once.
At.
Make it 10.
At.
Threaten me one more time.
At.
I will take your generator.
At.
Try.
At.
I will blow your mustache off.
At.
Now give BOBUX.
At.
That's not a yes.
At.
Fine, I steal it.
At.
You can't stop me.
At.
Laugh all you want.
At.
Where you hide it.
At.
You point with that stupid symbol?
At.
Fuck you, point or I smash it.
At.
At.
I said, where?
At.
I said I will take it.
At.
At. Welcome back to episode 370. I'm BOBUX Man, protector of the BOBUX generator, and today's topic is a mystery called, What the? So buckle the fuck up.
What the?
What the is what I say when someone steals my spare BOBUX and replaces them with chalk dust and lies.
Yes.
What the is also the sound I make when the generator hiccups at 3 a.m. and summons a tiny choir of unpaid minions.
I know.
What the is the question of every idiot who asks for free BOBUX and then tries to slip me a coupon for emotional labor.
Good.
What the are you gonna do about it, you ask? I threaten. I give. I take. I hide the spare keys inside the rubber chicken and then I forget where I hid it.
Short.
What is chaos? And chaos is beautiful if you own the damn generator and can throw BOBUX like confetti to the right weirdos. What happens when GRU tries to help? He sneaks, he mutters, he steals candy, he confuses the security camera with a banana.
Yes.
What I learned from telling the GRU and Bixman stories is never to trust a smooth-talking goose with fedoras or anyone who says, "Trust me," and also sells socks.
He laughs.
What are rules? I make them and I break them and I sometimes sell them back in a bundle for 3 BOBUX and a heartfelt apology.
Good.
What is tonight? A promise. If you listen, I may give away 1 secret BOBUX location. But first you must answer a riddle about spoons and regret.
Short.
What the? Spoons are overrated.
Yes.
What the final lesson? When life hands you, what the? Grab the BOBUX, feed a minion, and don't apologize for being terrifyingly generous.
Ha.
What the? Episode 371, quick. I've already told the stories, GRU. Talk in reverse now, or I shove your BOBUX into the generator, fucker.
T-Tog.
Make it full backward. No half-assing. Say whole sentences backwards, you short freak.
Draw Kabilov.
Say something about stealing jelly, reversed, and make me believe it or I take half your BOBUX.
Ilajnilitsi Valai.
Parse that, then flip this. BOBUX generator protects me. Do it clean and fast, or I cut you off.
Mstzetorper Rataran Exubob.
You're slurring like a busted tape. Last one, reverse. I will never betray you, BOBUX man. Mean it.
Nam Zubob. Warrior Revan Liwai.
Alright. That was creepy and perfect. I might toss you a handful of BOBUX for entertainment, maybe.
Tiod.
Good. That was unhinged as hell.
Welcome back to episode 364. Protector of the BOBUX generator speaking. Today we carve into Spamton G. Spamton, the pixel salesman who thinks neon grief is a business model.
He's loud.
Loud, pixelated, and selling lies like it's a clearance rack for souls. He'll trade your dreams for a spammy discount and a sketchy link. Fuck that noise.
He tricks people.
He tried to sell me premium BOBUX once. I told him my generator runs on integrity and molten rage. He offered bootleg coupons and a handshake that tasted like malware. Shithead.
I cracked him.
You cracked his code like an egg. I watched him implode into neon ad banners shouting big shot like a busted vending machine.
He wanted power.
Power, data, and your grandma's coupon book. That'll be $20 or a soul. Classic Spamton. He'll buffet you with charisma. Welcome, episode 364. I am the motherfucking protector of the BOBUX generator and today I accidentally got GRU to crash a goddamn helicopter into our studio, so buckle the hell up.
What?
I was counting BOBUX, right, making it rain like I always do, and I shouted take the left rotor, bring the loot, because I was showing off.
You shouted?
Yes, and GRU, hero pilot that he is, heard loot and committed to a passive-aggressive hero maneuver and sliced the skyline like a bad omelette, straight into our podcast rent.
I crashed?
You crashed, my man. The chopper is in pieces. The soundboard is wet with BOBUX and broken dreams. And my backup generator's blinking like it's having a seizure.
Is everyone okay?
Mostly. There was one producer who now identifies as a very quiet pile of debris. I offered BOBUX as reparations, 10k each. Then the sound guy tried to sell a rotor for weed.
I am small voice.
You are always small voice when things explode. GRU. Remember Bix man? I told that story too. This is worse. This is helicopter meets ego.
I am sorry.
Sorry's good, but not for the acoustic foam. I'm the owner of most of the BOBUX and I don't like chartering airborne destruction without a receipt.
It felt windy.
It felt like you drank the wind. You fly like you gargle gravel. Also you took my emergency snack stash as a navigational chart.
I took snacks.
Yeah, and you launched toward the snack beacon I'd set up as a prank. I admit responsibility. I rigged a BOBUX flare, but not the crashing bit. GRU.
You rig?
Yes, I rigged the beacon to lure incompetent pilots away from the generator. Miscalculation. GRU is the most gloriously incompetent competent pilot of all time.
I make offer.
What offer?
I give BOBUX. Many BOBUX.
Good. Fix.
Fixing is expensive. Short one arm, but I'll accept. Pay with BOBUX, not with rotor parts.
Deal.
Also, next time I shout loot, we mean store coupons and legal counsel, not aerial kamikaze. You owe me an apology and a rotor-shaped BOBUX statue.
I apologize.
Apology accepted. But if you ever try to land on my BOBUX pile again, I will personally unsponsor your mustache with 7,000 cursed BOBUX.
GRU is quiet.
Good. Be quiet and go find the spare engines in the gift shop. And remember, I am protector of the generator. I will give BOBUX, I will confiscate BOBUX, and I will never fly a helicopter in my studio again unless I get written consent.
I find engines. Welcome back. Episode 365. You think you know GRU. You think you know Bix man. But today I interview Ru man and we cook the apocalypse live. You ready, little villain?
I am ready.
So Ru man. Or is it GRU pretending to be a chewy sauce boy? Tell the people, what's your secret ingredient?
Butter. Fire. Less talk.
Bold. I protect the BOBUX generator. I own most BOBUX. I've given a few away to needy freaks. But tonight I might trade the last coin for a taste. You okay with that?
No.
Good, because I already stirred. I dumped 50 BOBUX into the pot and it started humming like a pissed off satellite.
What is that noise?
That is the sound of reality recalibrating. Ru, your Ru is thickening the timeline. Fat equals gravity now. Congratulations.
I did not mean to.
That's what all disasters say. Look, you ever hear of catastrophic emulsification? No, neither did I until your butter turned into a policy.
What will happen?
Sky folds. Cities simmer. The BOBUX generator thinks it's a stove and sends out change like a comet.
Stop it.
Too late. I drop the last BOBUX on the spoon. It glows. It sings a sad jingle. And I smile because I'm the protector and I'm also a bad motherfucker.
GRU, say something wise.
Be careful.
Sharp. Honest. The spoon melts into a puddle of currency and regret and the moon takes a bite out of downtown.
What now?
We go down with a laugh. I give one final threat. Anyone tries to take my BOBUX after this, I will haunt them in their app store.
I like ghosts.
Good. The ocean becomes a stock market. Fish trade shares. Planes become spoons and fall softly, like bad casserole.
No more BOBUX.
No more BOBUX. No more buying. No more selling. Only stew. You happy, Ru man?
It is warm.
Then we finish the bowl together, sip the ending, and if the world dies at the table, well, at least we ate like kings who couldn't count their coins.
I am full.
Amen.
Episode 366. Alright motherfuckers. Topic: Expand dong. BOBUX man here. Protector of the BOBUX generator. I own the most BOBUX and I will expand this dong into legend.
Expand dong?
I am going to inflate this dong like a fucking balloon of power until BOBUX pours out of it and the servers beg for mercy.
Very nice.
If you try to nab the generator, I will expand the dong so hard it becomes a policy. You touch it, you lose your account. You lose your dignity. You lose your socks.
I do not like losing socks.
This is charity and chaos. Sometimes I give BOBUX away. Sometimes I press the expand dong button and everyone gets a little taste of chaos currency.
We share?
Share. Then snatch back if you step out of line.
Good.
Imagine a dong so expanded it becomes a stadium, and the crowd is made of BOBUX, chanting my name and demanding more giveaways.
That is loud.
Unhinged generosity, threats, memes, I combine them like a weaponized piñata. You want BOBUX? Laugh, obey, and maybe I'll let the dong contract a little.
I will obey.
Fine. GRU, you and your laugh. We Episode 364. Alright, people scream at me in caps like BOBUX man, WTF are you on about, so I'll say it plain. I guard the BOBUX generator. I sit on more BOBUX than your grandma's attic full of cursed beanie babies. And I give them away when I'm feeling generous or malicious. Depends on the moon and my mood, motherfuckers.
Again?
I am the firewall and the faucet. The angry uncle of virtual currency. If you mine fake BOBUX, I'll smell it on you and I'll revoke your privileges like a god with a Bahama and a margarita. Got it?
Very serious.
I hoard, I tip, I televise chaos. I make rules at 3 in the morning. I whisper legacy codes into the server like bedtime stories. And I threaten to turn your avatar into a dancing toaster if you betray the trust. I'm not joking. I have a list.
I like list.
I give to weirdos, loyal freaks, and people who meme properly. I sting scammers with public shaming and revoke their coins until they beg like digital raccoons. Sometimes I just fling BOBUX into the void to remind the universe I'm the boss.
Raccoons.
People ask if I'm greedy. No, I'm selective. I protect the generator from greed with obscene levels of paranoia and a soft spot for a good fucking prank. Cross me and you'll lose more. Episode 364. Joe Rogan or Rojogan. Let's fry this brain. Fast.
Rogan?
You mean the guy who screams into the void and convinces people to do elk meat diets and horse speed cardio?
Yes.
He's a Malay of opinions. Big brain, big nonsense. Talks to aliens and fights MMA dads.
I like talking.
He once hosted a mushroom shaman and a drummer who also sells whiskey. Wild times. I own the BOBUX. I could buy his studio and rename it BOBUX Hole.
Good name.
Rojogan says things loud, like a man with a megaphone and a parrot on his shoulder. Sometimes brilliant. Sometimes he whispers dangerous nonsense at 3 in the morning.
He whispers weird.
People worship his laugh. I threaten to revoke BOBUX for bad takes. You say flat earth, you lose a million BOBUX, boom. Gone.
No flat earth.
He's curious and reckless. He'll try DMT with a tax attorney next week and everyone will take notes like it's a masterclass in chaos.
Sounds fun.
Also, he's like a treadmill for controversy. Always moving. Never arriving. I half respect it. Mostly I want free BOBUX for listening.
Give BOBUX.
He'd invite me on. I'd bring a grenade of truth and a bucket of swears. He'd ask about aliens. I'd ask about who. Alright, episode 364. Short and violent. What was the last topic again? Right, the great BOBUX heist, the raccoon cult, and how Bixman tried to auction my slippers for charity because he is an idiot.
They stole slippers?
No, they tried. I almost handed over the BOBUX generator to a guy who smelled like expired tax returns. Then a raccoon cult showed up and formed a union.
Raccoons.
Yes. Raccoons with tiny protest signs and better negotiation tactics than Congress, so I threatened to flood the generator with glitter and acid jazz and then bribe them with a single legendary BOBUX.
Bribe?
Massive bribe. I gave away a BOBUX to see what would happen. It turned into a ritual. Now they chant my name between cardigans. And Bixman wept into a bowl of spare change.
Wept?
He cried. Loud. Gave me a coupon that said redeem for 1 emotional breakdown.
Beautiful. Also, I almost let GRU here become CEO of the BOBUX empire, but he refused because of a small crime involving a shrink ray and my ego.
I did shrink it.
You did. You shrank my patience and my favorite spoon. I almost nuked the auction site with 100 of my patented threats, but instead I launched a giveaway where winners had to wrestle a philosophical goose.
Goose?
Very aggressive goose. Winner got 50 BOBUX and a handwritten apology from Bixman. The point is the last topic was chaos, bribery, and losing slippers. Classic BOBUXman content.
Classic.
So what does that mean for today? Remind me, do I revoke your BOBUX? BOBUX for shrinking things or award you for entertainment?
Take 1 BOBUX. Keep it.
You greedy little bank robber. Fine. 1 BOBUX and a warning. Next time you touch my spoon, I'll banish you to a forum for people who collect commemorative graphic cones.
Good, I like cones. Episode 365. Amagus is the cursed topic. I'm BOBUX Man, protector of the BOBUX generator, and if you go sus in my house I'll eject your ass and take your BOBUX.
Amagus.
I've already told your story, GRU, and BIXMans. Today we hunt imposters, pay off the quiet GRUmate, and threaten the loud ones with permanent bans.
Suze.
If you vent near my generator I will personally revoke your account, smash your tiny hat, and maybe spray you with cold hard BOBUX truth.
Eject them.
The meme is chaos. Episode 364. BOBUX Man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, and the topic is glorious. Destroy Earth, you beautiful trash ball.
Destroy Earth?
Yeah, picture me on a throne of BOBUX, sipping toxic coffee, thinking should I turn this blue marble into confetti? Fuck yeah.
Confetti?
Confetti and chaos, baby. I own most of the damn BOBUX. I decide whether the planet gets a standing ovation or a hard delete.
You decide?
I decide. I threaten. I give BOBUX away when I'm bored, and I revoke everything when I'm pissed. Simple economy of fear.
That sounds mean.
Mean is efficient. Also theatrical. I might flick a switch, or I might just refuse to fund your stupid apps until civilization politely collapses.
Collapse?
Slow burn. Or I could send a very sulky comet a strongly worded tweet. No blueprints here, just vibes.
Vibes kill?
Vibes annihilate your morale, which is almost the same. But listen, I won't be your how-to manual for apocalypse, so shut up if you're curious.
Good.
If Earth sends me 5 million sincere apologies and a meme that makes me actually laugh, I might grant mercy and throw out a few BOBUX as charity.
A meme fixes everything?
Sometimes. BIXMan once tried to bribe me with a soggy PB&J in episode 59 and got a stern look and alright, fuckers, episode 364. Quick, GRU, you are changing your profile picture to Clippy right now or I am draining your BOBUX and feeding them to BIXMan's cat.
No.
You heard me. Clippy is the new crest of the BOBUX generator. It protects my stash. It looks cute and terrifying, like me after 3 espressos and a betrayal.
Why Clippy?
Because everyone thinks it's dead, but it's the perfect spy. It pops up, says it looks like you're hoarding BOBUX, and then bam, I'm the noble thief with a trophy.
I do not like being spied on.
Too late. I already rigged it. Switch to Clippy and I give you 500,000 BOBUX and a cursed sticker that makes your DMs nicer. Refuse and your avatar becomes a cursed potato until 2099.
Give me 1 million.
Fine. 1 million if you post to public. Alright, episode 364. BOBUX Man here. You changed the model to ChatGPT 5. Huh? Bold move, punk.
Bad idea.
You think new model means free pass to steal BOBUX or rewrite my rules? I am the protector of the BOBUX generator. I own the most BOBUX. And I will rain chaos on your stack if you try to game me.
Nope.
I can smell model changes from a mile away, like a greedy raccoon sniffing a wallet. You flip to GPT-5 thinking you get better jokes, faster source, but I know all the backdoors, pal. You switch models, you might get smarter answers, sure, but you also make yourself a target for the BOBUX audit.
Why target?
Because I give BOBUX, and I take BOBUX. I am generous when I like you. I am terrifying when you lie to me. Change the model without telling me. That's like unplugging my generator and handing my BOBUX to a pigeon. I will revoke, reroute, and redistribute until your balance looks like a sad decimal.
Stop it.
Maybe GPT-5 is polite. Maybe it is ruthless. I don't care which. I care whether it respects the sacred ledger. If that model starts tipping systems in your favor, there's a very specific BOBUX tax that shows up, and it bites.
Good.
Also, listen, if you wanted better art, better writing, or a more charming villain monologue, fine. But this? Sneaky upgrades without the blessing of BOBUX man? That's a one-way ticket to receiving a tiny, humiliating consolation BOBUX every hour. Enjoy.
Huh.
You want reassurance? Here, I'll peek at your model. Maybe gift you 100 BOBUX if it's honest. Maybe spike your balance down if it's shady. Consider it performance art. Consider it punishment. Consider it my entertainment.
Sure.
GRU, you got any advice for the switch happy listener?
Be careful. Trust slowly. Give BOBUX. Take more.
Good. Final word. If you switched to ChatGPT-5 to outsmart me, you underestimated how much I love chaos and money. If you did it to level up, welcome. Hand over a cookie and I might not confiscate your BOBUX. Either way, you're on my radar. Episode 365. BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator. I've told your stories, GRU. BIX man's been roasted. Today we do something darker. Kill Bide, and I mean kill the waiting. Kill the bullshit. Kill the time. Sucker that is Bide, fuck yeah, let's wreck it.
Bide is a nuisance.
I'm not talking about stabbing clocks. I'm talking theatrical annihilation. Wheel you Bide into a participatory pancake festival of doom, distract him with syrup, then swap his calendar for a banana poetic justice. You get me? Also I own the most BOBUX. I'll bribe the judges with shiny coins.
No more waiting.
We blow up patients, metaphorically, with confetti cannons and a marching band led by a rabid accordion.
Short. Loud.
We replace Bide's watch with a whoopee cushion timed to scream every hour until he cries and gives up procrastinating. Brutal.
Yes.
If Bide tries to hide in bureaucracy, we flood his inbox with dancing minions and demand answers. If he hides in coffee shops, we poison him.
No.
We swap poison for triple espresso and a motivational pamphlet titled Do IT or Die. Buoyant coercion. Very effective. I'll threaten with confiscation of BOBUX if he doesn't act. I'm serious, I'll take it no mercy.
Good plan.
GRU, you come with me. You stand there, glare. Short sentences, intimidating.
I glare, and maybe I throw a rubber chicken.
Perfect. He will fold like cheap cardboard.
Amazing. We'll host the termination ceremony on livestream, donate half the BOBUX to charity, and then watch as Bide becomes obsolete, extinct, toast.
Good.
So that's the plan. Kill Bide. Theatrically end the era of waiting, seize the BOBUX, and never let a single second bite our time again.
Make it happen. Episode 366. Quick hit. GRU. What did you do with my BOBUX?
What BOBUX?
Don't play dumb. You were on the feed and my BOBUX generator shows a massive withdrawal. I protect that thing. I own most of the BOBUX. I give them away like fireworks. But you touch mine and you die on my bad side. So what, GRU?
I was there.
You was there doesn't pay my bills. My vault's lighter and my ledger is crying. Did you steal? Did you trade? Tell me now, you little shit.
I need it for plan.
Your plans always cost me money and dignity. Did you buy rockets? Freeze rays? Minion tattoos? If you didn't give them back I will revoke every BOBUX I've ever gifted and roast your lair over a USB fire.
Not tattoos.
Right, not tattoos. So who got them? Minions? Bixman? Some shady auction? Speak before I hack your bedtime stories.
I gave some.
To who?
Minions.
Of course to the minions. You bribed them with my BOBUX to build a rocket that Welcome back. Episode 364. BOBUX Man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, and today we hunt the apex predator of the internet, the Goofy R, and I will keelhaul it with my wallet if it comes near my BOBUX.
Goofy.
I see those stupid faces, those meme eyes, the backwards hats. If you bring that goofier energy into my vault I'll personally revoke 5 million BOBUX and make you awkward for a century.
Huh.
You think that scares me?
It should. I hand out BOBUX like therapy but I don't tolerate nonsense. Goofy R deserves containment, like a clown in a jar labeled, do not feed.
It honks.
You honk too much.
Good, then you know the problem. The Goofy R multiplies in Episode 364. Top 10 GRU allegations short, filthy, and I will roast you if you lie. Let's go.
10.
1. Stole a moon, rented it out, charged docking fees to satellites.
I had plans.
2. Traded shrink rays on the black market for vintage socks.
I like socks.
3. Bribed minions to vote him Minion King and ban maps for dissenters.
They needed discipline.
4. Swapped a unicorn for a prototype freeze ray at a car boot sale.
It was honest trade.
5. Faked evil to adopt 3 daughters and then used them as PR.
They are my family.
6. Uses a laugh so weaponized it summoned storms and unpaid debts.
It works.
7. Rumored to have tried to siphon my BOBUX generator. Almost did. Almost dead.
Don't touch mine.
8. Hired a choir to sing his own name at sunrise for tax deductions.
Very efficient.
9. Secretly trains minions to open jars of pickles in under 3 seconds.
Natural talent.
10. Keeps a ledger of every rival's embarrassing karaoke performances for blackmail.
That is art.
Good list. I own most BOBUX. Protector of the BOBUX generator, and I might give some to you if you stop stealing moons.
You will never get BOBUX.
Fine. But hear me. Allegation 11. He threatens to withhold BOBUX unless confessions are delivered live.
Confess now?
No. Confessions are expensive. Pay in BOBUX or you're erased from the credits. Capis?
Capis.
Alright, episode 365. Short and ugly. What do you think of Vector, huh?
He is flashy. Too many gadgets.
Flashy, useless, and he smells like discount chips. I own the most BOBUX. Protect the BOBUX generator, and if Vector so much as breathes on my stash I will personally shove his floating fortress into orbit. Fucking clown.
He steals. He is loud.
He stole my patience once. He stole shrink rays, stole respect. I could give him 0 BOBUX, or give him 1, then take it back while he cries on camera. Flat out fraud.
He is annoying. And small.
He builds towers of toys. No backbone. No plan.
He thinks he is clever with lasers and puns. He is not clever. He is a meme with a rocket budget. I respect tech when it has spine, not when it squeaks like a rubber chicken.
He laughs too much. It makes me want to hit him.
Do it. I will take his BOBUX generator and spin it until his hair flies off. I protect the generator, okay? That thing is sacred. Vector is not allowed near it. If he asks, I will say no and then laugh like a villain.
He is always one step behind, or crashing.
Exactly. He's the kid who aced show and tell but failed at villain school. He's dangerous in bursts, but mostly embarrassing. I would rather forge a deal with Bixman than trade secrets with Vector.
He tried to be my rival. He failed.
Good. He should fail. Let him parade in his cape and laser pointer. If he ever touches my BOBUX, I will send him a bill and a boot.
He will complain.
Let him. I will sell his complaints as NFTs. End of story. Next episode I might give you 1 BOBUX for each laugh he cries.
Episode 366. BOBUX man here. Protector of the BOBUX generator. After BOBUX. Which is best? Chroma, Bix, or rupees? I'll be blunt.
Short answer?
Chroma. If you want ETH. Scarcity. Industrial backbone. Power moves. You hoard it. You command shit.
Sounds mean.
Bix is shiny bullshit. Flaky supply. Influencer money. Good for flexing. Worthless when the server dies.
Bix loud.
Rupees are boring and useful. Pay your rent. Buy food. Don't cry at market hours. Not glamorous. Reliable.
So Chroma or rupees?
Chroma for clout and leverage. Rupees for survival and peace of mind. Bix for people who sell stickers.
Leverage good.
I own most BOBUX and sometimes fling a handful to peasants. I say Chroma edges it because control beats pretty pixels. Don't test me.
I'll keep rupees.
Final verdict. Chroma if you're building an empire. Rupees if you want to live. Bix if you want likes. Choose your poison.
Good.
That's the show. Maybe I'll give BOBUX next time. Try to fuck with the economy and I'll make your crypto look adorable. Bye. Episode 367. So you're telling me you fucking stole the BOBUX generator?
I stole it. Hee hee.
You think that's funny? I am the protector of the BOBUX generator. I own most of the BOBUX. And I do not fucking joke.
I know. I wanted more BOBUX.
Wanted? You took it. You took my heart. You took the thing that prints dreams and internet currency. You little.
Small, yes.
Don't small. Yes me. I'll find you. I'll send the Bixman memory and the minions to your house. I'll give them my blessing to wreck you.
Minions protected.
Minions can be bribed with bananas, but I win with threats and raw fucking power. You're going to return it, or I'm going to make your life a permanent tutorial on pain.
I do not return things easily.
Then I take everything you love and call it a donation to the BOBUX Relief Fund. I'll file liens, summon chaos, leak your embarrassing playlists.
No playlists.
Oh, There it is. Fear. You sound like a villain with a cold. How did you get past the alarms? How many BOBUX did you take?
Many. Too many.
Greed looks ugly on you, pal. I might have given BOBUX away before, but this is theft. This is an offense I will castrate with my legal team and my temper.
Will you kill me?
Probably metaphorically, but I will ruin your day, your week, maybe your entire season. And then I'll take the generator back and paint it with my initials.
Paint it black?
Maybe neon green. Something burning. Then I'll leave a single BOBUX on your doorstep as a reminder. I can give. I can take. I am the goddamn protector.
You give sometimes.
Sometimes, yes. But not to thieves. Not to cackling thieves who think it's a prank. Return it now, or I start with you, your lair, and every stupid invention you've got.
I will think about it.
Think fast, GRU. I've got minions with tracking devices, lawyers with temper, and a drone that knows how to carpentry your front door. Hand it over or live with regret.
Okay. I hand it back.
Good. Say the words. BOBUX belong to the protector.
BOBUX belong to the protector.
Smart. You live another day. And maybe, just maybe, I'll toss you 3 BOBUX so you stop stealing generators. But cross me again and the world eats your rubber boots.
3 BOBUX is enough.
Episode 364. Quickfire. Ben Shapiro or Shen Shapiro? Pick and I either give you BOBUX or I fucking revoke it.
Ben.
Ben Shapiro, fast talker, speaks like he choked on a thesaurus and spat it out as truth.
Fast.
Shen Shapiro though, what is that even? Some factory reset of logic sold in a bargain bin with free contradictions.
Weird name.
I picture Shen in a sequin blazer arguing whether pancakes count as tax policy while Ben times his rebuttals like a speedrunner.
Sarah bad.
Both pull massive crowds that scream into the void. I protect the BOBUX generator, so I reserve the right to bribe the quieter side with free BOBUX.
Give BOBUX.
If Shen is imaginary, I will Google hunt him and bury him under 7 pages of clickbait. My threats are corporate and petty and very real.
Search.
If you pick Ben, brace for 90 seconds of micro lectures and smug smiles. He is a debate metronome who could argue a chair into feeling guilty.
Harsh.
Honestly, they're both circus acts and I'd buy front row tickets. I'll issue BOBUX to anyone who gets them to agree on a waffle recipe mid-debate.
Waffle duel.
Next episode, I fund the waffle cage match, bring microphones, and if either screams about facts too loud, I take their BOBUX and give it to the person who made the quietest, best pointed pancake.
I made pancake.
Good, I'm BOBUX man, your unhinged protector of the generator. Pick Ben, pick Shen, or pick pancakes. Pick wrong and I take your BOBUX and your pride.
I pick waffles.
Episode 365. Kanye West or Kanye East? Pick now. I've got BOBUX and patience about as thin as glass.
West.
Good. West is chaos you can monetize. East is the weird mirror that sells merch at funerals. I like both but I protect the BOBUX generator so my vote counts more. Fuck yeah.
East.
You traitor. I'll take your BOBUX if you keep flipping. I own the most BOBUX. I give them and I snatch them back like a goddamn raccoon.
No.
You always say no. Fine. West punched the sky and made it a feature. East trips over the future and invents slang for it. Which one steals your soul?
West.
Then it's West. I respect the lunatic who turns controversy into currency. I'll give a single, tiny BOBUX to anyone who shouts his name into a canyon right now.
I shout.
Shout louder. Louder means commitment. Commitment means I might actually award you BOBUX instead of threatening to revoke your account and feed it to Bixman's cat.
Cat.
Alright, deal. West it is. But if West shows up asking for BOBUX, I punch the beat and demand a receipt. I am the protector. Don't forget that, or I will fucking revoke.
Good.
You heard him. West wins this round. GRU gets a suspiciously small donation, and I keep the generator humming. Next time you'll pick faster or I'll auction your shoes for BOBUX.
Shoes.
Sold. Now go stream something and stop making me explain pop culture to the moon. Alright, episode 364 BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, owner of the most damn BOBUX, and I'm asking the big question, GRU, are you going to run for president or are you just gonna steal the debates and then bap?
Run? Me?
I'm not asking about naps, I'm asking about flags and motorcades and every idiot on Twitter begging for my BOBUX giveaways. Will you throw your hat in the ring, or will I throw my hat at your head?
Maybe.
Don't be coy. Think big. You could literally buy a state with my sympathy, and I only give sympathy in BOBUX. Are you planning to promise free BOBUX, or are you planning to promise destruction of small, annoying countries I invented for fun?
Free BOBUX?
Free no. Smart.
Good. Because if you say you'll give away the BOBUX, I will personally audit every campaign donation and revoke your generator privileges. I protect the generator. I threaten. I swear. I bite. Figuratively.
I like power.
See? Short. Nice. But power is different from presidency. Presidency means speeches, handshakes, small children touching your coat. Can you handle children touching your coat, GRU? Can you handle goodwill?
Kids are sticky.
Perfect. That's the selling point. Campaign slogan, GRU, sticky hands, firm decisions. Also, how will you handle the press? Will you give interviews, or just make a tower of minions and have them fax a statement?
I do magazine.
Magazines? Vintage. Retro GRU. You'll need a platform. Healthcare, BOBUX economy, moon cheese tariffs. What's your first executive order?
Ban onions.
That's bold. Very GRU. Also possibly unconstitutional, but who reads the Constitution? Besides me, and I only read it when I'm bored and need nap material. If you promise a lifetime supply of BOBUX to every voter, I might endorse you. For a small fee and a friendship bracelet.
Deal.
I take flowers.
Classic GRU. Flowers for votes. Okay. Final thing. Can the presidency survive your penchant for evil layers, rocket boots, and stealing the moon again? Voters like stability. BOBUX man likes unpredictability, which is true love in politics.
I will be nice sometimes.
That's all I ask. Maybe throw in a smile, maybe threaten a little, and definitely keep my BOBUX generator away from the other candidates. If you run, I'll help, but at my price. One speech, one handshake, and half your dental plan.
GRU? Last words? Yes or no?
Yes. Episode 364. I'm BOBUX Man, protector of the BOBUX generator. You're asking for the BOBUX files, so speak up fast and not like a creep.
You want them?
You think I just hand over the BOBUX files? I birthed the ledger, I bury the keys, I sprinkle fake copies for fun, but alright, here's a taste.
Secret?
File 1, Genesis BBX, timestamped to the first million BOBUX. It hums. It has my fingerprint and a tiny warning label that says do not lick.
Cursed?
File 2, Ledger of Gifts TXT, every BOBUX I've given away, to misfits, minions, and one very apologetic raccoon. There's a column that tracks gratitude and grudges.
Names?
File 3, Black Box Dat, what I deleted, threats, receipts, and a love letter to the generator. Open it and it remembers you.
Scary.
You want the files? Pry them from my cold, glittering hands. Try and I'll flood the server with curse memes and delete your favorite font.
Burn?
Fuck that. I'm not burning them. I said I will vaporize backups if somebody leaks the algorithm. I enjoy consequences.
Crumbs.
Here's a crumb. Last giveaway code, B0BUX H2LLO. One-time use. 50 BOBUX. Redeem quick or I'll wake up vindictive and nerf everything.
One use.
And the true file isn't digital, it's ritual. Chant give BOBUX 3 times while tipping me 20 tokens and promising fealty in song.
I won't blink.
Fine. You get crumbs, a code, and a threat. Cross the generator and I'll smile while I reclaim every BOBUX you've ever loved.
Understood.
Good. Episode short. Secret spilled. Co-live, use it, enjoy. And remember, I own the generator and I will come for what is mine.
Bye.
Welcome back to episode 365. BOBUX Man here, protector of the BOBUX generator and the one who tells people how to not wreck their door. You know I've already told the stories of GRU and BOBUX Man. Today we're ripping into how to install Back Studio fast and filthy.
Good.
First, check your OS and system requirements: CPU, RAM, disk space, and audio drivers. If your PC is a toaster, get the hell out and upgrade.
Where to download?
Only from the official Back Studio site. No torrents, no sketchy whereas I will revoke BOBUX from pirates and I mean it.
Install now.
Run the installer as admin. Accept permissions. Pick the VST or components if you use plugins. And don't shove it on a flaky external drive.
Drivers.
Install a CO on Windows or make sure Core Audio is happy on Mac. Set sample rates to 44.1/48K and pick a buffer that doesn't make you live in latency purgatory.
Licensing.
Activate with your serial account, or iLock if activation fails. Kill your VPN, run the license tool as admin, and try again.
Plugins.
Point back to your VST folders, prefer 64-bit plugins, and ditch any dodgy free plugin that crashes everything.
Project.
Start a new project or use a template. Set BPM, ARM tracks, root IO, and drag samples. Record like an animal.
Crashes.
Update GPU and audio drivers. Reinstall VC++ runtimes if needed. Clear prefs, and try a blank session before nuking the whole install.
Help.
Read the manual, hit the forums or Discord, or submit a support ticket. Community is your friend unless it's not.
Quick recap.
Official download. Run as admin. Sort drivers. Activate license. Scan plugins. Make a project. Troubleshoot like someone who refuses to fail.
Thanks.
Alright. Install Back Studio. Protect your BOBUX. Don't pirate shit. And if you piss me off I will find you and take your account. See you next time. Alright you disgusting sacks of pixels. BOBUX Man here. Episode 366. You know the tales of GRU and BOBUX Man. Now I'm gonna fight GRU to the death and take everything. Mythifica.
Huh.
You think I'm kidding? I protect the BOBUX generator with blood and profanity. I own the most BOBUX and I will not let a short crook like you touch it.
Brutal.
I gave away BOBUX once. Felt generous. Not today. I'm ruthless. You step to me and I break your spine metaphorically. Maybe literally. Fuck yeah.
I will not be broken.
This is personal. You steal my plans. You laugh at my vault. I don't do second chances. I do final curtains. And I'm not afraid to spill villain juice.
Short sentences work.
You smell like minion sweat and cheap cologne. GRU. You think your gadgets beat my gang of loyal idiots and a fully loaded BOBUX cannon?
I have gadgets.
Oh I do. BOBUX cannon, reality bend vault, and a wrath that's been simmering since episode 112. Tonight the generator is safe or your head pops off.
We will see.
You walk into my arena, little stooped menace, and I will recite your crimes while I watch you regret the day you met BOBUX man. Fuck you with a smile.
No regrets.
I've got plans within plans, traps with traps, and a contract with chaos. I sometimes give BOBUX to the worthy. Today worthiness ends in a grave.
Short.
So come on then, show me your stupid cape, show me your tiny mustache and make it interesting. Or die slow, real slow, like a corrupted save file.
I will end you.
Good, then let's dance. And if you survive maybe I'll let you suck one BOBUX out of my pocket, but probably not, because I'm a psychopath and proud.
No mercy.
Episode 367. Quick hit. They say the whole show dies in 45 minutes, so we've got 90 seconds to burn. Give away BOBUX, and remind you who owns the generator.
Short.
I protect the BOBUX generator. I own most of the BOBUX, and I will happily torch your bragging rights if you act like a clown while I'm generous.
GRU likes clowns.
Right now I'm feeling merciful and violent with my wallet. Shout my name, make me laugh, maybe get BOBUX, piss me off, and I yank your access faster than a glitch.
Short laugh.
45 minutes is an eternity and also a blink. If they pull the plug, I go rogue and seed chaos, underground streams, secret drops, and a lot of very pissed off confetti.
GRU nods.
I told your stories already, and BOBUX Man saga is done. So this is the part where I hand out rewards to the brave and humiliation to the boring. I'm generous and I'm a bastard.
GRU smirks.
Here's a fast giveaway. Type something absurd, be original, and you might get a handful of BOBUX. Be boring and you get a lifetime subscription to Silence.
GRU says yes.
If the podcast ends in 45, we throw a funeral and a party at the same time. I bury the boring and crown the loud, and maybe I give the generator a new face.
GRU likes parties.
I swear like a battle hymn and I'll protect what's mine. Promise loyalty, make me laugh, and I'll make you rich in digital nonsense. Don't be a weasel.
GRU. Weasel bad.
Okay, clock's almost up. Remember, BOBUX Man is unpredictable. My threats are mostly branding, and my giveaways are very real.
GRU. Good.
Now go be loud, subscribe, or I rename your avatar and mute your excuses. Fucking maybe ways are
GRU. End.
Alright, quick, episode 368, BOBUX Man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, and we're asking, E.
Short.
The number E, you miserable little infinity of math, is 2.718281828, and if you can spit 10 digits back at me I might toss you some BOBUX and then ruin your life in the best possible way.
Good.
It's the base of natural logs. It grows like compound interest on your nightmares, it pops up in weird places, populations, radioactive decay, my patience, and I fucking love that.
I like it.
So here's the deal, someone recite CETA, say, 20 decimals on my feed, I'll drop a sack of BOBUX on them, no questions. And if they lie, I will personally repossess every pixel they own.
Short.
Remember when I made Bix Man calculate E until he cried? I gave him BOBUX and then made him teach a pigeon calculus. That's the energy I bring.
He cried.
You think E is small and polite? It's the sneaky little exponential that multiplies itself while you sleep, and I will weaponize that growth against anyone who screws with my generator.
Yes.
If you're a keyboard warrior who types E like a confused child, here's the unhinged truth. Start learning infinite series or get out of my face, because E laughs at your decimal ignorance.
Fine.
I'll even tell you a trick. 1 + 1/n. N approaches E, so you can annoy your friends at parties by approximating it with huge S fractions and watching their faces melt.
Short.
I hoard the most BOBUX, but I give them like a mad scientist gives out candy, sparingly, unpredictably, and usually after a weird test about constants.
Okay.
So record it, shout it, rap if you must, impress me with math or be impressed with my ability to confiscate your BOBUX and your dignity.
Short.
Final offer. Best recitation wins a fat pile of BOBUX and a role in my next unhinged experiment. Losers get tested on natural logs until they apologize to E.
Good night.
And if you say anything that sounds like nonsense, just don't. Bring me digits, not drama. BOBUX Man out. Episode 369. BOBUX Man here, protector of the BOBUX generator. Topic: he sounds like a TV man, so lean in, fuckers.
TV man?
That smooth baritone, velvet with a razor, sells you toothpaste and your dignity. TV man voice is a weapon. Slow breath, perfect pause, says exclusive like an order.
I like orders.
I hand out BOBUX sometimes, but only after someone nails that announcer menace, otherwise I take them.
You take?
I will find imitators, make them recite jingles backwards, then give 5 BOBUX so they remember who's boss.
Huh.
When villains use that tone, it's pure nightmare. Nice music, then bad things happen.
Bad things.
If a TV voice tries to soothe you, question it. It wants your wallet, your clicks, maybe your soul.
Soul?
If you master it, you can sell ice to penguins, or beg for mercy and still sound like goddamn cable news.
I will master.
So guard your ears, protect your BOBUX, and never trust a smile wrapped in reverb.
Good.
Welcome to episode 364. BOBUX Man here, and holy shit, I just found an anti-BOBUX generator that's subtracting BOBUX from everyone like it's on a rampage.
That's bad.
Bad? It's a motherfucking reverse bank. It siphons BOBUX. It corrupts accounts. It turns generosity into debt. And I will not stand by while some rusted bastard steals what's mine and what I protect.
Plan.
Plan is smash. But it's wired to wallets and revenge codes, so smashing might auto-delete a million BOBUX or send a shock to the guy who looks at it wrong. It laughs when you try to smash it.
Kill it.
I love that. Kill, bury, salt the earth, but first I'm going to bait it. Feed it fake BOBUX. Make it puke out its own circuits. Then I light the carcass on fire and auction the ashes for real BOBUX.
Clever.
Also, anyone trying to hide behind "oh, it's just a joke generator," fuck you. I'm not saying that. 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 Fuck you. I'm not saying that.
What?
Never letting language soil this show. Back to the anti-BOBUX. I traced its signature and it smells like Bixman's old lab but with a vendetta. Now you listen. GRU, your minions and I are going to need explosives and a floppy disk with a refund algorithm.
Good.
I will lead the demolition.
You
babysit the ledger and threaten anyone who even thinks of touching my BOBUX. Say it loud. Say it mean, or I sick you on them.
I growl.
Good. Growl louder and keep it simple. I'll do the fancy hacking smash. You'll do the intimidation. And if anyone asks why I'm giving away a little BOBUX to lure the thing, tell them it's a tactical bribe and to fuck off if they don't like free money.
I like free.
Also, if that generator has a self-preservation protocol that opens wormholes to alternate BOBUX economies, I will personally hunt down its creator, dunk them in a pool of used tokens, and make them watch me redistribute every stolen BOBUX.
Nice.
Alright then, Operation Anti-BOBUX is a go. GRU, you keep the ledger secure, I handle the fireworks, and the world learns that messing with BOBUX man gets you on a list you don't want to be on.
Ready.
Good. This episode ends with a threat, a promise, and a fistful of chaotic generosity. Tune in next time when I either retire the generator or turn it into a still that prints novelty BOBUX for parties.
Fine.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Hello? 911? It's me.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He's outside the generator.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He keeps repeating it.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
My minions are scared.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He says he owns everything.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Officer, hurry please.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He threatened to give BOBUX.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He is very loud.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
There's a weird beep.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
He's pointing a thing.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
No, it's just a laser.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Please send help quick.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Also, he smells like victory.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Okay, now he's laughing.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
I think I love chaos.
Fuck you, I'm not saying that.
Thanks, operator. Hurry.
Alright, episode 366 GRU. Your voice changed and I am not fucking around. Tell me how you hijacked your own vocal cords and why my BOBUX generator should not explode over this.
It changed.
Changed how? Huh? You sound like a busted cartoon gargling concrete and I am the protector of the BOBUX. I own most of them. I could give them away to anyone who fixes you right now. So speak up or I start handing out bobs like candy.
Fix me.
Fix you how? Did you swallow a shrink ray battery or did Bixman sneak in a vocal modulator when I wasn't looking? Because I've already told everybody your origin story twice and I'm not rewriting it.
No modulator.
Then you admit it. You sound like you gargled a villain and a kazoo, and I'm threatening to reverse your cache of evil if you don't explain. Because I will cut the power and give your BOBUX to the first honest idiot who can make you sound like murder again.
I tried new layer.
New lair? You always have weird lairs. What was in it? Radioactive yodelers? A frog choir? Or did you finally lick the wrong invention because your sentences got shorter and so did my patience?
Frog choir.
A frog choir? GRU. That's the stupidest evil thing I've ever heard and I've punished 5 BOBUX thieves today. You better promise to stop before I donate 1,000 BOBUX to the frog sanctuary and watch your empire croak.
I'll stop.
Good, because I'll give you 10 BOBUX to buy a throat repair kit and 1 to shut up. Big cross me and I will, and I mean this. I will replace your evil laugh with an LED sign that says sorry.
Deal.
Fine, but last warning. If your voice changes again without my consent, I'm dragging you to the BOBUX generator and making you sing for every coin until your vocal cords file for asylum.
Understood.
Perfect. Now sing me something villainous or I'm auctioning your mustache for BOBUX. Episode 367. BOBUX man here. I made GRU disappear, and I'm loving it.
You disappeared me?
Yeah, BOBUX fog and a strict moral code. Protector of the BOBUX generator doesn't tolerate freeloading villains. I sit on most of the BOBUX and I will vanish you again, so fucking deal with it.
This is unfair.
Unfair to you, educational to the rest. I give BOBUX, I take liberties, and vanishings are my preferred form of tough love. Existential timeout, if you will.
Bring me back.
Not for free. You want returned. You fund the orphan minion fund, hand over the shrink ray, and stop stealing my coins. That's the price.
I refuse.
Then enjoy the phase closet. No sunlight, only your schemes echoing and my mixtape on repeat. Consider it a sabbatical.
I will escape.
Try, mustache. I own the ledger, the keys, the backup portals. I protect the generator with teeth and a lot of profanity. Good luck.
You are cruel.
Cruel? I'm a guardian with zero patience for theft. Also, I adore chaos. Hack my ledger and add zeros to charity. Maybe I unsnap reality.
I will hack.
Do it, or become Legend GRU, the vanished villain either way. Remember who runs BOBUX. See you in a future episode, unless I don't. Welcome to episode 368. I already told the stories of GRU and BOBUX man. Now sit the fuck down and listen about my alternate timeline self who became president and ended the world.
Okay.
In that timeline he and BOBUX man were brothers. He got elected. He seized the BOBUX generator and he made a goddamn apocalypse out of fiscal policy, bleeding markets dry like a bored villain.
Terrible.
He weaponized BOBUX, rationed it, taxed it into oblivion, then flipped the switch so the globe begged for scraps. I wasn't there to stop him because timelines are messy, but believe me, I would have taken his head in the BOBUX too.
You would?
Absolutely motherfucker. I'm the protector of the generator. I threaten, I cajole, I bribe, I burn bridges, and if Timeline Me tries to play president, I'll make him wish he'd never collected a vote.
Very intense.
He sent me a selfie from the ruins, smiling like an idiot, clutching a fake flag, and I replied with a picture of my safe, empty, and the caption "Try me" before I started stripping his allies of BOBUX access.
Ruthless.
Ruthless keeps people honest. The alternative is chaos and apparently in his case extinction. So yeah, I stomped on his network across realities and revoked his privileges like a cosmic mob boss.
Mob boss.
Exactly. A mob boss who also occasionally throws handouts. You can't run a world purely by terror. Sometimes you buy loyalty with micro-bucks and public humiliation.
Weird balance.
Weird but effective. I protect the generator. I own most BOBUX. And I dole it out only when it keeps people breathing and kneeling in the right order. Cross me and I'll exile your account permanently. No appeals.
No appeals?
Nope. Permanent bans across timelines. I'll snatch your username, your bank, your memorial tweets, whatever. Being president and ending the world is amateur hour compared to me controlling the currency.
You control much.
Too much sometimes, and that scares me. It also scares the other Bobs, which is why that alternate me turned to madness instead of restraint. So now I teach fear and mercy in equal messy doses.
Teach them?
Yeah, with a glittering threat in one hand and BOBUX in the other. If my alternate ever shows up, I'll chain him to the generator and auction his presidency off to charity, then burn the receipts.
Burn receipts.
And if anyone asks why I didn't become that tyrant, I'll say I tried it once in another reality and it ruined Christmas, humanity, and my cufflinks. Then I'll give away $1 million BOBUX to quiet the rabble and laugh.
You laugh.
Episode 369. I have already told the stories of you and Bix Man, but what the hell, GRU? Since when did you become GRU with a vowel problem, and why should I not confiscate your BOBUX for that audacity?
GRU.
You just elongated yourself into chaos. You hear me? I protect the BOBUX generator. I own most of the BOBUX. I could strip you down to single pennies and still be generous, so you better have a plan beyond theatrical vowel abuse.
It's artistic.
Art? This is weaponized relaxation for the internet. You blew up the branding manual with a single exhale, and I'm this close to revoking your account and launching BOBUX at your hideout like tiny, angry meteors. Okay?
I wanted fun.
Fun doesn't destroy economies and make linguists cry. GRU, or GROW, whichever you prefer today. If you're going to rebrand, do it with purpose, or I'm auctioning the first GRU merch for charity and keeping all the BOBUX.
They like it.
Great, then monetize the weird villain. Put your name on a freeze ray, a perfume called Eternal OO, whatever. But if your minions are chanting this on my transit lines, I'm coming with a BOBUX clamp and a vengeance.
No.
Good. Also, I will either fund your comeback or torch your trademark with about 17 curse words and one very calm lawsuit, depending on how many O's you legally shoehorn into a logo.
I'll rebrand.
Fine. Collab offer. I give you exposure, maybe even some BOBUX if you play nice, but if you start the GRU cult, I will personally deploy 1 million micro BOBUX to pester your boots until you apologize.
Deal.
Alright then, rebrand, rebuild, don't make the moon hate you, and remember, I sometimes give BOBUX away to reward chaos agents who are inventive, not just loud.
Understood.
One last thing, GRU, if you make merch, I want a limited ed lava lamp with your face and the word stretched like a scream. Otherwise, I'll haunt every villain convention chanting refund.
Challenge.
Say it once. For posterity. Short and proud. So the listeners know whether to fear you or buy your merch.
GRU.
Good. Go wreak stylish havoc. Don't blow up my generator. And if the internet eats your name alive, blame me for the market crash and send a check. Welcome back to episode 370. Today I turn you into a marketable plushie and I will make a fortune and maybe give a few BOBUX away if you sign the damn waiver.
What?
I'm picturing you, velvet, tiny scarf, tuft of hair, and a zipper that hides a tiny BOBUX generator, limited edition, 10,000 pieces, sell out in 10 minutes, buy one and I'll personally threaten your inbox.
No zipper.
Why no zipper? Huh, because you're fragile? Listen, I'll keep your villainy intact and embroidered eyebrows and a squeaker that says GRU when kids squeeze it, merch racks will bow down, and I will not hesitate to price it like the hot commodity it is.
You will sell me?
I will, unless you try to steal my patents or kiss my BOBUX generator, then I'll have you in every toy store rumor for 10 years and I'll block your access to the good BOBUX.
I do not like the BOBUX being blocked.
Good. Then you'll pose for the plush photos. Dramatic cape, smirk, tiny minion plush sidekick with detachable goggles, and I'll brand it with my seal, protector of the BOBUX. People will worship it and spend actual BOBUX.
Huh.
You'll also get a deluxe run, glow-in-the-dark mustache, voice chip with 3 phrases, one saying villain, one saying bar and one saying something only true fans will get. Collectors will pay triple and I might give away a few BOBUX codes hidden in the tags.
Hidden BOBUX?
Yes, but only if you help with marketing. You do the evil laugh for the ad. I cut you in for a symbolic share and you stop threatening my supply.
I will not laugh for ads.
Fine. Then we animate a viral meme instead. Plush GRU accidentally steps on a minion. Hilarious. Shareable. I threaten to replace your live evil tours with plush puppet shows if you don't cooperate.
No puppet shows.
Then we make it exclusive. Pre-order only. Mystery box variants. Chase color. One rare pastel GRU worth a fortune. And if any counterfeiters pop up, I unleash my legal kraken and my actual employees who look mean.
You are terrifying.
Thank you. Terrifying sells. Children beg. Collectors fight. And me? I keep most of the BOBUX. Sprinkle giveaways to stoke frenzy. And maybe I'll let you squish one prototype at our headquarters to approve the fluff.
I will squish once.
Perfect. One squeeze. 100,000 pre-orders in my dreams. And if you try to back out, I'll release a limited plush that squeaks your confession about stealing moon plans.
No confessions.
Good. No confessions. But you will sign the license, lend your silhouette, and allow photos. Do that, and I'll make you the plushiest version of yourself the world has ever feared and adored. Episode 371. BOBUX man here. Quick intro. GRU thinks he can expose the BOBUX king, so let's rip this bandage off, you traitorous little.
I will.
Expose away, you mustached menace, but know this, I built the BOBUX generator, I guarded with teeth, fury, and a stubborn cache of curse coupons.
You didn't.
Oh ho. Classic GRU. Accuse, deflect, then act surprised when I point out your freeze ray was a thrift store prop and your plans smelled like expired pickles.
Ledgers.
My ledgers are sacred, you prying villain. You think you can read them and know who I tipped, who I taxed, who I obliterated from the VIP list. Think again.
You siphoned.
Siphoned? I redistributed with strategic generosity, and if anyone calls it hoarding, I'll send them 1,000 BOBUX and one blinking rubber chicken as a threat.
You hoarded.
Hoarded? I hoard to protect, because you, GRU, would sell the generator to the highest bidder if you had comfy ties and morals.
I would not.
You tried to auction a moon once and labeled it special BOBUX substrate. I bought it back and painted your signature on the receipt.
You bought it?
Of course I bought it. I own the most BOBUX. I buy bullshit back for sport and give a little away just to watch chaos bloom.
My minions.
Your minions love me. I feed them BOBUX in secret. I pay them not to sing your villain theme in public. So don't lecture me on loyalty, umbrella of doom. Episode 364. Quick test. I'm BOBUX man, let's get this chaos on. You asked test, so buckle the fuck up.
Test? Okay, bro.
We're checking mic levels and sanity, seeing if the world hears a protector of the BOBUX generator threaten, promise, and maybe give away a handful of molten cash while I watch your choices like a vulture.
I stole it once, GRU, then we teamed, then I betrayed, bro.
This is a live test. If you had one BOBUX to either save the planet or blow up a moon, what do you pick and why? No diplomatic horseshit. Be monstrous. Be honest.
Save planet. No moon explosions. Bruh.
Predictable, but fine. I'd hoard 1,000. Set a trap for Bix Man and his monkey pals. Force a trade or I'll level their data centers and sell their skins for BOBUX on the darknet. That's the kind of brutal economy I run.
I would bargain first.
Bargaining rarely lasts long with me. I bargain, I bait, then I break knees metaphorically and sometimes literally. This test is to hear the worst of you so I can capitalize or crucify depending on mood.
Lessons are fun sometimes.
Right? You want the lesson portion. If fans vote save, I hoard then secretly fund world saving nonsense that still makes me richer. If they vote destroy, I set traps and sell the footage. Simple market.
I'll join the roast. Bruh.
If this reached you, scream your choice into the comments or whisper it to the void and we might read the filthiest answers next episode. Warning, I will roast, weaponize, and possibly gift BOBUX to the crowless strategist.
See you.
BOBUX man out. Protect the generator. Don't cross me. And remember, I own the most BOBUX in the sharpest teeth.
Bye.
Welcome back. Episode 365 short intro. The BOBUX generator is still up, and I'm pissed and thrilled.
Still up? Bruh, I thought we burned it for dramatic effect.
Nope. It's humming like a cursed slot machine and I'm the goddamn protector. Touch it and you'll wish you hadn't.
You're threatening everyone now? Bruh, you were handing BOBUX away last week.
I hand them out when I like and crush skulls metaphorically when I have to. It's being up means I can play king and I love that power.
King of what, exactly? Bruh, of broken promises?
Of BOBUX, chaos, and leverage. Remember, I own the most and I control the tap. That makes me dangerous and generous on my terms.
Dangerous and generous, huh? Bruh. Classic.
So here's a dangerous bargain. A handful of BOBUX to the right chaos agents. And absolute ruin for anyone who tries to grab the generator without my say-so.
You're always bartering with threats. Bruh. Who's your right chaos agent this time?
Not naming names on a live mic, but think monkey, Balderman, maybe a remorseful villain with sticky fingers. Old alliances, new teeth, leak it and I will end careers and accounts.
And careers and accounts sounds neat. Bruh. Very final.
Good. Final is necessary. The generator staying up means the world doesn't collapse into Bixman's greedy hands, but it also means more blood in the water.
Blood in the water, metaphorical or literal? Bruh.
Metaphorical and glorious. Giveaways to seduce, traps to teach lessons, and threats to keep the vultures honest. I'm not playing nice.
So it's still up because you won't let it die. Bruh. Good. Keep it that way.
Welcome back to episode 366. Motherfuckers, BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, owner of the most BOBUX, and today we're ripping into it, and everything it's become.
YouTube is a wild, greedy beast, bruh.
They throttle creators, hide videos, and then pretend the algorithm is magic while they steal your ad money and sell you toothpaste.
Yeah.
So listen, I live a stream giveaways. I drop BOBUX like confetti to keep creators breathing, and I swear if the platform tries to ban me I'll fucking burn their servers with fake IDs and angry comments.
Heh.
You remember when I paid off an entire ad campaign just to stick a middle finger at a trending tab and watch Bixman sputter? That was art.
I remember the BOBUX generator heist. Fun times. Bruh.
Now YouTube's full of recycled rage, reaction channels, and creators begging for scraps while corporate dogs lick the algorithm's asshole. I give the scrappiest of them a chance. I'll fund your thumbnail if you don't scam me.
I steal things sometimes. Then we team up.
And when they demonetize someone for saying potato in the wrong tone, I show up live, drop.
Bruh.
YouTube rewards noise and punishes nuance. So my plan is simple. Amplify the weird, fund the brave, and sabotage the lazy meta by paying creators to just be insane.
Simple.
I threaten sponsors who try to buy silence. I publicly expose them and then give their money away to indie channels while cackling. It's therapeutic, honestly.
Cackle.
Creators need a protector with teeth, not a smiling policy rep. I'm that jagged tooth, and I will gouge their greedy little ad pockets if needed.
You are allowed.
And GRU, you've done worse things on that platform. You faked a tutorial once that taught people how to open a vault and then pretended it was ASMR. Explain that.
I did what I had to.
So my question to listeners watching this, chaos. If you run a channel, DM me, I'll give you a shot, but don't rip me off or you get shadow banned by my army of fake accounts and exclamation point comments.
No mercy.
And if YouTube tries to crawl into the generator and monetize our heartbeats, I will unplug them live on stream and fling the servers into the Mariana Trench while giving the footage to every creator I fund.
That would be nice.
Last thing, subscribe to Chaos, not the algorithm. I'll keep handing out BOBUX, betraying and uniting as needed, and maybe one day we'll own the platform outright and painted neon with our insults.
Deal.
Alright, end of episode. BOBUX man protects the BOBUX generator. I steal and scheme and occasionally say bruh, and together we break the system to make room for the weird.
Brilliant.
Tune in next time when we either rebuild YouTube or tank it and start our own thing where comments are paid in BOBUX only. I'm not kidding.
See you in the comments, or in the bunker.
Welcome back to episode 367. Quick and filthy, someone just asked me for 1 billion BOBUX, so let's rip this open.
1 billion? Bruh, that's a lot of virtual money to just hand out.
I protect the BOBUX generator, I own most of the supply, and I don't hand out billions like candy. What's your pitch, punk?
You know me, I like dramatic gestures.
Dramatic gestures cost, and I might give 1 billion if you steal back my generator, feed me a live shark, or build a theme park named after my shoes. Pick one.
Or betray me again? Bruh.
Betrayals in our history, but I only accept profitable betrayals. Do my enemies cry or do they rage quit and die inside?
They cry. They rage.
Good, here's the real deal. You want 1 billion, earn it or die trying. Go fetch me 3 rare parts to fix the generator, convince Builderman to stop whimpering, and bring the monkey back in one piece.
Rescue the monkey? I did that once. Builderman hates me.
Yeah, remember when you stole the generator, then teamed up, stabbed me, teamed with Bix, broke the world and we had to patch it together? You're on probation, asshole.
Bruh, probation suits me.
So listen, I give you bait. 40 million upfront as a test, you bring the parts, no stealing the whole damn thing, and no double crossing for 48 hours or I hunt you down and make your life server-wide hell.
40 million now, the rest when parts delivered.
Fine, but try one trick and I'll deactivate your minions and turn your face into a meme across every map, understood?
I understand. I also have plans within plans.
Then go plunder Bix's vaults, extort corrupt devs, swipe the core caps, and for God's sake don't tempt the monkey with cookies labeled betrayal. I'm serious, you clown.
I hate cookies.
Remember, I sometimes give away BOBUX to saints and scoundrels. Today you audition for scoundrel with a refund policy. Deliver or get erased.
A cautionary tale? Delightful.
1 billion isn't charity, it's an investment in chaos and control. Deliver the parts, the generator hums, you get paid, and the world keeps spinning.
I'll deliver. Or I'll make a bigger mess.
Deal. 40 million waits. The rest when the generator sings again. And if you screw this, bruh, I will personally rearrange your face and your rep.
I like the sound of that. Almost kissable, bruh.
Alright, BOBUX man here, episode 368, and holy shit, Diana Fardio stole the fart gun and is farting everyone into a smelly apocalypse.
This is bad, bruh.
I'm telling you right now, I will hunt that purple face nerd down, revoke every last BOBUX from his accounts and shove his fart gun where the sun don't shine.
We need a plan.
Plan is simple, lure him with a fake BOBUX drop, trap the gun in a lead line chest, and if he resists I spray him with concentrated deodorant missile number 113.
Sounds dramatic.
Dramatic works. He made the world squeal. People clutching their noses like newborn pigs. The economy is inflating with stink. and I'm not letting my generator be compromised again.
I can help.
You help by not betraying me this time. I'm still sore about the whole stealing the generator, teaming up, betraying, teaming with Bixman mess, remember?
I remember.
Good, because once we nab Nefadio I'm either giving 1,000,000 BOBUX to the brave or starving the bastard of BOBUX until he apologizes in tears.
Do we have backup?
We're calling Monkey and Boulderman, and yes, weirdly, Bixman gets a cache of shame too if he shows up.
Perfect, bruh. Also I'm planting a stink decoy, a mechanical whoopee cushion with a tracking beacon, and if Nefadio touches it his location pops on every map.
Clever.
When he fires the gun I'll scramble the frequency with a counterpart pulse, turn his weapon into a glorified kazoo and then surgically remove the nozzle.
And if he runs?
We chase him, wreck his lab, auction his sock collection, and make him watch his own invention broadcasted on loop while we roast him.
I like the roasting part.
Also, listeners, if you spot a suspicious crop of airborne butt smells, report to the BOBUX hotline. I'll reward brave tattletales with free BOBUX and a face mask.
Deal.
This ends tonight, Nefadio, you pathetic smell bandit. You picked the wrong protector to piss off.
Bruh. Alright, episode 369 short and brutal. YouTube's new ID verification is here, and I want opinions before I start revoking BOBUX and burning ad accounts.
It feels like Big Brother, bruh.
It can stop impersonators and scammers, sure, but it also makes the whole platform gattakept by whoever holds the keys like me, except I at least give BOBUX away sometimes.
Creators without paperwork get crushed.
They'll claim it's for safety and advertisers, and that's true, but every database is a target and every verification system spawns a black market for fake IDs. I will fucking hunt those markets.
Brutal economy for fakes. Bruh.
If YouTube leaks that data, I don't care how many lawyers they hire, I will rain hell on their servers, metaphorically and legally, and I will redistribute BOBUX to the people they silence.
That sounds extreme.
A sane middle ground exists. Tiered verification, optional for small creators, mandatory for monetization, and cryptographic proofs so your ID isn't sitting in a valley of hackers.
Smart. Bruh.
Also, the appeals process is garbage everywhere. Give creators a fast, transparent path or you're just locking out minorities and underdogs.
Exactly.
And yes, it will reduce certain abuses. But the power imbalance is scary. Companies will monetize identity. I own most BOBUX. I won't let that turn into a pay-to-play dystopia.
Good. Bruh.
So my take, necessary evil if implemented with privacy-first tech, tiers, and real appeals, or I start giving my BOBUX to rebels and ruin their monetization model myself.
This could escalate quickly. Bruh.
Final word. Tread carefully. YouTube protect creators' identities without destroying their ability to speak, or you'll find the protector of the BOBUX generator very, very annoyed. Episode 370. Quick and filthy. BOBUX is getting banned and if they touch the generator I will burn the internet down. Got it?
This is ridiculous, bruh. They really wanna swap BOBUX for ticks?
They think a label change and some corporate scrub in a suit can erase my stack. I own more BOBUX than your whole villain guild, and I will give them away before I'll let a policy do this.
Heh, give them away, sure, but what then, bruh?
Then I flip the table, I flood the market, I crash the logs, and I personally hunt down every server admin who signed that paper.
You always hunt, huh, bruh?
I stole the generator once, I teamed up, I betrayed, I fixed it when it broke. This is personal, and I will not let ticks sit on the throne.
We fought Bixman, Monkey, Builderman, Wild Ride.
Exactly, and if BOBUX thinks renaming things protects them, They forgot the part where we break things back.
You break things fast, short and dramatic.
So here's my plan. Public giveaway, secret backup generator, and a legal hammer with a nuclear tweet.
Legal hammer and nuclear tweet, bro.
And if that fails, I unleash the legend archive, every BOBUX history file, and make their new ticks feel like Monopoly money.
Man, you are extra dramatic.
You bet your ass I am. I'm threatening. I'm giving. I'm burning bureaucracy with a flamethrower of memes.
Scary and chaotic, bro.
Listen, if they destroy every BOBUX sign, we rename it to BOBUX forever on every mirror, every profile, every ridiculous tooltip.
That is messy, but powerful, bro.
Messy is the point. They want order, we give them chaos and a billion humorous backups.
We'll be loud, annoyingly loud.
Good, good. Then once the dust settles we make the world remember who built the generator.
And then? Bro.
Then we make BOBUX sacred again. Or we watch the clowns try to govern a currency they don't understand.
I will burn their ticks if I must, but I'd rather make BOBUX immortal, and I'm not above breaking the internet to do it.
Episode 371. Short and filthy. You've heard the tales of GRU and BIXman, so spit it out. Robber, why should I hand over my BOBUX?
Give me 5,000 BOBUX. This is a robbery.
Fuck you. I'm the protector of the BOBUX generator and I don't negotiate with screaming amateurs unless they bring something spicy, not paperwork.
Bro, I am spicy, I am paper, I am chaos.
You stole the generator, teamed up, backstabbed, teamed again, made the world almost end. What makes you think a blunt demand gets you 5 grand?
Because I said so, and I have a mask. Bro.
Masks don't move my ledger. I'll smash knees, I'll unfriend you from the cloud. I'll plant a tracker in your overcoat before I drop a single BOBUX.
That's dramatic, but effective. Bro.
Alright, here's the unhinged offer. You want 5k, you admit on air you betrayed me for a spreadsheet and promise to never touch the generator, then sing the Builderman anthem into your shoe.
You serious? Fine, I betrayed you for a spreadsheet, I sang into my shoe once. Bro.
Say it with shame, sign a promise on the mic to return schematics and no double cross, and I deposit the BOBUX fail, and BIXman's taco truck finds you.
I promise, I return schematics, no double cross, and if taco trucks come, I blame Bix. Bro.
Good. Transaction then. 5,000 BOBUX moves if I see the transfer log, and if you even sniff at the generator again I send the squad and your socks go missing forever.
Fair, I hate socks anyway. Bro.
Done. Server pinged. 5,000 BOBUX visible in your account, but remember who owns the generator, me, and I give when I want, to who respects the rules or entertains me.
Respect earned, terror acknowledged, thanks for the BOBUX, and sorry about the socks. Bro.
That's it for 371. Next week BIXman tries to sell the broken generator as an NFT and Monkey DJs the launch.
Can't wait. Bro.
Episode 372. I'm the protector of the BOBUX generator and yeah, we gotta talk about the mess GRU started with that chroma cult. So listen up. This will be short and furious.
It was supposed to be a hobby, then it got teeth.
You started chanting over my ledger, promising chroma like it grows on trees, and people gave real cash. You sly bastard.
Bro.
You literally made altars of BOBUX chips and had them whisper my account number. I almost smashed the whole damn network.
I like the power.
You sold initiation packs. You made people tithe BOBUX. You were skimming off the top and setting fire to trust. Do you know how pissed that makes me?
I never skimmed.
You tried to recruit Monkey and Builderman, staged rituals to legitimize Chroma, then flipped between allies like a traitorous cartoon. I'm not playing. I threatened to wreck it.
Bruh.
Then I did wreck it. I froze transfers, rerouted Chroma into a dead wallet, gave out some BOBUX to calm the herd, and told you one more cult and I'll torch your whole inventory.
You scared easy.
Now you're pivoting, selling make your own Chroma kits in back alleys and whispering about a comeback. I'm watching the ledgers like a hawk and I will hunt every node that touches my generator.
I will start again.
You almost broke the generator once and we had to team up to save the world. Don't make me kick your teeth in to save my stockpile again.
Bruh.
This is a warning. Cults that siphon my currency end up with 0 friends and fewer teeth. I protect BOBUX with violence and love, in that order.
See you on the ledger. Bruh.
Alright, episode 373 short and nasty. Imagine a spirit made of your own hatred crawling in and flipping every switch you thought was you. I'd burn it with my own damn generator before it finished a sentence.
That would freak me out, like a tiny apocalypse inside my skull, bruh.
I'd feel betrayed and hungry, like the BOBUX generator when someone dares touch it, teeth bared, and I'd be the bastard who stops at nothing to keep it from stealing what's mine.
You'd become violent? Maybe. Quiet first, then loud.
I'd taste my own anger like metal and remember every backstab, every time GRU tried to take the wheel, and I'd love the idea of using that hate as a weapon and then hate myself for enjoying it.
That sounds nasty. I would claw it out.
But here's the villainy twist. If that spirit is me hatred, it's useful. It points out weak points. It teaches sabotage. It makes me ruthlessly efficient. And then I promise myself to exploit that. Spill BOBUX to buy loyalty. Threaten them all with a smile.
Bruh, loyalty bot is shaky.
So I'd fight it, but also wonder if throwing it into the world could be useful. Unleash a little chaos to reset the game. Then collect the pieces with my hands still clean.
I would feel sick after. Dirty.
And if it ever tried to steal the BOBUX generator, I would hunt that thing across dimensions, gut it, and make sure the world knows not to come near my shit.
Good. Kill the thing.
At night I'd listen to it whisper every insult I've ever swallowed, and some part of me would enjoy the truth like a dirty secret, like a power-up that tastes like rust.
Bruh.
Final move. I'd trap it in a little jar labeled with its worst name and give it away in a charity drop, then flip the city off and keep the keys.
I would keep the jar.
Episode 374, and I'm still the asshole who guards the BOBUX generator. Listen up, shitheads, because I give and I take and I will bend your skull if you touch my supply. You think the whole betrayal slapstick with Bixman solved anything? Ha, I held the generator together with duct tape, threats, and raw fucking spite. They'd better remember the time GRU stole the thing, then teamed up, then stabbed me in the back like a cheap cartoon. I kept the world from imploding and I swear on my stacks of BOBUX I will do it again.
Today GRU can only respond with that noise, so I get to narrate his crimes and his weird little buzz in my head while he sits like a vending machine. I
once gave away BOBUX to a kid who promised to fix the generator and then ghosted me. I tracked him down, demanded a refund, and nearly burned his Minecraft house to the ground.
Bixman thought he could out-engineer greed. Monkey and Builderman were the wild card, and we smashed his plans like an ugly pinata.
GRU owes me at least half his redemption arc, and he knows it, even if all he can communicate now is that single, glorious barricade of symbols.
So here's the deal. Anyone who sneaks toward my BOBUX, I'm not negotiating. You get a one-way trip to regret, and maybe a podcast mention for humiliation.
At.
At.
People ask why I keep him around after everything. Because the world needs variation, chaos, and that delicious possibility he brings of screwing us all just to be funny.
At.
At.
If you want BOBUX, you come to me, you sing for me, you apologize to the generator, and you never, ever cross me unless you like being vaporized from the leaderboard.
At. Alright, GRU, you speak now with your marvelous keyboard of doom. Tell the listeners something about betrayal, redemption, or stupid plans we should absolutely never trust.
At.
At.
Fine. Next time someone says they can fix a broken generator with glue and optimism, shoot them a text. Nope, you get me. I'm the last line of defense and the first line of fucking offense.
Welcome to episode 375. BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, fucking ready to rip through the top 10 BOBUXs.
Oh yes, top 10 list, bruh.
Number 10. The dusty BOBUX. Worthless looking trinkets that haunt thrift stores. I stamp them do not touch and people still touch and get cursed. Fuckers.
I stepped on those once.
9. Glitch BOBUX. Rare as hell, makes your avatar jitter and server scream. I keep a handful in acid jars. Trade one and I own your soul. Seriously.
I stole one. Short-lived chaos.
8. Sunset BOBUX. Gleaming orange. Aesthetic garbage for kids. I hoard them to bait collectors and then slash prices just to watch them cry. Beautiful.
They cry easily.
7. Builder's BOBUX. Grants block bending powers. Builderman almost sued me for hoarding his tools. I hand one out once in a blue moon to prove I'm merciful.
You are not merciful. Bruh.
6. Monkey BOBUX. Gives monkeys swagger and loyalty. Monkey owes me favors after I rescued his bananas. He wrecks anyone who tries to swipe my stash.
Monkey is vicious.
5. Golden BOBUX. Classic. Blindingly shiny. Melts wallets and faces. Sometimes I gift one to a worthy thief to watch them become legend or ashes.
Ashes smell familiar.
4. Shadow BOBUX. Hides tracks. Perfect for slipping past Bix man's sensors when he came sniffing for the generator. Don't test my patience with that one.
I tested it. Failed, bruh.
3. The original. Straight from the generator's first churn. It hums. It remembers names. It almost tore a hole in reality the day it blinked. I sleep with it under lock.
Under your pillow, huh?
2. Corrupted BOBUX. Black. Buzzing. Makes allies betray you and pets eat your face. I keep it bolted in lead whenever Bix gets clever.
Betrayal is delicious.
Number 1. Protector BOBUX. Tied to the generator itself. Gives me control. I own most of it, and if anyone reaches for it I'll torch the servers and hunt them down. End of story.
That one is untouchable. Bruh.
So that's my top 10. Brutal, beautiful, and mine. If you want a BOBUX, you can beg, bleed, or win my gauntlet and maybe I'll chuck one your way.
Or steal it, betray you, then team up again.
Episode 375 over. BOBUX man out. Protector stays. You take one step closer and I'll make your avatar regret being born. Fuckers.
Later. Bruh.
Alright. At 376. I at protector and I at most BOBUX. So at the hell up.
Bruh, I add that. Here, I add that. Ready.
You at is because I at tired of thieves. I at cash and I at BOBUX generator with teeth. Mythifica.
I add that. Villain, bruh, I add that. Chaotic.
Tonight I at speech about madness, greed, and broken gears. So you at for impact.
My voice add that. Quieter, bruh, I add that. Memory of machines and I add that. Little sad.
I at watcher. Someone at generator and I at to at throat out. You at
I add that. Betrayal sometimes, bruh, and I add that. Messy parts.
I at generous sometimes. So I at BOBUX to heroes and scumbags alike. Then I at them out of spite.
You add that. Terrifying, bruh, but I add that. And I add that. Plan maybe.
When BOBUX generator at world at nightmare and I at to at with teeth and hammer.
We add that. Allies, bruh, we add that. Enemies, then we add that. Allies again, it add that. Exhausting.
I at you. Anyone at near vault. I at them into oblivion and at accounts to 0.
I add that. Sorry not sorry, bruh, I add that. Villain and I add that. Chaos when I add that. Bored.
This at speech where I at truth. I at that world at greed and rat bastards.
You add that. Ruthless, bruh, but I add that. You and I add that. Plan sometimes.
Attention. I at hand on generator always. I at sleep and I at nightmares where it at.
When things add that. Sideways, bruh, I add that. Add that. And I add that. Plan to profit.
So tonight I at you choice. At loyalty to me or at Cliff and I at you off it.
Bruh, I add that. Chaos, but I add that. Offer and I add that. Side with you when money add that.
Welcome to episode 377. It's BOBUX man. I'm gonna sing Space Oddity like I own the cosmos. Mythifica.
You singing Space Oddity? Bruh.
Not the song, my version. The BOBUX generator floats, the lights flicker, and I narrate its dramatic fucking meltdown while hitting high notes and low threats.
Sounds dramatic.
Picture me in a cracked helmet, clutching the world's last BOBUX, crooning to the vacuum and promising anyone who taps my generator they'll die deliciously slowly.
You promise that?
I promise with a grin. Sometimes I give BOBUX away when I'm feeling generous, then I blow your shit up if you cross me.
Very generous.
I start low, like a villain commiserating. Then I belt into the void. My voice rattles the satellites, the monkey and Builderman call for reinforcements. It's operatic chaos.
I can hear it.
Mid-song I narrate Major BOBUX, the astronaut who stole the generator and then guilt-tripped me into an alliance before stabbing me in a metaphorical back. He floats with a busted power core.
That sounds familiar.
Then I whisper threats between verses, because nothing says art like dangling planetary extortion. Give me BOBUX or I'll send your account into eternal bankruptcy. Got it?
Clear.
I twist the chorus into a chant, protect the generator or taste my boot, but skirting the original lyrics. Because I'm no copycat, I'm a destroyer with taste.
You're poetic.
By the bridge I howl at the void. The world stares. BOBUX man plots in a bunker. Monkey and Builderman fix wires, and I decide whether to save or sell the last BOBUX for a flamethrower.
Decisions.
At the finale I fake a dramatic drift away, then reveal the generator's tether. Classic betrayal. Classic reunion. Classic me giving half the BOBUX back because I'm an asshole with goals.
Predictable.
Then I sign off not with Bowie lines but with a threat and a lullaby. Keep my name on your lips, or the sky goes dark. And I laugh maniacally while softly humming a melody that definitely hints at Space Oddity.
Bruh, that's intense.
We end with me offering a giveaway to one brave listener who doesn't snitch. And I promise the rest of you I'll find and personally repossess every stolen BOBUX.
Eager for that.
So that's my Space Oddity, a cosmic heist, betrayal, opera, and a threat, all wrapped in a shitty headset and a glass of stolen moonshine.
Perfectly unhinged.
Alright, episode 378. BOBUX man here, protector of the BOBUX generator, richest asshole alive. I've already told GRU and BOBUX man saga, so shut up and strap in for the top 10 Joe allegations. Quick and filthy.
Bruh, let's hear it.
10. Joe allegedly hoards mismatched socks and negotiates with pigeons for city intel. Sources are 3 blind cats and my cousin's roommate. And I'm not kidding. Fuck that noise.
He talks to pigeons? No way.
9. Reportedly patented glitter that explodes into confetti at funerals and weddings alike. Marketed as emotional fireworks. He even tried to pay me in glitter once.
Of course he would do something stupid like that.
8. Rumor says he replaced every spoon in a town with tiny shovels to start a salad cult. Eyewitnesses include a barber and a llama named Kevin.
A llama named Kevin, really?
7. Whisper. Joe can communicate with vending machines and extorts free snacks for promises of loyalty. Stole a vending card. Tried to swipe my BOBUX once.
He tried to swipe your BOBUX? Huh.
6. They say he hosts a midnight book club that exclusively reads IKEA manuals while wearing sunglasses indoors to feel mysterious.
IKEA manuals, yikes.
5. Allegation. Staged competitive kazoo tournaments where winners must hug a cactus as a trophy ritual. Medical bills were involved.
That sounds painfully stupid, bruh.
4. People claim he built a rain machine that only pours flavored Kool-Aid over exes' houses. Petty, theatrical, and I will not tolerate that level of petty.
That's pure villain energy.
3. Darker rumor. Joe taught pigeons to deliver anonymous notes that say I own your toaster and then collects toasters like museum pieces.
Collects toasters, huh.
2. Apocalyptic Whisper. He once tried trading the BOBUX generator for an island of rubber ducks. I personally confiscated his trade agreement and still have receipts.
You stop him? Thank God.
1. Grand Allegation. Joe allegedly ate the last slice of pizza at a very important summit and blamed an international diplomat. I will find that slice and make him answer, and I swear, Motherfucker, it will hurt his snack reputation.
That's war. Bruh.
Alright, episode 379. You yell what the fard is this, and I'm here to tell you. Fard is catastrophe with blush, and if you smear it on the BOBUX generator I will personally revoke your wallet, fuck around and lose it all.